Cowboys of Devil's Ditch. Trigg, Colt, and Bray. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Trigg. Cowboys of Devil's Ditch. Book 1. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Ellie. I thought dying would be better than marrying Conrad Trout, but I might have been wrong. I'd wanted to escape his evil clutches and the plans he had for me. I made him sound like a comic book villain, and those of my father at the same time. I'd been naive and stupid about so many things lately, including the intensity of the storm and the closeness of the light I'd seen from my broken-down car. Also my ability to stay warm. There was a very good chance I wasn't going to survive the night. Hell, the next hour, I couldn't feel my toes, or my fingers, or my cheeks. The snow had picked up to the point where I could no longer see the light from the house I'd been walking toward. I was unprepared. I hadn't thought when I drove off in the maid's car that had the falling snow would turn into the storm of the season. Turning around, I couldn't see the car. Shit. I hadn't had a choice but to get out and try for the house and the safety it offered. No traffic had come by in the hour after the car died. With no gas, there was no heat. I'd freeze if I stayed inside it overnight. Dry, but still dead. The place I saw was real shelter. I would be warm and safe until it let up, so I climbed out and started walking. I'd been out in it for minutes, probably, although it felt like hours. There was at least a foot of snow on the ground now, accumulating too quickly. The night was dark, the blizzard so heavy I felt like I'd been put into a shaken snow globe. Or were those shivers racking me? With my arms crossed over my chest, I tipped my head down, the snow seeping down the back of my neck. With a glance over my shoulder, I knew I couldn't turn back. My footsteps to follow were quickly disappearing, and if I got back in the car, I'd be wet and freezing and still stuck. I swiped snow from my face. I had to trudge on, hope for a miracle. Because I really didn't want to die. I just didn't want to be Mrs. Conrad Trout. Chapter 2. Trigg. Looks like this is going to be a big one, I said, glancing through the windshield at all the snow. Based on how fast it was falling and sticking, the weatherman might have underestimated this spring storm. Sure does, my friend Beau replied. While I still wore my cowboy hat, he'd abandoned his for a thick wool beanie. With all the snow on the road, he kept the pace of his pickup at a slow, consistent speed and didn't plan to brake, only let off the gas and coast. While we rode on a bull's back for a living, it didn't mean we were stupid. The last thing we needed to do was to get stuck in one of the massive snow berms. Not that any one of my brothers couldn't be called out for a winch. We were on a road that fronted the east side of my family ranch, and there were no other cars. Just us, the road, and a shit ton of snow. Good thing I'm heading south. He ran a hand over his bristly jaw. I should be able to get ahead of it once I get to the highway. Beau was driving through on his way to Bozeman. Since the small town I lived in, Devil's Ditch, was on the way. If 30 miles off the highway counted, he'd picked me up to grab dinner at the Sip and Serve, the local diner. Listening to the weather reports coming from the radio, it didn't sound like it was going to be letting up anytime soon. Not that it mattered. Mother Nature did her thing, and we went along with it. April in Montana wasn't for the weak. Warm one day, 3 feet of snow the next. The snow had started when we got into Devil's Ditch to eat, but it had picked up heavily on the way home. Beau tipped his chin to look out into the darkness. There was nothing to see but falling snow in the headlights. The land was flat, the road straight. You sure you don't want to spend the night? I asked. Nah, I'll be fine. You heard the reports. The storm's caught on the mountains, so south of here is going to be nothing but flurries. Shit! He yelled. While he didn't slam on the brakes, the truck fishtailed before coming to a sliding stop. There, blocking the right side of the road, was a car. It was white and had a few inches of snow on it. It had been impossible to see until we were almost on top of it. I braced my hands on the dash. Who the fuck would leave a car there? Beau asked, his voice angry. No one on purpose, I replied. Let's go see what's up. Beau put the truck in park but kept it running before climbing out. The air was brittle, the wind making it fucking freezing. I squinted into the snow, only the truck's headlights lighting our way. As I trudged to the car, I pulled my cowboy hat down lower, the wide brim shielding my face and neck. I noticed the tire tracks behind it were mostly filled in, meaning it had been there for a bit. Same went for the pile coating on the windows. Wearing my leather work gloves, I swiped my hand over the driver's window, then pulled on the handle. It opened. Bo was beside me, staring into the empty interior. I glanced around but only saw white. "This car didn't drive itself," Bo said, "which means someone's out in this. We didn't come across anyone walking toward us, so they must have gone that way." He pointed in the direction we were heading. He glanced down and pointed. "Footprints, but they're halfway filled in." Leaning into the car, I pulled out a hair clip that looked like big teeth that I found by the gear shift. Held it up. "Fuck. A woman's out in this." With a decisive clench of his jaw, he nodded. "Let's go find her." Chapter 3. Trig. We climbed back in the truck and crept along. The woman would have to be in the road itself because the plows, over the winter, had built up huge berms on either side. A minute later, a dark shape emerged from the snow. "There," I pointed as Bo slowed. I was out of the truck before he came to a complete stop. In seconds, I was in front of her. She was in dark leggings and boots, a puffy coat and a knit hat with a pom-pom on top. Her hands were tucked into the pockets, her head down. She was dressed appropriately for going for the grocery store in January, not walking through a blizzard. What the hell was she doing out in this? If there was a woman who needed her ass spanked, it was her. She'd been moving at a snail's pace and was halfway to being the abominable snowman. "Hey there, sugar," I said, my voice loud over the wind. She didn't look up. Setting my hands on her upper arms, I ducked down to meet her gaze. I couldn't miss feeling the shivers that racked her body. Those light eyes lifted and met mine, widened. "You're a cowboy." It wasn't what I expected her to say, but it made me smile. "Sure am." I tipped the brim of my cowboy hat at her. Got the belt buckle to prove it. She didn't say anything else, just stared, eyes meeting mine, holding as the snow fell between us. Her hand came up as if she couldn't believe my words, and her fingers touched my beard. All of a sudden, it wasn't all that cold anymore. The snow could have melted right off me with how hot I felt just looking at her. Blue, wide-set eyes, round face, pert nose, cheeks that were splotchy red. Ice coated her dark lashes, and her full lips were a gruesome shade, probably blue, but it was too dark to tell. Her fingers against my skin were fucking freezing, and I realized she wasn't wearing gloves. Shit. It's too cold for a cowboy to be out in this weather. Be a good girl and come sit in front of a fire with me. Cozy blankets, just you and me. She kept right on staring, but was she even seeing me? She wasn't moving, only getting colder by the second. If I had to cajole her, I would. Hell, if she didn't agree, in the next few seconds I'd be tossing her over my shoulder. "I'm cold," she said, her voice soft and carried to me on the wind. 2 words. 2 shaky words, and that was it. She was mine. It was as if she knew I'd take care of her, because from one second to the next, she gave up the fight and crumpled. "Fuck," I muttered as I caught her before she landed in the snow. My protective instincts flared to life as I lifted her into my arms and pulled her close to my chest. She weighed less than a baby calf in a roping competition. Turning, I strode to the truck, not feeling the icy pelt of the snow as it hit my face, and my beard surely came in handy. Bo came up beside me, eyes wide. Holy shit, know her? Even though I traveled the rodeo circuit most of the year, I knew pretty much everyone in the area. Except her. Fuck, she was the prettiest human popsicle I'd ever seen. Nope, no clue. I'd have remembered her. Hell, she'd already be in my bed, warm and safe and with my ring on her finger. Sexually satisfied. Belly nice and round with our baby. Mine. I had no idea why I had this fierce and instant need to make this woman mine. It was crazy but visceral, as if my inner caveman was beating his chest. I wanted to tie her to me with my lariat. I hurt my knee riding a bull at the end of the season last fall. I'd been loaded up in an ambulance and sent to the ER, had tests run which showed it didn't need surgery. I'd spent the winter debating what to do since another similar fall could mean permanent damage. Bo had been a friend on the circuit for years and a good listener over burgers tonight. The debate was simple. Return to bull riding and fuck up my chances for sitting in a saddle, or a limp-free lifestyle, or retire. I hadn't been able to decide because the thrill was too great, plus I didn't know another way of life. I'd been waiting for a sign or something. I just fucking got one in the form of a pint-sized woman. Bo opened the back door of his quad cab and I climbed in, not letting her go. "Blankets beside you." He slammed the door shut, then dashed around to get back behind the wheel. "She's soaked through, give me your hat," I said. He yanked it off and reached his arm back to hand it to me. Moving quickly, I replaced her snow-covered one with his, which was warm from his body heat, then worked the icy jacket from her. "She was shivering, so she's not too far gone," I said, knowing shivering meant she hadn't gone into severe hypothermia yet. Thank fuck. I just found her, and I wasn't having her die on me now. I took in every inch of her. Her snow-crusted boots, wet and ice-covered leggings that clung to her curvy legs, waffle-knit shirt that didn't hide the swell of her perfect tits, her pale skin, dark hair, full cheeks and fuller lips that I wanted to kiss, wanted to see wrapped around my dick. Bo had the truck moving again, this time at a faster clip. Her car must have broken down. She was almost to your driveway to get help. That didn't mean much because my house was set back from the road a quarter mile. No way she'd have made it down my unplowed driveway. What the hell had she been thinking going out in this? I snapped. A moan slipped from her as I wrapped the blanket around her like a shroud, then pulled her into my body. She was soft and lush, my body reacting to her thick curves as I rubbed my hands up and down her legs. My dick didn't seem to care that she'd been a few minutes from certain death. She was fucking freezing, and it was almost painful keeping her close to my body, but my core heat would seep into her along with the blasting truck heater. Getting her warm was more important than my balls drawing up tight. She wouldn't have made it to my house, I said, trying not to lose my shit at the chance encounter and what would have happened if we hadn't come by when we did. She wouldn't have made it another 50 feet, he countered. Thank fuck we found her. The ends of her dark hair were icy and wet. I stroked it back from her face. She was young, maybe early 20s. Even close to death, she was so fucking beautiful. And lost. In danger. Every protective instinct I had flared to life. Leaning down, I murmured in her ear, "You're safe now, sugar. I won't let anything happen to you. Now that's a promise." Yeah, she's safe, but why the fuck was she driving all the way out here in the first place? Bo asked. That was a great question, and the only person who could answer it was unconscious in my arms. Chapter 4. Ellie. I rubbed my face against a soft pillow, smiling, cozy, and content. I couldn't remember sleeping so well, which was a surprise because of what Father and... I popped up, the thick down comforter falling away. Looking around, I blinked. This wasn't my room in Father's house. I was in someone's bedroom, but whose? Mr. Trout's? No. God, no. I ran away, escaping their plan they had for me. I'd been stupid to think Father cared about me even a little bit. Stupid to think a man would want to marry me for love. Stupid for running off into a blizzard. The question was, where did I run to? I sat still, listened. The house was quiet. Daylight filtered through the room's 2 large windows, snow falling steadily outside. Still. God, would it never let up? The room was neat, the wood furniture simple but well made. The walls were thick log. Between 2 windows hung 3 cowboy hats, 2 white and 1 black. On the floor beneath were a pair of well-worn boots. There were 2 framed photos on a dresser, but I couldn't see much of them other than people smiling. Next, I took in the huge bed, big enough for a giant. I felt tiny sitting in the middle with a navy comforter around my waist. The bedding was red plaid flannel, making me wonder if I was in a lumberjack's bed. This was clearly a guy's room. The cowboy. The guy who'd saved me from a blizzard, brought me to his home and put me in his very large bed. I glanced down. He also put me in one of his t-shirts. It was soft and worn, heather gray with Montana Bobcats written across the chest. I ran my hands over myself. No bra, no panties. You're awake. The voice startled me so bad I must have jumped a foot. There in the open doorway was a man, the owner of this bed. Maybe he really was a lumberjack because he took up most of it. He was tall and broad-shouldered. Thick, solid. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark beard. Dark everything except his gaze, which somehow held warmth as he smiled at me. In a blue flannel that was closed with only 1 button done, a pair of well-worn jeans with the biggest belt buckle I'd ever seen in thick socks. He looked cozy. Cozy. He was hot, plain and simple. Brawny, virile. Different than the big city guys I was used to. Those who wore the same flannels and jeans but didn't fill them out like he did. They never interested me in any way. That was why I may have been asked out a few times, but I never said yes. Except this guy. He made my heart race, and not because I was only in his t-shirt and his bed. My mouth went dry as I kept right on staring. My heart pounded as he stared right back. What was this? This connection. It felt like tension, electricity, nerves, butterflies in my stomach. For a stranger. Yes, I said, then cleared my throat, as if my voice was rusty. I kind of forgot what I was agreeing to. He set his hand on his chest, his big hand that had veins on the back and a smattering of hair. God, looking at it was like eyeing hand porn. I licked my lips and wondered what those fingers would feel like on my skin, inside me. I'm Trig Wilder, he said, his voice deep and rough. My friend and I found you wandering in a blizzard. This is my place. Shit. I was imagining all kinds of naughty things with him, and all he'd done was save me. He'd have done the same thing for anyone, right? Or was I in danger being here? Had the only axe murderer in the area saved me so he could chop me into bits? I was insane. Why would he warm me up and let me sleep first? I should be thankful, not thinking he was a murderer, because I remembered climbing out of Nora's car, remembered how cold it was, how I'd been stuck in the blizzard so quickly. I remember your hat, but not much else, I admitted. His dark brow shot up. His hand went to his bare head, ran through his thick, dark curls. You don't remember being out in the storm? Yes, of course. I nodded, then shook my head. My fingers played with the comforter. That, but I don't remember coming here. Ending up in your bed. What happened to my clothes? He stepped into the room, tucked his thumbs into his low-slung jean pockets. He was bigger now, almost looming. I probably only came up to his shoulder. They were icy and wet. I had to take them off. All the air seemed to be sucked from the room as I looked at him because his dark eyes were on me, focused, roving over my face, lower at what he saw when he took them off. I could feel my cheeks heat under his scrutiny. We came upon you driving home from dinner in town. You passed out in my arms. Want to tell me why you got out of your car in the first place? He didn't sound angry, but he did sound bothered, as if I'd done something wrong. I glanced away, feeling again stupid, because maybe I was. I had done something wrong, almost gotten myself killed. But the alternative? Not happening. I ran out of gas, I explained. He cocked his head. Ran out of gas? He asked, as if the idea was ridiculous. Who ran out of gas? Me, that was who. Did I check if the housekeeper's car had a full tank when I snuck out and drove off before Father could marry me off to Mr. Trout since the man paid off his gambling debts instead of selling his land? No, I hadn't. Shame heated my cheeks. It's not my car, and I wasn't at home, and, was in a rush. Plus, it wasn't snowing that hard when I left. I knew now that the ranch that had been in my family for generations wasn't home. Trig stayed quiet, eyes still on mine, waiting, which was slightly unnerving. He seemed to have a well of calm and patience. I'd gotten a text from Mr. Trout while I'd been driving. I will find you. I'll make you pay for this stunt. You go to a hotel, I'll make the manager pay for giving you a room. You go to a friend, I'll make them pay for taking you in. You're mine. I'd been motivated by his words to keep going. The tone. The evil. Except it sputtered and stopped just as I told Trig. The car had died. I saw a light and thought it was a house or at least shelter. I added, hoping he didn't think I was completely stupid. I would have frozen if I stayed in the car. You'd have frozen if we hadn't come along, sugar. He added, running a hand over the back of his neck, as if the idea bothered him. I nodded, knowing how close I came to killing myself in my haste to get away from what I thought was my father finally wanting me in his life. Well, he had, but not for the naive reasons I thought when I left school and came to Montana. You're right. I met his dark gaze. Thank you for saving me. You said you were in a rush. Gotta be somewhere. He sat by my hip, the mattress dipping beneath his weight. This close I could smell him. Mint and laundry detergent and probably pheromones because I couldn't look away. He had a little scar bisecting his right eyebrow and those lips looked full and kissable, even turned down like they were now. Be somewhere? I had to be anywhere but at my father's house, preferably miles and miles away. Another state. I had no idea what I was going to do now. I hadn't been to Montana in over 13 years. For 13 years, Father hadn't wanted anything to do with me. My parents divorced when I was 8 and my mother took me with her to Seattle for a fresh start. Never heard from him again until a few weeks ago. Over the years, Mom had told me all kinds of shitty things about him, but she was a drunk and a schemer, so I never held much value to her words. Except when I returned last week, I discovered she had actually been right for once. Besides being a chain smoker and having a heavy hand with whiskey, Lance Mann was a jerk. No, an asshole who didn't give a shit about me. Hell, he'd even greeted me as Ellen, which was not my name. I picked up quickly that he had cronies all over town, Mr. Trout included. I was merely a pawn, a chip tossed into a poker game Father already lost. I dealt with all of Mom's shitty boyfriends, the handsy ones, the ones who looked at me in a special way when I was too young to understand what it meant. The parade of men started when I was 9 and only stopped when I moved out for college. I spent a shit ton of time at the public library, reading and studying and staying out of the house and away from my mom, the men, the partying, the drinking and drugs. I was headed back to Seattle. I admitted, although there hadn't been a destination in mind when I'd run out. I lived there. Father and Mr. Trout would look for me, but that city was really the only place I knew. His dark brow winged up. Seattle. That's a long way. Couldn't it have waited until the storm stopped? I shrugged and told him the truth. I didn't know it was going to be so bad. I know you must think me stupid. He reached out, tucked my hair behind my ear, and I bit my lip so I didn't whimper. No moan. My gaze flicked up to meet his. My cheeks got hot. The touch was gentle, a caress, yet I felt it all the way to my toes. And my nipples. An ache formed between my legs. I sucked in a breath, and I picked up his clean scent. Soap and man. My heart started to race. His fingertips were rough but gentle, warm. Without thinking, I tilted my head into the touch. Reckless, perhaps. He hadn't let go of the ends of my hair, his fingers rubbing over it, his eyes on his task. Want to tell me your name? My name. Shit. I might have been in his bed, but I didn't know Trig Wilder. Never heard of him. He was a local and probably knew my father. That was the way it was with the rural communities. From what I could see of his bedroom, the place was nice. Well-made furniture, thick bedding, heat, windows that weren't cracked, wood floors that gleamed. There was money here. Was he part of the monthly high-stakes poker games? Was he friends with Father and Mr. Trout? Did he know of the bargain they made? Pay off Father's debt in exchange for me? Trig seemed too nice to be one of them. The way he looked me over, I felt it everywhere. It was completely different than my mother's creepy boyfriend's glances, different than Mr. Trout's leers. Mr. Trout had made it very clear that I had no options. You're marrying me, he'd said, cruelly gripping my wrist. Your father owes me $500,000 if you don't. He can't help you. No one can. You go to the police, they'll just bring you back. You ask for help from someone I don't know, I'll make them pay, and so will you. You wouldn't want to see someone you care about get hurt now, do you? Because it would be all your fault. His gaze had raked down my body, and I tried not to hurl. Even the bowler boyfriend Mom had back in 7th grade who'd wanted to feel me up wasn't as scary as this. That pussy better be fucking worth it. If not, I'll take your ass too. Hell, I'll do it anyway. Make you scream. I'd fought him then, and he'd grinned. Fight. I like it better that way. 2 hours later, I'd fled. He'd inferred the police were in his pocket. If I went to a friend for help, he'd hurt them. I hadn't meant to end up in Trig's house, in his bed, but here I was. I wanted him to be a good guy, but I couldn't trust anyone, so I lied. Ellie Raintree. I said using the nickname my friends in Seattle called me and my mother's maiden name. He dropped his hand and his gaze met mine again, smiled. Ellie. Pretty name for the prettiest girl. This close, his perfection was even sharper. Chocolate eyes, a beard I wanted to touch, lips I wanted to kiss. He was a stranger who put me into one of his t-shirts and nothing else, who must have seen me naked. My cheeks flamed even hotter. I wasn't a prude, but I hadn't had much experience with men, especially not waking up in one's bed and only in his shirt, or stranded with him in a storm, or being attracted to him so intensely. Well, Ellie, need to call someone to let them know where you are? I didn't grab any of your things from your car, but I've got a phone you can use. My eyes widened, and I felt the same lick of panic I had the night before. No way I was calling anyone, not with his phone. As for mine, I tossed it into the snow berm when I got out of the car, not wanting to touch the device that held Mr. Trout's texts. He studied me for a few uncomfortable seconds, then said, The snow's not letting up anytime soon. Might be a day or more before things will be dug out enough for you to get on your way to Seattle. Looks like you're staying here with me. A few days with Trig. Why did that idea excite me? I felt safe at least for a short time. But what about Trig? Was staying here putting him in danger? Except if I couldn't get out, that meant Mr. Trout and Father couldn't get out either. Chapter 5. Trig. The night before, Ellie never woke up when I got her into my house. Once I kicked the door shut behind me and Bo, I set her on my couch and quickly began to strip her of her icy layers. But when her boots were on the floor and I moved to the hem of her shirt, I stopped, looked to Bo. He'd stayed with me in the past, so he knew to find towels and an extra blanket in the laundry room. He dropped to his knees on the floor beside me. "What?" he asked, confused as to why I wasn't helping her. Bo was 2 years younger, with pitch-black hair that was messed up after tugging off his hat and a goatee, making everyone tell him he looked like a famous country singer. "No fucking way are you seeing what's mine," I said to him. He looked between me, then the unconscious woman, then back. "Yours?" he asked, confused. A dark thrill shot through me. Possessiveness fierce and potent as I glanced at her. No fucking way was my brother seeing her bare. "Yes, she's mine." His eyes widened in surprise, understanding, then a slow smile spread across his face. His hands came up, so I knew he wasn't going to touch her, probably in response to my junkyard dog smile. Just like that. That was what my parents had happened to them, meeting at a mutual friend's wedding. By the end of the reception, they knew they'd be having one of their own. They had not 6 weeks later, were pregnant with me a month after that. I nodded because while me and all my siblings, all believed them, it hadn't happened to any of us. Not one of the 9 of us had found their person. Until now. Just like that. Bo exhaled and laughed. "Shit, man, that's good, that's real good. Guess your decision's been made about going back on the circuit." The competition season was fast approaching. Not that it was obvious based on the blizzard we were having, and it was almost time to leave Devil's Ditch to compete again. Sponsors had expectations, even with a bum knee. We'd gone over all of this at dinner. Now, he was right. Everything changed. The answer was clear. My choice was obvious. Her. "Yep, not happening," I told him. "If we're starting a family, my rodeo days are done." His eyes practically bugged out. "Family? You don't even know her name." I shrugged. He looked down at the unconscious woman. "Okay, you sure you got her? She's pretty hypothermic. I can stay if you need me, and I got her," I said, grabbing one of the towels and swiping at her wet and icy hair. "Get out of here before we have to come and rescue you, too." He gave her another quick glance. While I didn't see a hint of heat or interest in his eyes, I wanted to poke them out anyway. What if she got a good look at him and wanted him instead? It happened before on the circuit. On a night out, I didn't stand a chance standing beside Bo. I had money, a house, I could provide, but I was definitely a hell of a lot older than whoever this woman was, by at least a decade. My youngest brothers, Shep and Zeb, were closer to her age. Fuck Shep and Zeb. And Bo was seeing how beautiful she was, how perfect. None of them were getting this woman. I felt ridiculously possessive, and Bo seemed to pick up on it. "All right," he said, complying. "I'll be in Bozeman, but if you need me to circle back..." He pushed to his feet. "Thanks," I told him, meaning it. "I won't. My family can get here by snowmobile real quick if necessary." "That's right. There's what, 8 of you Wilders?" 9. He whispered, then slapped me on the shoulder before he left. "Must be nice. I just have Cammy, and she's the same age as your youngest brother." "Zeb." "Exactly. If all of you are like this, then he needs to steer clear of you." He grinned, knowing he was joking. "Maybe. Well, I'll miss you on the circuit this year. I'm real fucking happy for you. I'll call you tomorrow." I always knew I wanted to be in the rodeo. I'd been mutton bustin' when I was 5 and never looked back. When I graduated high school, I went pro, traveling the country, competing ever since. Yet, instead of in some far-flung location, I'd found my woman in a blizzard right in front of my house. Fucking finally. Instead of stripping her of anything else, I scooped her up and carried her upstairs into my room. Only when she was in my bed did I rid her of her wet clothes. It'd been impossible not to take in her full tits, soft curves, and perfect pussy while doing so. I'd felt a little like an asshole because I only touched a woman who was willing and interested. Conscious, too. But this mystery woman was my woman, and I had to take care of her. Hell, keep her fucking alive. Ridding her of her wet clothes wasn't an option. It had been a requirement when she was hypothermic. Modesty be damned. Not that she had anything to be modest about, not with me. But I wanted to see her for the first time when she offered herself to me like a gift. A present I could unwrap and savor. Pulling her into one of my t-shirts, I tucked her beneath the heavy covers, then shucked down to my boxers and climbed in behind her. "Fuck," I muttered. She was fucking freezing. In my hold and surrounded by flannel sheets and a thick down comforter, she quickly started to thaw, then got nice and warm in my arms. She didn't know it, but she slept in my hold until dawn, when I slipped from bed and the temptation of her body. Going forward, she wouldn't be wearing anything in my bed, our bed, so the t-shirt she wore was my gentlemanly consideration of her until I had the privilege of her body, which would be very soon. Now she was awake. I'd already made coffee and brought in wood from the back porch to keep the fire in the fireplace going. My cabin would stay nice and toasty. I'd do anything, and I meant anything, to keep my woman warm, or get her hot. Fuck, she was pretty. Ice blue eyes, long dark hair. It was matted and wild from the storm and sleeping with it wet. She had a crinkle down one pale cheek, but she was pink and rosy and warm, sleepy as if she'd been well fucked and slept hard because of it. My dick got hard at the sight of her in my shirt, in my bed. I may have held her all night, but I hadn't touched her in any carnal way. I yearned and my balls ached to do so, to learn every soft curve I felt against me all night long, but not yet. While I saw interest in her eyes, there was also wariness. I didn't blame her for being hesitant. In fact, it made her smart being cautious in a stranger's bed. Except I wasn't a danger to her, so I told her so. You're safe here, Ellie. You don't know me, but you gotta believe that I'd rather be stomped on in the ring by a pissed-off bull than let anything happen to you. Tension left her shoulders. Okay, she whispered. I had so many questions. Where had she come from? No one on the interstate would have veered so far and ended up in Devil's Ditch, and definitely not the dirt road in front of my family's ranch. She had to be on one of those nearby ranches to start with. My brother Colt was the county sheriff. I could have him do some digging. The snow wasn't letting up until later, and it'd take time to dig out. Other than her almost freezing to death, I couldn't think of a more perfect arrangement to get to know my woman. You play poker? She asked. I frowned at the random question. Poker? She nodded. Like with your guy friends, she added. People in town. I shook my head and stood because I needed to give her room. Sitting beside her, being able to touch her, was too tempting. No, I gamble enough on the back of a bull. She studied me for a moment, then must have come to some kind of decision because her shoulders relaxed, and she even smiled a little. Okay. She climbed from the bed. Holy fuck. She looked good in my t-shirt when I put it on her, but she'd been unconscious. Now she was awake and standing in front of my bed, and my dick was ready to break through the zipper in my jeans to get to her. The neckline was wide and showed her delicate collarbone. The hem hung to mid-thigh, but the worn fabric outlined her perfect tits and those delectable nipples. Lush, shapely legs meant the rest of her was going to be a perfect fit, a perfect grip for my big hands. It was hotter than the sexiest piece of lingerie. All I had to do was tug up the shirt and there'd be your pussy. I bet it was the prettiest pink and tasted like honey. My mouth watered to find out. My brain was screaming at me to push her back onto my bed, drop to my knees and eat her out until she screamed my name, then claim her so she screamed it again. My mind, though, switched to her almost dying, to me being so close to missing out on finding my woman, on her being fucking alive. First thing I should do is spank your ass for being so reckless with your safety, I murmured. Spank me? She sputtered, her cheeks flushing even brighter. I didn't do anything wrong. I leaned against the doorframe. Unless she planned on jumping out the window, she'd have to get past me to leave. You sure about that? I didn't, she all but wailed. You weren't mine then, but you're mine now, and you're staying put. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish, which is cute as fuck. Clearly she wasn't used to having her man thinking of her safety. That changed, starting now. Yours? She looked around as if my room was a bare-cold prison. I couldn't help but grin. Yep. She shook her head. No way, I'm not yours. She tipped her chin toward me. Your nipples tell a different story. Do they get hard and poke toward every man? She glanced down, gasped, then quickly crossed her arms. Oh my God. Don't worry, sugar. I love knowing you want me as much as I want you. This is all for you. I put my hand over the length of my dick, pressing painfully against my zipper, and adjusted it. Her eyes followed the motion, then widened when she got a good look at how much I wanted her. All those thick inches for her. Don't worry, I'm not claiming you. Yet. While I want to feed my dick into that pretty mouth of yours, you need some food first. Hungry? I asked. While her body was telling one story about her interest in being claimed, her mind wasn't quite ready, so I'd circle back later. Same with why she didn't want to call anyone to let them know where she was. It was a given in rural Montana not to go off without notifying someone of your plans and whereabouts. Hell, my cell rarely stopped chiming with the family group text, when someone even went into town for milk. For now, it was time to take care of Ellie in other ways. She blinked at the obvious change of topic. Eventually, she shook her head, but her stomach rumbled and gave her away. I grinned when her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Come on, I'll scramble some eggs and toast for us. I bet you'd also like some coffee. The eagerness that flared in her eyes was a sign that she liked her caffeine, probably more than she liked me. I held out my hand for her. She eyed it then down at herself, not ready to show me the outline of her nipples again. Going to my dresser, I pulled out a hoodie, then some thick socks and set them on the bed. Here, put these on. Where are my clothes? Dryer. She had no way to leave with the several feet of snow blanketing everything, but I was reassured she definitely wasn't going anywhere in just my hoodie and socks. She eyed the bathroom door. Bathroom's in there, I said and pointed to the huge master bath. A new toothbrush is in the second drawer. Come out when you're ready. Unwillingly, I left her, heading to the kitchen and the task of getting Ellie fed, with food. She emerged a few minutes later and I froze while grabbing the shredded cheese from the fridge to stare at her. My sweatshirt was enormous on her, covering her down to just above her knees. The thick socks went up mid-calf. There was only a few inches of bare skin exposed, yet she was sexy as hell, especially since I knew beneath she wasn't wearing panties or a bra. I wasn't ever giving her clothes back, and if I had my way, she'd only ever wear mine or go bare. I groaned at the sight of her. Fuck, I was going to cum in my pants. No question, pre-cum was soaking into my boxers. She looked everywhere but at me. I pulled out a chair. Sit. She did, and I grabbed a mug for her coffee. I took the moment facing the counter to adjust my dick again, using the top of my jeans to hold it in place. Thankfully, my untucked shirt hid the tip from sticking out above my belt. What's in Seattle that has you wanting to rush back real quick? I asked, setting the steaming mug in front of her along with a little container of cream. She added about half an inch to the top, then took a sip. Shit. Not what, perhaps a who. I hadn't thought she might already be claimed. There was no ring on her finger, but she was fucking beautiful that all kinds of fuckers probably sniffed all around her. Boyfriend? I asked between clenched teeth. She shook her head. No, I go to school there. I'd been mentally preparing to go all the way to the coast just to tell the fucker he lost his shot with Ellie, and that she was mine now. Not that she was a student. Wait, she looked young, but how young? I was 34 and didn't mind that she was younger, but I needed her fucking legal. School? I asked neutrally. I'm a junior studying accounting. Well then, she was probably smarter than me and my siblings combined. Impressive, I said, returning to my work making us some breakfast. It also meant she had to be at least 21. What the hell did I know about counting higher than 8 seconds? I'd skipped college and gone straight into the pro rodeo circuit where I literally flung myself off the back of an angry bull. Talk about stupid. She shrugged and took little sips of her coffee. Then what brought you to Devil's Ditch? Her eyes widened. We're in Devil's Ditch still? I arched a brow. Still. She knew the town name and the use of still meant she'd started here. She bit her lip. I saw a sign for it as I was, driving and thought I made it farther in the snow. Nope, still in Devil's Ditch. You're on my family's land here. Wilder Ranch. She glanced around, took in the kitchen. My house wasn't fancy, but it was built sturdy and big and strong enough for a family I'd hoped to have someday. Now that the woman I was going to fill with my babies was at my kitchen table, it was going to be sooner than later. My dick was eager to get right on that. When my thoughts went one way, hers obviously went another. Family. Wait, you're, married? I dropped into the seat beside her, took her hand. Not yet, sugar, but real fucking soon. Chapter 6. Ellie. What the hell? You're engaged, then? I asked, tugging my hand free. I'd spent the night in a man's bed who was engaged to someone else. I wore his clothes and only his clothes. Only a few minutes earlier he'd said I was his. His! That he'd spank me. I popped to my feet, the kitchen chair skidding across the hardwood floor. God, what was I going to do? I was trapped in the house with a man while his fiancée was elsewhere? I was mortified for thinking what I had of him. That I noticed how handsome he was, how strong his hands were, how I wanted to feel his lips on mine, and other places. That while I'd been stunned by the mention of being spanked, the idea of something so intimate and carnal had made me squirm. That just looking into his eyes made me feel things I'd never felt for anyone else before. The guy was gorgeous. Of course he had a woman. He probably had a flock, or a harem of them. I was stupid. Stupid! Lusting after a man who— No sugar, he said, interrupting my panicked thoughts. I'm not engaged. I'm not in a relationship with any woman. I frowned, totally confused. Then why? Because I was waiting for you. The words were said so simply, but they made no sense. I set my hand on my chest. Me, what? Me? Are you crazy? He nodded, then slowly stood. Taller and taller he became, making our size difference more than apparent. I had to tip my chin way back to keep my gaze on his dark one. I swallowed hard when he stepped closer, then closer still. You. The one word was like a stone that sent a ripple through my core. Definitely not crazy. You can't make me stay. He wanted to, what, keep me? The idea of belonging to someone as perfect as Trig was appealing, but Mr. Trout was dangerous. Trig might not know it, but I was a threat to him. The snow outside says otherwise, he countered. When it stops, I clarified. I've got to go. I don't belong here. I couldn't stay here with him and risk it. If you give it some time, you'll find you do belong here. He said, his voice calm, although everything about him screamed intense and virile. And you do belong to me. I shook my head, unnerved. Did I believe him? Was he honest in his interest in me, or was he like some of the men Mom brought home? They'd see me and find more interest in me than in her. I hadn't done anything, wore anything special, or said anything those times to lead them on. I'd become Mr. Trout's fiancé because father had been in debt and used me to get them paid off. He'd never even met me. Now Trig said I belonged to him. Did I dare believe him? Did I dare give over to these newfound feelings? The butterflies, the ache between my legs, the pull and desire for Trig to touch me, to press me into his bed, to make me his. What happened to dating? I asked. First kiss, bowling, dinner and a movie. Why do men want me without knowing anything about me? I'm trying. And what other men? He said, his eyes narrowing. There are no other men. I don't know anything about you either. I countered, wanting to like him, but scared to do so. He set his hand on his flannel-covered chest. Trig Wilder, 34, oldest sibling, champion bull rider. My mouth dropped open. You fling yourself off a wild beast? I asked, although secretly I thought it was really hot. A grin spread across his face. The goal is to stay on, he corrected. I never said I was smart like you. You still do it? Retired now. Look, sugar, I think we can agree at least that you're not going anywhere until the snow lifts. He was right. We could argue, but it wasn't going to change the weather. Yes, I conceded. You're mine until then. We'll take this time to get to know each other. Can't take you bowling, but we can do movies on the couch. And definitely kiss. His hand came up and stroked my hair back. A phone rang, startling me. Trig swore under his breath and stepped away to grab it off the counter. Yeah? He asked, not sounding all too thrilled to be interrupted. Yes, she's fine. You did what? He sighed and eyed me, grinned. Fine. Good. Yes. His gaze shifted to the window and the snowy scene outside. Later. Hold them off until then. Thanks. He hung up, set the phone down. That was my friend Beau. He was with me last night when we found you. Wanted to see how you're doing. He came over, took my hand, and tugged me toward the table. This time, instead of sitting beside him, he sat down and tugged me onto his lap. Trig, I said, trying to pop back up. His arm around my waist held me in place. This is us getting to know each other, he murmured. I squirmed but felt his hard length against my hip and then stilled. God, he was huge. That fits in a woman. It was like an anaconda. My family's heard all about you, he said. They want to meet you. I stilled. Your family? Meet me? It was hard not to squeak as panic filled me. I've got 7 brothers and a sister. My parents live in the main house here on the family land, but we all have our own special places on the ranch or in town. I mentioned you in a group text, and that you're here, and word spread. Oh my God. 8 siblings? He laughed. It was love at first sight for my parents. You got any brothers and sisters? He asked. I shook my head. Only child. He had 10 family members who might know who I was, or worse, who my father was, who Conrad Trout was. Wait, you told them about me? Why would you do that? Trig huffed. I did. Because you're special and because you're mine, and I wanted them to know. There was that word again. Mine. I was supposed to be Mr. Trout's possession. His fuck toy, as he'd called me. Broodmare also came up. Except with Trig, I didn't want to hurl at the thought of being with him. I actually liked the way he said it so possessively. I liked sitting in his lap. I liked feeling how attracted he was to me. There was a little flame of desire that really, really wanted Trig to claim me, make me his, keep me, protect me. Are they, coming over? I asked. Was I really safe? What if the group text went further than the Wilder family? If word got back to Father, could he get here in the storm to get me? Not right away, right? But he would come, no question. Drag me back. Not right now. They know I want you to myself for a bit. Glancing out the window, I saw the falling snow. I sagged against him. I really was safe for now. As long as he and his family didn't know who I really was, I'd be okay. As long as I left as soon as the weather lifted, they'd be safe. Trig reached out, grabbed my plate, and slid it in front of us. Handed me my fork. Eat. I stared at him. This close, I saw chocolate flecks in his dark eyes, the way they dropped to my lips. I was really hungry. I couldn't leave. If Trig wanted to harm me, he'd have done it by now. Hell, he'd have left me for dead in a snowbank. I gave one last wriggle to get off his lap, then gave up. With a huff, I took the fork and took a bite. Good girl. Good girl. I never once had anyone say that to me before. Not the few memories I had with Father when I was a kid. Definitely not my mom. I stilled and felt the warmth of the praise seep into me and make my cheeks heat. You like that, being my good girl, he murmured, noticing. Did I? Yes, I sure as hell did. I pleased him, even with something so trivial. Why should I want to do that? I tried for years and years to please Father, and it had never worked. I'd used his plane ticket and come to Devil's Ditch hoping for his praise and affection. Now I wanted to please Trig? It made me needy and feel even more alone. Then why did I feel happiness and something like safety when he said those two words? Suddenly I was embarrassed with how I was responding to Trig, liking all this talk, sitting in his lap. Swallowing, I looked down at my lap. I felt small in his hold. My sock-covered feet didn't even touch the floor. Using his fingers, he tipped up my chin. What's the matter, sugar? It's all. I shook my head, unsure of what to say. I was confused, aroused, but I shouldn't be. I felt safe, but definitely should be wary of him, of who he knew. It's a lot. You're a stranger, and I'm sitting in your lap. I shouldn't I cut off before admitting anything else, like the fact that my nipples were hard beneath his thick hoodie or that my pussy was wet. Wetter than it'd ever been, and I wasn't wearing panties. You can like anything we do together. But, sugar, you have to feel this thing between us, too. He replied, his voice as soft as his touch. Us? He nodded. Yeah, you and me. Us. Did you like sleeping in my arms, sugar? Like wearing my clothes? Sitting in my lap? Like that I'm watching out for your safety even when you aren't? Knowing you'll have a red ass as a consequence if needed? That your nipples are a sign that your body craves mine? I gasped because he knew, and whipped my head up to look at him. I can't help that. Not with me, you can't. His voice dipped to being extra growly. You wet for me? You can't help that either, if we're right for each other. Trig, I whispered in response to his rapid-fire questions. The last question had my face turning hot, the rest of me too. A good girl gets a wet pussy because of their man, sugar. I gasped at his boldness, at how right he was. Could he tell? What? A good girl also gets to come. I'm not. You're not a good girl? I certainly wasn't bad. I didn't do anything to rock the boat, ever. I didn't do anything to make anyone mad or upset with me. It was safer that way. Except run off the night before. It was the first time I'd been defiant. I moved out of Mom's place as soon as I got the keys to my freshman dorm. I'd earned the scholarship and that freedom. Last night I had no choice but to flee again. The stakes were much, much higher. I'd been the one who'd gotten on the plane instead of telling Father to fuck off, because I thought it meant something, that I wasn't alone any longer, finally. Trig thought I was smart, but I was actually really stupid. Sugar. Trig murmured, reminding me he was waiting for me to answer. I am, I admitted. Or at least I've tried to be. I bet, but I'll show you how to be my good girl. Oh God, did I want that? To only do things to please Trig? Yes, I did. I could forget about the world outside of this house. Trig was doing a good job of that. I was in his lap. His dark gaze held mine. I felt the heat in it, the intensity, the need. He wouldn't have put me in this spot if he wasn't interested. Sure, he'd have fed me out of common courtesy, but I'd be on one side of the table, him on the other. He wouldn't call me good girl. He wanted me. Me. He was big and brawny and warm, and I felt safe with him. Crazy, perhaps, but I somehow knew he wouldn't hurt me. He'd saved me. I really, really wanted him to show me how to be his good girl. I was curious, starved for the attention. Maybe I could use this time, this snowstorm, to fill the well of loneliness, so when I did leave, I'd have memories. I'd have been craved. I'd have been seen. I'd have been felt. I'd survived being abandoned and neglected by my own flesh and blood. I could survive when this thing with Trig was over. Until then, I could take what I wanted. Okay, I whispered. He took that quiet assent and shifted me so my back was to his front, and I straddled his thighs. Then he parted his knees, wider than wider still. That spread my legs with no way to close them. Wait. Oh shit. Trig? My hand went to the bottom hem of his sweatshirt. I could feel the air on my bare pussy, but I was still covered. Shh. He whispered, his mouth right at my ear. Easy. He gently gripped my wrist and tucked my hand into the front pouch of the hoodie. Put your other hand in there, too. When I did, he gave me more of that praise. I took a breath, let it out, then another. That's my good girl. Now keep them in there. His fingers went to the hem of his hoodie and slowly drew it up over my thighs, the touch of his fingertips leaving goosebumps on the way. Within seconds, I was exposed. Fuck, sugar. Perfect. Chapter 7. Trig. Holy fucking shit, she really was perfect. Prettiest pussy I'd ever seen. A neatly trimmed thatch of dark hair couldn't hide the plump, full lips of her sex. They were the prettiest dusky pink, and while they might not be dainty, they'd wrap around my dick so well. More of her to feel inside and out. Her clit wasn't hidden, but at the top of those thick folds. You a virgin, sugar? You that kind of good girl? She bit her lip. Her breaths were shallow and she was skittish. Nervous. She offered me a little nod of her head. Fuck, now I really was going to come in my pants. I'd get her cherry, be the only man to ever touch her. We're going to change that soon. I set my hand on her thigh and she startled. I slid it up slowly until I cupped her pussy, hot and wet against my palm. Trig? She whispered, trying to close her legs. I widened my feet a little further. Her head rested on my shoulder and my face leaned into her silky hair. Breathed in her scent. Just a little finger fuck for now. She shook her head. I shouldn't. My good girl, remember? You made all this honey for me, so I could slide my middle finger into you and... Trig! She cried, arching her back. Fuck, she was wet and so fucking snug. Her walls rippled and clenched, and I was only into the first knuckle. Ever come before? I asked. She nodded, licked her lips, her thighs quivered. With a man. I clarified, ready to poke the eyes out of any guy who saw her like this, felt her like this, heard her. No, she whispered. Thank fuck. Was it the caveman in me to be happy about that answer? Was I a hypocrite since I sure as hell wasn't a virgin? Buckle bunnies had been great to bust a nut in when I had been younger. I'd been horny all the time, desperate to get my dick wet in any offered hole. It'd been fun for a while, but eventually the appeal wore off. I wanted what my parents had. The connection. Love. Fire hot enough that they made 8 babies. Built to life around them on the family land. I'd known I wasn't going to find it with the women who hung around the rodeos, so I stopped. All this time I'd been waiting for this. For Ellie. I removed my finger from her hot little hole. No! She repeated, this time frantic. She was an eager little thing once she got going. I put my finger in my mouth and sucked on it, getting her flavor on my tongue. I groaned, then put it right back to the source. I wanted the first thing nice and deep in her pussy to be my dick, so I slid in just enough to feel for her G-spot. I knew the second I found it, not only because the feel of the flesh there was different, but because she startled. Her hands flew out of the center pocket of my hoodie and gripped my forearms. She shouted my name. Fuck yes. With my other hand, I worked her hard little clit. She started to circle her hips, riding just the top of my finger. That's it. I murmured in her ear, looking down her body and watching. "Fuck yourself on my finger. Show me how my good girl comes." It was the good girl that set her off in a way that had me thinking she was starved for praise, that it was the absolution she needed to do something she thought, or perhaps had been taught, was naughty, or bold, or dirty. She was dirty. Fucking filthy because of the way she rode me with just a little fingering was uninhibited and wild. She screamed yes, fucking screamed her pleasure. Her pussy dripped all over my hand as she came and came. Fuck, even onto the floor beneath her. I could only imagine if I got deeper in her if she'd be a squirter. She slumped against me, wilted and sated. Heat radiated from her. My dick arched, my balls were full. Pushing our plates out of the way, I cleared a spot for her. I brought my legs together, lifted her up, and bent her over the table. My hoodie was still gathered up, and her peach of an ass was bare to me. With her feet dangling, she was that small, her pussy peeked out as she moved her legs. I lifted one of her knees and set it onto the table beside her so she was open nice and wide. Before she could push herself up, I held her down at the small of her back while I undid my belt buckle with the other. "Trig?" she breathed. "My turn, sugar." I was stroking my dick to the side of her ass and swollen pussy within seconds. While I wanted to sink into it, especially knowing I'd be the first, knowing she'd be so tight, that I'd find her cherry and break through it, I didn't. I wasn't fucking her for the first time on my kitchen table, especially not when I wasn't going to last any longer than a horny teenager. She looked over her shoulder at me, her eyes widened when she saw what I was packing. I was 10 inches and thick. The head was broad and brutal. I'd fit, and I knew the good girl in her would try so hard to take it all. Pre-cum seeped from the slit in a constant stream. "This is for you, sugar. You do this to me. I'll give it to you soon, every fucking inch." My thumb slid down in between her pert cheeks, found her taut little asshole and brushed over it. "Trig?" Just thinking about 2 virgin holes and how I was going to take them soon had me blowing my load. Thick spurts shot out endlessly in thick ropes across her ass, over her spread pussy lips, her thighs. "Look at you," I said, trying to catch my breath. "Covered in my cum." She tried to move. I started to smear it into her skin. Marked as mine. Yeah, she was fucking mine. Chapter 8. Ellie. I couldn't believe I let that happen. What the hell was that? One second I was eating a bite of eggs, and the next he had his finger inside me and I'm coming all over it. Then, oh my God. Then he bent me over the kitchen table where he ate and pushed my leg up and then jerked off all over me. Jerked off wasn't the right phrasing. That was something boys did. What Trig did was manly, virile, because his dick was huge. Like a baby arm, baseball bat club. His hand was big, but he slid it inches. Literally inches to go from root to tip. And the cum that came out? Insane amounts spurted from it. I felt it as it landed on my skin, hot and thick. It was hard to decide what to watch. His dick, the cum, or his face. God, his face as he came. Brutal, angry almost. But also like he was somehow touching heaven. We'd done the unthinkable. Okay, several unimaginable things. He'd put his thumb on my butt, right there where no one should ever touch, and I liked it. Then he'd wiped all that cum into my skin. So much that it was like being painted with it. He put me back on my feet, the hoodie fell down over my legs again, and he went to wash his hands. I didn't know what to do. I had drying cum on my skin. My pussy pulsed and throbbed from the orgasm he gave me. My pussy was sore from just a little part of his finger entering me, and my butt, it tingled. I shifted from foot to foot, realizing I liked it. I really, really liked it. No wonder my friends at school were so into sex. I never understood how any of them could have a one-night stand with a guy they met at a party or a bar, how they'd been so overcome by lust and attraction that they let their common sense disappear. Now I knew. I'd done exactly that. One rough talk good girl and I'd bent over a kitchen table for him. Was I a slut for spreading my thighs for Trig, just like that? Some growly words in my ear, and he had his finger in my pussy, his thumb touching my butt, spurting cum all over me? I'd lost my mind. I couldn't stay here like he said. He'd used the word mine. I wasn't his. I couldn't be. It was too dangerous here in Devil's Ditch. Father was going to find me, drag me back to his ranch, and force me to marry Conrad Trout. I was payment, and there was no way Mr. Trout would just let me or the money Father would owe him back just go. And Mr. Trout had threatened to harm anyone who helped me. I'd given in to the attraction between us. I'd let Trig touch me, finger fuck me. I'd come all over his hand. God, looking down, I could see there were a few drips of my arousal on the floor. My cheeks flamed. I'd gone from one man who was going to make me his wife because of a bargain to another who'd rescued me from a blizzard and wanted to keep me as his. If that had been only the tip of his finger, what would it be like with him with that enormous dick fucking me? I had no doubt I might actually die from the pleasure, but what about Trig? If Mr. Trout followed through, he might actually die. Chapter 9. Trig. Ellie got into her head, and it was obvious she was embarrassed about what we did. I wouldn't let her because we'd done nothing wrong. It'd been the hottest fucking sexual experience of my life, and we'd still had our clothes on. The chemistry between us was insane. She might be stuck here with me, but I wasn't taking advantage. Ladies came first. I'd ensured she was well satisfied before I marked her. I didn't even fuck her. I could have. When she'd been bent over the kitchen table, I could have crammed into her virgin pussy and made her truly mine. Fuck, the idea of other men in her pussy made me want to punch a wall. It was clear she had a very passionate nature, but it was well hidden. She didn't even seem to know it existed. She wanted to be a good girl so fucking bad, but she thought she was a bad girl for getting a finger bang and a cum shower from me. Just the opposite was the case. I had so much to teach her, about herself, about what it would be like between us. There would be no secrets, nothing to hide, nothing shameful. What we did, no matter how filthy, was right. I'd make her see that, one orgasm at a time. To get her to see I was hers as much as she was mine by the time the roads cleared. After a quiet and slightly awkward breakfast, since she'd only gotten one bite of it before I bent her over the table, I pulled her to my huge couch and made her pick a movie to watch. At first, she tucked herself into the far corner of the sectional, but I wasn't having any distance between us. I sprawled out with my legs on our ottoman and Ellie tucked into my side. I grabbed a fleece throw blanket and tossed it over our legs. With the fire blazing, it was fucking cozy. Fuck, my woman in my arms, sated from an orgasm I gave her, settled on my couch watching movies on a snow day? Perfection. What do you want to do with your degree? I asked her. Some kind of accounting job. Tax office or finance department somewhere. Her head was tucked into my shoulder and her hand rested on my chest. Her fingers played absently with the button on my shirt. I tucked my dick away after I came, but it was hard again. No, not again. It never went down even after emptying my balls all over her. You don't sound like you like it all that much. She sighed. I felt her warm breath against my skin through my shirt. Not really. Then why are you studying it? Because I want a job that pays well, stability. I don't want to work at a diner my whole life. You're a cook? Waitress. I work full-time while I'm in school. That's a lot, sugar. She shrugged. That's life. I get free meals when I work and it's on the bus line. And life to her sounded really fucking difficult. If you could pick whatever you wanted to study, what would it be? Ever dream of being a barrel racer? I could see you on the back of a horse like my sister Lainey. She looked up at me and rolled her eyes. Just saying. She was quiet for a bit, watching the movie. Eventually, she said, if I could do anything I wanted, I wouldn't pick a different major. I'd quit. Even though I have a scholarship, I wouldn't go to school. Oh? She sighed. I can't ride a horse and I don't want to take up bull riding or anything. That's good, sugar, because there's no fucking way your sweet ass is getting anywhere near a bull. She laughed and it was the sweetest sound. I want a family. I stilled, held my breath. Every molecule of my body froze at her words. Oh? My mother is a drunk who lives off a continuous stream of sketchy boyfriends. Some of them were more interested in me than her, so I pretty much lived at the library. Mrs. Ramirez, one of the librarians, came to my high school graduation instead of my mom. I didn't harm women, but what I was hearing about her mother was making me reconsider. And your daddy? I asked. She sighed. My parents divorced when I was 8. My father wasn't around after that. I don't have any brothers or sisters, so not really any kind of family. I want a husband and babies. Lots of babies so I can shower them with love. Fuck me. Sure, my dick pulsed at the idea of filling her with all those babies, but her words were heartbreaking. She didn't want to be alone. She wanted to be loved. The fucking librarian went to her graduation. I didn't know who her parents were, but both of them weren't just selfish assholes, but idiots too for not seeing how amazing Ellie was. She'd get that huge-ass family from me. No question my brothers would be excited to have another sister. Lainey would be beside herself with another girl in the family, and thrilled she wouldn't be alone any longer when fighting her brothers. My parents were going to love Ellie. I was going to love her. and all the babies we were going to start making as soon as fucking possible. Now that I knew this was her dream, I'd make it come true. There's nothing wrong with wanting that, I said, finally kissing the top of her head. Nothing at all. Chapter 10. Ellie. I fell asleep. I must have, because the last thing I remember was talking about school and how much I hated it, but that it was a necessity to get a good job. Then I'd admitted to what I really wanted in life. No one had ever asked me what I dreamed of being or doing. Not once. Mrs. Ramirez had helped me figure out the best path to success, which wasn't the same as my dream. Trig hadn't laughed at the idea. Didn't tell me it was stupid or anti-feminist or whatever, wanting to be a stay-at-home mom and have a big family. He listened and held me as we watched a movie, and I felt safe, desired, wanted. Very wanted, because I woke up with Trig's head between my thighs. My hand was on top of his head and his beard was brushing my sensitive skin. I was close to coming and I just woke up. Trig! There's my good girl. He crooned, lifting his head enough to give me a sexy smile. That beard, glistening and wet from me. I tried to close my legs because no one had ever been down there before. He could see everything, feel it on his tongue. Trig, what are you? Oh my God. My fingers curled in his thick hair, holding him in place when he took my clit into his mouth and gave it a little sucks. Then I tugged because it felt amazing. I had no idea. He groaned. We shouldn't be. This isn't. Anyone could. Do I smell funny or? If you're talking like that, then I'm not doing a good enough job of licking this tight little pussy. He lifted his head, his gaze narrowed. It was as if I'd insulted him or something. Trig, I've never. You have now. And you're going to come because that's what my good girl does. She comes all over her man's face. Oh. His hands went to my thighs and he pushed them wider and back and he licked me from, oh my God, ass to clit. Then he went at it, eating my pussy as if he were starved. I could stay here all fucking day, he growled. A finger got involved and I forgot my own name. My hips rolled, but I couldn't move far. Trig controlled everything. When I came, my back arched and my toes curled. I screamed because I'd never felt an orgasm like that. Mind-blowing. He slowed his licking and sucking, switching to gentle kisses. Only when I was boneless and panting did he climb up from the floor. He wiped the back of his hand over his mouth. Fuck, you taste good. Like that, sugar? I couldn't help the silly smile that spread across my face. God, yes. It was then that we heard the engine. My eyes widened. They're here, I whispered. Father had found me. I scooted up the couch until I had my legs beneath me, then jumped over the back and ran to the window. Realizing I could be seen, I moved to the side, then peeked around the cream curtain. Godfather was going to drag me back and make me marry Mr. Trout. I glanced around for a place to hide. I wasn't relaxed from the nap or surprise orgasm any longer. And Trig. God, Mr. Trout was going to hurt him. Easy, sugar. He murmured, raising his hands in the air as if I were waving a gun, then grinned. Of course they're here. What's got you so spooked? It's just my family bringing dinner. My heart was beating so hard I wondered if Trig could hear it. I swallowed. Your family? Not Father. Not Mr. Trout. I sagged against the wall. Yep. He came around the couch and went toward the window to peek out. He wasn't afraid of being discovered because he didn't know someone was after me. The snow stopped while you were napping. The group text said they couldn't wait any longer and everyone's coming here to meet you. Group text? I had question after question. Now that the perceived danger had passed, I felt winded and weary. Yeah, it's how we all keep up. Especially in weather like this, we want to make sure we're all safe. My mouth fell open. They're here? Now? Pushing Mr. Trout out of my head, I focused on more pressing matters. I waved my finger toward his face. You're listening. I'm all over you. Go wash up. He shook his head, grinned. No fucking way. I'll be able to smell you all night. What? I shrieked. Everyone will know. They won't. Now we're both marked, sugar. He was talking about the cum he'd smeared all over my skin earlier. He hadn't let me wash it off, so it was still there. Oh my God, you're crazy. About you. The engine cut off. I began to pace, my thick socks making me slide a little on the hardwood. I put my hand to my hair. I can't let people see me like this. I don't have pants. I don't have underwear. His gaze heated and his voice went deep and smoky. I don't mind. I set my hands on my hips and glared at him. I am not meeting your parents without panties on. Chapter 11. Trig. She made a really good point. I loved having her in my clothes, and only my clothes, but I'd have to poke my brother's eyes out if they saw her like I did. I led her to the laundry room and the dryer. As soon as she had her things in hand, she dashed up the stairs and slammed the bedroom door. My bedroom door. No, our. She hadn't gone into one of the extra bedrooms. My thoughts on how she subconsciously knew that room was also hers had me smiling, but my family started pouring in as I washed my hands. First it was Cam and Lainey. He must have ridden his snowmobile over from his place to collect her at hers. "Where is she?" Lainey asked as she stripped off her outer layers and let them fall haphazardly to the floor of the mudroom. Cam grinned as he shed his own outerwear. I pointed toward the ceiling. "Upstairs. She'll be down soon." Lainey was 5'2", but no one who wanted to keep breathing called her dainty or petite. She was a spitfire who rode a horse better than any one of us. She worked here on the family ranch when she wasn't competing as a damned good barrel racer. Because of her somewhat reckless spirit, which was pretty close to mine, it was a good thing she had so many brothers to watch out for her. She'd have been married to the dumbass quarterback from high school or joined a cult if we didn't threaten the men that circled her like vultures. We had yet to find the man who was good enough for her, or strong enough to handle her. Her blonde hair stuck up every which way when she removed her hat. Her cheeks were flushed from the ride. "I can't believe you found her in a snowstorm," she said. Her voice was loud like usual. Reaching out, I put my hand over her mouth and murmured quietly in her ear. "She's lucky to be alive, so keep it the fuck down," I warned. Cam laughed. "Told you," he said to Lainey. When Lainey licked my palm, I pulled my hand away, then wiped it on my jeans. "Yeah, I've never seen him like this before," Cam added. I looked down at myself. Realizing my shirt was barely buttoned, I got to work on it. At least my dick was no longer hard. My family was a great way to shut it down. "You're barely dressed. God, don't tell me she's naked up there. You just met," Lainey said. "I am not talking about my sex life with you ever," I added, narrowing my eyes. She picked up a cloth grocery bag she set on the floor when she came in. "Fine, then I'm not sharing any of my cookies." "Do you really want to know about what his dick does?" Cam asked, her eyes wide. Lainey made a fake vomit face. "Ugh, fuck no." "Then I get cookies," I told her, then leaned close. "I'm giving you a sister-in-law, remember?" Her eyes widened, then she grinned. "Deal." The sound of more snowmobiles signaled the arrival of others. Mom and Pops came next. While we took their coats and hung them up for them, they sat on the bench and removed their boots. They didn't mention Ellie, but I could sense their excitement. Buck, Bray, and Hayes came in next, arguing about whose snowmobile engine was bigger. Colt and Shep came last, the others carrying what was turning into a big potluck into the kitchen. Colt took my arm before I joined them. He wasn't on duty today, but as sheriff he could be called out at any time, especially in weather like this, although most people in Devil's Ditch knew better than to go out and do something stupid, except Ellie. Another reminder that she wasn't from around here. Even though he was here for dinner, he wore a uniform coat and his gun belt. Shep and I will swing by the stalled car after dinner. Shep was a mechanic and ran the only auto shop in town. Get the plate details. Ma said I had to ask her permission before I pried. He was taller than me, but leaner. I had the heft needed to ride the back of a bull. He had the physique for speed. We were the two that looked most alike, even though he was 5 years younger with Cam and Bray between us. Where I was laid back, I had to be if I wanted to climb on the back of a bull, he was the serious one. He was wary of everyone, cautious. He'd always looked before he leapt. "Must be tough holding off," I said with a grin. He set his hand on my shoulder. "She's your woman." I nodded, set my arms across my chest. "That's fucking great, brother. I'm all for getting to know her naturally, but she showed up here in a snowstorm. She deserves a background check." I arched a brow. "You think she's out for my money?" My house was nice, but it wasn't a mansion. I liked nice things, but I drove an old pickup truck. My bank account was hefty, but I didn't flaunt it. From what Ellie'd said, she was struggling to make ends meet, working real hard to get ahead. He shrugged. "You didn't see her, brother," I replied grimly. "A few more minutes and she'd have died. Why risk that? You told me about some pretty crazy buckle bunnies. That was back in the day, over 10 years ago. She's not like them." I glanced up at the ceiling as if I could see through to the master bedroom. I could understand her apprehension of meeting my entire family in one go, but we were harmless. What I knew of her upbringing, which wasn't much, she was probably more afraid of something she didn't understand. Lots of people, lots of noise. Joking, poking fun, laughing. Lots of love. Then why the hell are we talking in here? I want to meet her. We joined the others in the kitchen who were all unloading the meal from containers. Shep was getting plates from the cabinet. Everyone was at home here. I knew the second Ellie came down the stairs. Even though her feet had thick socks and she was silent, I sensed her. When I turned and stared, so did everyone else. Silence reigned. Then everyone started to talk at once and descended on her like fucking vultures. Chapter 12. Ellie. Give the poor girl some room to breathe. A woman's voice, while not loud, was certainly one that everyone obeyed. A blonde-haired brother, there were a lot of them, had me in his arms in a bear hug. Trig's sister, I assumed it was her based on her age and the fact that she looked like a couple of the men. She was practically patting my dark hair. The rest stood around in a tight circle as if I were an alien that had just arrived on my UFO. I'd put on my leggings and top and underwear and kept Trig's thick socks on my feet. I'd wanted to stay upstairs until everyone left, but that would have been rude. I wasn't that. They had to be nice, right? So I'd sucked it up and went downstairs. Then I was ambushed. Get your own. Trig growled, pushing his brothers out of the way. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me in close. His little boy-like possessiveness had me smiling. I'm Ann Wilder, the woman said. She had a kind smile. This is my husband, Charlie. You can call us Mom Pops. These hoodlums, all 9 of them, are our children. You'd think they'd never seen a woman before. Hi, I murmured, nodding toward the couple. They weren't old, perhaps late 50s. Where Charlie's hair was salt and pepper, Ann's was a deep brown, the same color as Trig's. There was no way I could call them Mom and Pops. They weren't my parents. Trig made the introductions. That's Laney. He started on his right and went around in the circle. Bray, Colt, Cam, Buck, Hayes, Shep. Zeb's the only one not here. He goes to college in Missoula. Wow, there were like a lot of them, and they were all ridiculously handsome, although nothing like Trig. Besides Laney, who favored her mother in size, the men were a huge bunch. Like, they could have had their own football defensive line if they wanted. Their coloring varied from dark like Trig's to fair. All but one of them had beards, and I wondered if it was a winter thing. Anne reached out and took my hand, pulled me from Trig's hold. We brought a ton of food. You can help me get it all out on the counters while you tell me all about yourself. I could only give Trig a quick glance as I was led across the main room and to the kitchen. He offered me a wink of reassurance as I went. I stood beside Anne at the counter, unsure of what to do. Everyone had removed their boots, so her feet were covered in blue and white polka dot fleece socks. She had on black pants that looked warm and cozy. A pretty red sweater fell to below her hips. While her hair was a little wild from what I assumed was a hat, she looked pulled together and was really pretty. While her children were all grown, I might have assumed she'd be haggard from all the hard work of raising such a brood. I would keep that very wrong assumption to myself. Covered dishes, plastic storage containers, a jug of something dark, perhaps iced tea, were spread across the granite. We have beef stew leftovers, she said, reaching for one container. Cam said he brought potato salad. Hayes always makes some kind of jello. The other containers, I'm not sure what's in them. I don't know where to start. I admitted, my eyes flitting over all the offerings. Like all the people, the sheer quantity of food was overwhelming. I could cook, a little. It didn't seem like that was expected, but I didn't want to mess up. She eyed me with blue eyes that held softness, kindness. I had to assume it was because she had raised 9 humans that she could look at someone and learn a lot. You can tackle napkins. I bit my lip, trying to stifle my smile, because Trig had a napkin holder in the center of the island beside a set of ceramic cowboy boots shaped salt and pepper shakers. I think I can handle that. Good. Now I can see why Trig's fallen for you, but tell me about yourself. I swallowed. Fallen for me? Trig and I just met, so I don't think he's fallen for me. She looked my way and just smiled. I met Charlie at a mutual friend's wedding, and we were married ourselves a month later. She leaned in close and whispered, Don't tell the kids, but I got pregnant with Trig that night. My eyes widened. That night? She nodded, not the least bit ashamed or embarrassed. Charlie saw me, and that was it. I became his, then and there. His. Just like that. He saw her. He wanted her. He got her pregnant all in the same night. Just like what Trig had been saying, that he felt something different between the two of us, something special. Something that made him all growly and bossy and call me his. Well, I'm not pregnant, I blurted out. When I realized what I said, I slapped my hand over my mouth. I could feel my cheeks were on fire. Anne laughed as she took a lid off a container and peered inside, but I didn't feel like it was at me. You can give it a few days. I dropped my hand and my mouth fell open. A few days? Is it a family thing, then? This pace? Trig's the first to fall, and it's not a surprise he did it just like his father. I'm so pleased, honey. I needed to set her straight, because I couldn't let anything happen to Trig. I can't stay, Anne. Ma, she corrected. I cleared my throat. I didn't want to call her Ma. It was too dangerous. She seemed like the perfect mother, stern but loving, calm and sweet, sober, not interested in sleeping with random men to live in their house. I wondered if she even drank. If I let her in, I was going to be in really big trouble, because I always wanted a real mother. I didn't want her or her huge family to get hurt because of me. She waved her hand. Trig won't bull ride anymore now that you're here. He hurt his knee last season, and no doubt you helped him decide he was done. I gasped. I don't want to be the reason he quits. Quits? Honey, he's retiring, and to a better life. With you. That's a lot. You have to come over and see all of his trophies and belts. He won't have them here, but I like to show them off. That's what we've got from his time competing. Memories. She preened, so proud of Trig. I don't belong here. She patted my arm, gave it a gentle squeeze. Honey, you belong where you're loved. That hurt. A lot. I wanted it to be true, but it meant I didn't belong anywhere. Because my mother cared for her liquor and random men more than me. Father had never cared for me. Mr. Trout only wanted a youthful, submissive bride. I shook my head, knowing a huge, loud family like the Wilders didn't need a family reject. Stop hogging her, Lainey said as she stomped into the kitchen, preventing Anne from saying anything else. I've been waiting all my life for the moment when I get a sister. Anne let me go and stepped back so that Lainey could wrap her arms around me and give me a big squeeze. It was awkward since she came at it from the side, but very thorough. We're going to have so much fun, Lainey added. If Trig ever shares you. I'm sharing her now, Trig grumbled at her. She hasn't even been here a day. If I wasn't so generous, I'd keep her to myself for at least a week. Oh, my. Can we eat now? I'm hungry. Bray, or I thought it was Bray, called, coming in behind his sister. You're always hungry, Charlie said, whacking him gently on the side of the head. Bray fake winced and rubbed the spot. So, sis, question for you. Hayes, maybe? Stated. He reached into one of the open containers and pulled out a cube of cheese and tossed it in his mouth. It took me a second to realize he meant me, not Lainey. He called me sis. Mashed potatoes, smooth or lumpy? He wondered. Everyone had come into Trig's big kitchen and stood around the island. Colt, or Cam, had the fridge open, but was waiting for my answer. I looked to Trig, who gave me a small smile. It was clear he loved his family and his family loved him. This is important, Hayes added. She can't be in the family if she answers wrong. Everyone started shouting at once. You'll be out of this family if you keep that up, Charlie warned. We'll trade her for you. Hayes winked at me, which made Trig whack him on the head. Get your own girl to wink at. I was afraid to say. This group was big and definitely crazy, but they were fun and poked fun. They were including me, making me one of them, and it surprised me. I was unsure of what to say or do to not mess it up. So I said, finally, I'm not much of a cook, so I loved mashed potatoes anyway someone else makes them. Everyone was quiet for a second, then pandemonium erupted. Trig came over, wrapped an arm around me, and pulled me back into his chest. He murmured in my ear, Good girl. I looked up at Trig and he smiled, then kissed me. We'd done some pretty naughty things, like jumping right to third base, and then whatever Trig did to me over the kitchen table, where Charlie was placing a stack of plates right now. Then there'd been waking up on the couch with Trig's head between my thighs. He'd kissed my pussy. But never, not yet, had we kissed. But he put his lips to mine for the first time right in the middle of the chaos of his huge family. And I liked it. I liked all of it a lot. I felt wanted. Not only by Trig, but his entire family. They'd known me for 10 minutes, and I was one of them. Chapter 13. Ellie. The kiss in the kitchen didn't last long. Not long at all, considering it was our first kiss. Right after, Trig had disappeared into the mudroom, and I wondered if it was to get his dick I'd felt against my belly under control. The last thing he probably and me wanted everyone in his family to see was his heart-on. Trig couldn't stop looking at me, touching me, keeping me close to his side so his brothers didn't get their hands on me. They were all over the top excited to see me. It was crazy. They left before dark, riding off on their snowmobiles to different directions around the ranch. Not 30 seconds after the back door was closed and locked behind them all, Trig tossed me over his shoulder and was on his way upstairs. "Trig!" I cried, pounding on his back. "What are you doing?" "Carrying you to our bedroom, reminding me you're mine, not my brother's." He dropped me onto the bed, then followed me down, kissed me, then kept right on going. "I don't want to kiss any of your brothers," I said when his mouth moved along my jaw and to my neck. I tipped my head to give him better access. He grunted. "You better not." I couldn't help but laugh, but it turned into a moan when he pushed my shirt up and over my breasts. "Fuck," he muttered, eyeing me. Skilled fingers went to the front closure of my bra and flicked it open. My breasts were a little too big for my size, and they spilled free. "Fuck." Then he lowered his head and took one nipple into his mouth. Sucked hard. His beard was scratchy on my delicate skin. My back arched. My fingers went to his head, tangled in his hair. "Trig," I cried. Holy shit, I had no idea my nipples were so sensitive. His mouth worked one nipple while his rough palm cupped the other. I was moaning and squirming, calling out Trig's name, panting. It wasn't enough. It was as if my body had been asleep all my life and Trig had woken it up. There was no going back. I needed and craved the pleasure it seemed only he could give me. My hands went to his belt buckle and I tried to undo it. He was too big, too confusing for me to tackle while he was latched onto my breast. He pulled back with a pop. His lips were rosy and slick, his eyes passion-filled and narrowed. "You wanted my pants, sugar?" "Did I?" I bit my lip and nodded. I'd seen him earlier when he had me bent over the kitchen table, but I hadn't touched him, hadn't felt him inside me. I wasn't sure if I was ready for all of that, girth and length filling me, but I just knew I needed in his pants. He sat back on his heels and his big hands worked the buckle. "That from being in the rodeo?" I asked. Into the pressed brass was a bucking bronco with a cowboy atop, arm flung overhead. Curved over it said champion and below bull riding. It had to be the size of my hand. It flapped loose and Trig moved next to the button on his jeans and the zipper. He pushed the loosened denim down over his hips. Oh my. His black boxer briefs couldn't contain all of him. At least 2 inches of a shaft plus the wide crown stuck out the top. He looked my way, then grinned before stepping off the bed and shucking his clothes. Oh my was right. Naked, Trig was the perfect male. He was tall and broad, thickly muscled. Dark hair was across his chest between flat nipples. It tapered down to his navel, then in a thin line to the thatch of hair at the base of his mega dick. That was what he had to call it. How did he walk around with that thing in his pants? And the big balls that hung full and heavy beneath it? My pussy got wet thinking about it. He mentioned putting his babies in me earlier. All that cum that he'd spurted into my skin, I imagined that coming out with him buried deep inside of me. No question it would get me pregnant. Oh my God, I wanted that. Why did I want this man like this? Why was he making me have crazy thoughts, like falling for him the first time I saw him, like somehow staying and being his, like wanting him to fuck me and fill me with his cum and get me pregnant? "You're mine while you're here, remember?" He asked, his hand going to the base of his dick, then stroking up. "Trig," I whispered, afraid to answer. "Be my good girl and say the words." I lifted my eyes from how he was stroking himself to his dark eyes. He must have known I wasn't sure what those words were. "Say I want you, Trig," he said. "I need you." I repeated it back. "Make me yours." He spoke next. "Fill me with your big dick. Fuck me hard and take my cherry." Oh God. Make me yours. I swallowed hard, then said the rest. He put a knee on the bed and tugged at my leggings. "Good girl. Let's get that tight little pussy ready for me." Chapter 14. Ellie. He did. Oh God, did he ever. He stripped me bare, got his mouth on my pussy again. This time he added one finger inside me, deeper than ever, then another. "Trig," I cried, thrashing on his bed as he worked me to one orgasm. Then he added a second finger and brought me to another one. I was so wet I could hear it. By the time he added a third finger, I was sweaty and so ready for more that I grabbed his hair and tugged hard. He came up over me smiling. His mouth was slick, so was his beard. I felt the hard length of him against my thigh. "What's the matter, sugar? Need my dick?" I nodded. "Yes, please." With one hand he pushed my thigh up and back. With the other he reached between us and lined himself up with my entrance. "This is it, sugar. This makes you mine." Then he slid in, slowly, oh so slowly. His eyes held mine the entire time. I shifted and clenched, tried to adjust to being filled and stretched so obscenely. He kept right on filling me. More and more and... Trig.
Halfway in, sugar.
Halfway. I nodded, then he thrust deep in one final push. Oh my God. I moaned. My hands clawed at his biceps. My hips tried to shift, but they were pinned down.
Such a good girl, he growled. Look how well you take me.
So full, I moaned. It didn't hurt, but I was uncomfortable. I couldn't believe all of him fit. He pulled back and slid in, my arousal easing the way. My eyes widened and he grinned.
Like that?
Yes. He did it again, and again until I was lost. My eyes fell closed. Trig fucked me so thoroughly that we slid up the bed. I had to put a hand on the headboard to stay in place. He reached between us and touched my clit. That was all it took, the brush of his fingers, and I came. I screamed, thrashed, clenched and rippled around him. One thrust and another, and he followed me over with a deep bellow. Hot spurts of cum filled me, overflowed. I grinned and opened my eyes. That's what I've been missing? He stroked my sweaty hair back, not seemingly interested in pulling out. I thought guys were supposed to soften, but Trig was still hard and thick inside me.
My good girl likes getting fucked.
He rocked his hips and it felt so good. I nodded. Again.
Chapter 15. Trig. This better be fucking good. I snapped when I answered Colt's call. I'd grabbed myself from the bedside table after the first ring and climbed from the bed. I peeked over my shoulder as I shut the door behind me so Ellie didn't wake. She was on her stomach, her face turned toward me. Her dark hair was wild over her pillow. The thick blanket didn't cover her bare shoulders. She was naked beneath. Bare, and the only thing she had on her was my cum. Still coating her skin from the day before, and now either deep inside of her or sticky on her thighs. I'd made her mine. Took that sweet cherry. Molded her perfect pussy to my dick. I'd have done it all night long, but she was sure to be sore after the 2 times. I'd tend to her this morning when she woke up. First with my mouth licking and kissing that tender, swollen flesh, then with a bath. I'd fuck her lush tits and teach her how to get some of my dick into her throat, all before lunch if I had my way. And if she wasn't pregnant already, I'd make sure of it before the roads were cleared, tie her to me, give her the family she wanted, and lock her to me forever. But Colt was fucking with my plans. It's 9:30, Colt replied. So? So I'm surprised Lainey hasn't called you already. Why would she call me? Call her and find out, he countered. Want to know why I'm calling? Yes, I said through gritted teeth. I got the license plate number off Ellie's car. It also wasn't locked. No purse, no cell, gas tank was empty. Pull the registration from the glove box. Car's registered to Nora Flores, tag agrees. Nora Flores? Never heard of her, I said, scratching the back of my neck. I was naked in my hall, my dick hard. The car was reported stolen yesterday morning. Ellie stole a car? What? Nora Flores works as a housekeeper at the Rockingham Ranch. I frowned. The man place, fuck, that guy's an asshole, I said, rubbing a hand over my face. Yeah, man himself called it in even though it's not his car. Said it was taken from his property. Why would Ellie steal a car from Lance Mann? Is Ellie's real name Nora? No, DMV has Nora's height at 5'10" and weighs 190. She's also 59. That's not Ellie, I muttered. What the hell was going on? Yeah, well, neither is your girl. There's no DMV record of an Ellie Raintree. She's from Seattle, I reminded. Probably has a Washington state license. Yeah, then where is it? Like I said, no purse in the car, no cell either. I don't know of a single woman who doesn't leave the house without either. She definitely didn't have them on her when we'd found her in the snow. Ellie's probably short for something. Ellen or Elaine or Elizabeth. Maybe. She's not in my bed, she's in yours. Ask her. Colt, I warned. Don't make me say I told you so.
Chapter 16. Ellie. The sound of a snowmobile woke me up. Once again I was alone in Trig's bed. This time naked. This time sore. God, what we'd done the night before. I was definitely no longer a virgin. I shifted my thighs and they were sticky and my pussy was damp from... God, Trig's cum. Even through the closed door and floor of Trig's sturdy house, I could hear Lainey. For a small person, she was really loud. Trig was talking with her, but his voice was more muted, until I heard heavy and fast footsteps coming up the stairs. Then Lainey was quiet and Trig was shouting. Lainey, wait, stop.
Lainey flung open the bedroom door, and all I had time to do was blink and pull the comforter up by my shoulders. She saw me and grinned. If it wasn't my brother's dick we'd be talking about, I'd want to know every dirty detail of why you look so well fucked. Trig came in right behind her. He groaned. Lainey. I'm here to collect my new sister. We're having a girls' day. You are not, he snapped. Am too. Trig was at least a foot taller, growly. Lainey had her hands on her hips, chin tipped back, and glared at her older brother. I bit my lip trying to figure out who was going to win. Me. You've had her enough, Lainey argued. Probably figuratively and literally. Give her a break, seriously, dude. She probably needs some girl talk after dealing with you. Trig sighed, tipped his head my way. Girl talk? Girls' day? I'd gloss over the fact that she thought I was her new sister, but relished the rest. She came over to see me, to take me back to her place and have fun. I'm in. Lainey fist-pumped the air. Yes! At least get out so she can get dressed, Trig commanded. She held up her hands. Fine, fine. She turned to me and grinned. I'll be downstairs. You have 5 minutes. Don't make me come back up here and force me to see my brother fucking. Out, Trig shouted. I laughed. Chapter 17. Trig. Lainey had been smart enough to bring one of her snowsuits for Ellie to wear. I probably wouldn't have let my woman ride off without one, and Lainey knew it. I gave Ellie my helmet and goggles, and the two rode off on Lainey's snowmobile, only after an argument I lost about escorting them. The sun was out, the storm had definitely passed. Lainey's place wasn't half a mile over the hill, and if there was an issue, Lainey had her phone. If they started to walk back, I'd see them as soon as they started over the rise. So they went. I grumbled and moped around. The house was quiet without Ellie's presence. How had it been not even a full 2 days ago that I didn't even know she existed? Now I'd claimed her. She could be pregnant. She was fucking mine. I was emptying the dishwasher and contemplating whether I should ride over and take Ellie back from Lainey when a horn honked. I went and looked out the front window, squinting at the brightness. A county snowplow was clearing my driveway. Behind it was Colt's sheriff SUV. Shit. Had something happened to Ellie? Someone in the family? I went to the door and ripped it open, stood on the porch in my sock-covered feet. The snowplow stopped beside my detached garage, pushing the snow to a tall mound off to the side. Then it backed up. Abe, a friend of Pop's and who drove the town snowplow for as long as I could remember, was behind the wheel, gave me a little wave, then left, clearing an even wider path down my driveway on his way out. Colt parked in front of my house. He wasn't alone. When he stepped out, he took off his sunglasses and gave me a look, one that said he wasn't happy, that said I needed to be careful. A whole shit ton of other things, but without context, I had to wait and find out what they were. Everyone's okay, he said, easing my mind first thing. I sighed, gave him a nod. This wasn't about the family. The other person climbed out of the passenger seat, 60, wore a shearling coat, brown corduroys, and heavy boots. He was lighting a cigarette. Not sure if you've ever met Lance Mann, Colt said, tipping his head toward the older man with the smoke, then putting his cowboy hat on. This was Lance Mann. I knew of him. Everyone knew everything about everyone else in a small town like Devil's Ditch, including all the bad things, like Mann himself. Mann had worked for the city before he was fired for mismanaging funds, which made no sense since his property was huge, meaning he was land rich. Man, I said, nodding. Then the back door opened and another shady fucker climbed out. Yeah, real shady. He looked constipated as hell. His outfit screamed expensive outdoor store, but I doubted he ever went outside other than to and from a chauffeured car. That's Conrad Trout, Colt muttered. Colt gave me a look that said he knew these two were assholes and annoying the shit out of him. It was a look he gave me and the rest of his brothers often, except now he was here on official business, and he had to follow the fucking rules. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't punch either one of the men in the nose. There's a stolen car in front of your house, Mann said, then took a puff of his smoke. Heard about that, I replied. Since he reported it stolen, I called him earlier to let him know it had been found. Colt said. They'd both been eager enough to force Abe off his planned plowing route to get us over here, meaning they had to have some serious ants in their pants when it came to that car. She had to have come here in the storm, Mann said. I frowned. Who? My daughter, Ellis. He coughed in the deep way only a hardcore smoker could from the bottom of his lungs, as if he was trying to clear out all the tar. His daughter? His daughter. Ellis? Ellie said her last name was Raintree. He was her father. Holy hell. No one came to my door during the storm. I said honestly. Didn't mean I didn't carry an unconscious woman through it. We need to check the place, Trout said. She's not well. Her being unwell has nothing to do with my property, I told him. Isn't that right, Sheriff? There is no probable cause that she's here, Colt said. His driveway is right by the car. Man was going to have a heart attack if he didn't calm down, waving his arm and flinging ash onto the white snow. So is she unwell or is she a thief? I asked. Man's lips thinned. Trig's my brother, Colt said, setting his palm on the butt of his service pistol. If he said no one came to his door during the storm, then I believe him. If she's not here, then you have nothing to hide, Man said. He didn't seem the panicked father. He didn't even seem like he liked her. He called the police because she'd stolen a car from his ranch, not because she was missing. He wanted Ellie found, and that was for fucking sure, but I wasn't sure why. The question was, why was my woman desperate enough to steal a car from his ranch in the first place? What was she running from? Him? Both these fuckers? I don't have anything to hide, but I'm aware of my rights. How would you like it if I came onto your land and behaved as you are? Ellie wasn't here, thank fuck. They could search all they wanted. There was no sign of her, no purse, no cell, no clothes, and she was wearing all of them, except her panties, which I had tucked in my jeans pocket. No condoms to show what we'd been up to. I'm not leaving until this place is checked, Trout stated. Why the hell did this guy also have a stick up his ass about finding Ellie? Colt's side gave me a look. Tell me, Trout, why are you so keen on finding Man's daughter? I asked. Because she's my fiancée and she belongs to me.
Chapter 18. Ellie. Let's find you something else to wear until you can get your things dug out of your car, Lainey said, standing in the middle of her walk-in closet. She opened a drawer, rummaged through. Here, these are the best. She tossed a pair of leggings at me. If they're your favorite, I can't take them from you. I was in the same clothes I'd worn when I left Father's house, minus panties since they hadn't been with my clothes when I got dressed. When I asked Trig after them, he only smiled, which meant he hid them. Then he told me that he liked easy access to his pussy. I wasn't going to tell her I didn't bring anything with me. I bought 3 pairs, plus this top and sweater. She pushed the items at me and walked out of the closet. I turned and stared after her, then realized she expected me to change right then and there. Through the open doorway, I saw her lower legs hanging off the edge of her bed. She was waiting. You okay staying with Trig? Just say the word and I can rescue you. I pushed off my old leggings and swapped them for Lainey's cozy ones. God, they were really great. Thick and soft and perfect for lounging. I think you already did, I called. She laughed. I give him an hour. I put my head through the neck hole of the shirt. An hour for what? To ride over here and take you back. He's a Wilder boy. My eyes widened, even though she couldn't see me. You're kidding. Nope. One thing you have to learn about my brothers, and I am definitely an expert. They are bossy and obstinate. I pulled on the thick Chanel cardigan and walked out of the closet. She eyed me and smiled. You look great. I wish I had hair like yours, so dark. I frowned. What are you talking about? You have a cute style, and I'd give my right arm for your color. Her hair went past her shoulders and was a color women paid hundreds of dollars at a salon to achieve. I was sure hers was natural. Fine. I like my hair, but I'm jealous of your boobs, and you can't make me think otherwise. She put her hands over hers and cupped them. They were definitely smaller, and I bet she could wear cute bralettes, which I hadn't fit into since I was 14. I glanced down at myself. I never thought they were spectacular. Just a lot. I always have to wear a bra, I told her. Always. She shrugged. Worth it. I couldn't help but laugh. Whatever. Come on. I got a fancy coffee maker for my birthday, and it makes amazing mochas. Want one? God, yes. I followed her down the hall to her kitchen. Where Trig's place was 2 stories, Lainey's house was a rancher. From what I could tell, it had 2 bedrooms with an open floor plan kitchen, dining and family room. It was pretty much a log cabin that was situated in front of a pond. Not that I knew it was there because of all the snow, but Lainey pointed in that direction when we'd walked from her huge garage. On the walls were tons of photos. I recognized her family and a bunch of images of a younger Lainey on the back of a horse, the animal moving so fast his legs were practically a blur. A number was pinned to her shirt, so she must compete. Barrel racing? I guess you take online classes to finish up your degree then? She asked, pulling me away from the photos.
I followed her into the kitchen and leaned a hip against the counter as she measured out the coffee grounds. Why do you say that? If you're staying here in Devil's Ditch, then you'd have to. Lainey, I'm not staying here. I can't. She finished the scooping and turned to me, frowning. What do you mean? I mean, I'm going back to Seattle. Her forehead crinkled. Why would you want to do that? Because that's where I belong. Because that's where I could hide from my father and Mr. Trout, where the entire Wilder family wasn't, which meant they'd be safe. You belong with Trig. You're just as obstinate sounding as your brothers, I pointed out. She set her hand on her chest. Me? What would you do if a guy you've just met tells you belong to him? She sighed. I'd probably melt into a puddle right then and there, then throat punch him. I laughed because I definitely had melted into a puddle. Exactly. But Trig wouldn't have said you belonged to him if he didn't mean it. He had no basis to make that decision. Did you see him? He's gorgeous. All my brothers are the losers. He could have any woman he wanted, in Devil's Ditch, in Montana. Heck, with his work, all the Buckle Bunnies in North America. I frowned. The coffee pot began to percolate and the scent of brewing beans filled the air. Gee, that's helpful. He has never once had a woman in his house. Maybe he doesn't tell me everything, but we're a tight family and word would have gotten to me. Okay, I almost died in a blizzard. I wouldn't say he had much choice in bringing me into his house. If he only wanted a fling, he'd have said, I want a fling, but he didn't. I was going to counter, but she had a point. He was gorgeous. He could have any woman he wanted. Probably had plenty. He wants you, Ellie. She went about steaming the milk and the noise of it cut off any more talk. She reinforced what Trig had told me, reassured me that what I felt when I was with Trig was real, that there had been an instant connection between us, that when we had sex last night it had been more than a 1 or 2 time thing. We hadn't used condoms and I wasn't on birth control. We hadn't even talked about it at the time, only me mentioning that I wanted a big family. I hadn't exactly meant starting on later that night. It had been so amazing, but he only mentioned me being his, not keeping me forever. When she handed me a mug with a frothy foam top, I stared at it. It doesn't matter. I can't stay. For me, this is a fling. It can't be more. She set her hand on my arm and our eyes met for a moment. Why? I shook my head. We're sisters now, remember? Sisters. Trig wanted me. So did Lainey. Anne, too. Hayes had called me sis. I knew walking or running away was going to be hard, that I could deal with it, but now, with Lainey's puppy dog eyes, it's complicated. I'm not. For someone who lived in Seattle for most of my life, I'd become very used to what a snowmobile sounded like. From the sound of it, this one pulled right up front. Lainey rolled her eyes. Told you. Although it only took him 30 minutes. Then there were heavy footsteps and the front door being flung open. Trig stormed in, slammed the door shut behind him. He looked angry, wild. He wasn't wearing a coat, only boots and leather gloves. His eyes found me immediately. Jesus, Trig, what the hell is wrong with you? Lainey shouted, setting her hands on her hips. We're having a nice cup of coffee, and you come in here, and when were you going to tell me you were engaged? Chapter 19. Trig. I agreed, gritted through my teeth and with clenched fists, to let Conrad Trout walk through my house. I escorted him room to room, ensuring he didn't touch shit. Colt and Lance Mann stayed on the porch. Colt trusted me enough not to kill Trout in my own fucking house, but it was a harder task than staying on the back of a bull for 8 seconds. He was an asshole, and he was engaged to Ellie. Not Ellie, Ellis Mann. When every corner had been checked, Trout stormed out of the house and back to the patrol car. Mann followed halfway through his second smoke. Colt remained on the porch with me. Laney's? He asked, wondering where Ellie was. Yeah. Thank fuck. Let me get rid of these fuckers and I'll circle back. There's some shady shit going on with these two. He put on his sunglasses and left. I stayed on my porch while Colt yelled at Mann that he couldn't smoke in the car. Then he got in and drove his patrol SUV down the road. It took me 10 minutes to get to Laney's by snowmobile, to my woman. Ellie set her mug on the counter with unsteady hands. Her face lost all color and she began to shake. You're engaged? Laney asked, stunned. Holy shit, it's like I'm in a Spanish-speaking soap opera. Laney, shut it, I snapped. Trig, Ellie whispered, ignoring my sister even though she was right next to her. I cut across the room. I gotta say, sugar, I was real mad when your daddy and Conrad Trout showed up on my doorstep earlier with the sheriff. Seems they're real concerned for your well-being, since one of your father and the other says you're his fiancé and all. I was mad, furious with her for lying to me, even after all we'd done, especially after what we'd done. She might be carrying my baby while engaged to another man. Her head whipped up and her eyes widened. "They're here?" She ran around me, headed straight for the door. She was completely freaked, just like when my family showed up for dinner the night before. It made sense now. She hadn't panicked because of them. She panicked because she thought her father and Trout had found her. "Trig!" Lainey shouted, then smacked me on the arm. I blinked and ran after Ellie. "Where are you going?" I asked her. She turned a little but didn't look at me. "I told you I couldn't stay. They're why. They can't find me. If they do, then... Now you're mad and you have every right to be, but I need to go before they..." "Stop talking," I snapped. "Trig!" Lainey smacked me again. "I don't want you to get hurt," Ellie shouted. My eyes flared. "Me? Hurt?" Tears filled her eyes and she nodded. "You are not going anywhere, sugar, ever. I'll tie you up if I have to, and I'm real good with a lasso. You need to tell me the truth. I deserve it, don't you think? I mean, you might be carrying my baby." Lainey gasped. Ellie flinched, then started to cry. "You are an idiot," Lainey said to me, coming to stand right in front of me. She had to tip her head way back to look me in my eye, but she let me have it. "You made her cry. A Wilder does not let his woman be alone like she is. She's not alone, she's right there. You just barged in here and accused her of being engaged and made her feel like shit because she might be having your baby, which is scary because you're a moron. Have you asked her what the hell is going on, instead of stomping around and shouting like a caveman?" I pointed right at my sister's face. She was the perfect height to do so. "You're the one who's shouting." Lainey glared. I glared back, then sighed. I was going about this the wrong way. All Ellie wanted to do was be my good girl, and I was giving off every single vibe that screamed she'd never be that again. That I was disappointed in her, that she'd done wrong. I made her cry. Putting my hand over Lainey's face, I gave her a brotherly shove out of the way. "Hey! Go make yourself scarce," I said, walking over to Ellie. I didn't want to see what my sister did, but I heard her bedroom door quietly shut. I dropped onto the couch beside Ellie and pulled her into my lap, so her legs dangled off one side. With my arms wrapped around her, I held her tight, let her cry. Her arms went around my waist and she held on. I stroked her hair, her back, kissed the top of her head. Whatever the fuck was going on was bad. No way in hell my sweet Ellie was engaged to that fucker Trout. When he'd said that Ellie belonged to him, I got a chill down my spine. And it wasn't from the fucking cold weather. I'd said the same thing to her, that she was mine. She hadn't liked that and told me she didn't want to belong to anybody. She meant Trout and me, a stranger, at least at first. I had no idea how long she cried for, but it was a fucking long time. She finally ran out of tears and I tipped her face up, used my thumbs to swipe at her damp cheeks. "Think we gotta start over, sugar. I'm Trig Wilder. What's your name?" Her eyes widened, then she licked her lips that I loved to kiss, that I hoped would someday wrap around my dick. "Ellis, man." "Hi, Ellis," I said, giving her a small smile. "I like it when you call me Ellie." "Okay, Ellie. Tell me everything." She sighed, then let out a deep breath. "My father's Lance, man, as you know. He owns Rocking M Ranch." I nodded because I knew that. I knew of Man. Everyone in Devil's Ditch did. He was an asshole through and through, and he was Ellie's father? Fuck. "Everything I told you was the truth. I just left some things out. I was born here, lived on the ranch until my parents divorced. I never came back after." "Until now?" "Yes. 3 weeks ago he called and said he wanted me to visit, missed me. After 13 years, what the fuck? I traveled the circuit, but I kept up with my family every day, sometimes several times a day with the group text. I couldn't imagine not having my parents involved in my life, interested in me and what I did. Hell, they had so many trophies and awards on their walls from all my wins, their family room looked like a high school gym hallway. He doesn't seem the loving type. Why'd he really want you home?" "He's in debt." That made sense after his history of stealing money from the city. "Wagered me in a poker game," she continued. "Conrad Trout won me and paid off his debt. I was the marker, to be his wife." I maneuvered Ellie on my lap so she straddled my waist. I cupped her cheeks, held her head in place so I could look her in the eye. "That's why you asked me about playing poker." She nodded. "He was going to marry you." She nodded. Again. "Yes, the other night, Mr. Trout, I can't call him by his first name, told me what he had planned for me." She looked away. I didn't like any of it. It scared me." I could only imagine what the fucker told her. She'd been a virgin. No fucking way was that asshole touching her, let alone breathing near her. I took the housekeeper's car and escaped. You know the rest. You kept saying you couldn't stay in Devil's Ditch. She nodded. If I stayed here, they'd find me. I was right, they did. Why didn't you tell me this right away? Colt's the sheriff. There are 8 Wilder boys, and Pops can more than hold his own. We protect what's ours. She gave me a sad smile. Because Mr. Trout told me if I went to the police, they'd only return me. He was bluffing. Colt's the sheriff. No fucking way he'd do that. I didn't know. This is a small town and I couldn't trust anyone. What if you took me back? I'd never give you back to them. Never. You're mine. I kissed her, gentle and light, even though I wanted to ravage her, consume her, make her come and scream my name so she knew that I would only bring her pleasure and happiness. That was why you hated when I said that. One guy in town said you belonged to him and you ran off, right into my bed where I said the same thing. She shrugged her slim shoulder. You're not like him. Damn straight. He said he'd hurt anyone who helped me. I didn't want any of you to get hurt. You've what? I've fallen for you and your family. I couldn't help but grin and my heart pretty much fucking burst. I want you to fall for only me, sugar. My family's a bonus. She cocked her head. Okay. There's my good girl. A smile tipped her lips for the first time, then slipped. Trig, I don't know how to get out of this. Conrad Trout's not going to let me go. My father's going to make it happen because he owes the guy a lot of money otherwise. For the first time since Colt showed up at my house with those fuckers, I relaxed, smiled. There was an answer. Easy. You're going to marry me instead. Chapter 20. Ellie. What? I wasn't sure if I heard Trig properly. Marry you? He grinned. Yeah, sugar. If you're married to me, Trout can't have you. He's not going to like that. Good. He shouldn't be marrying you in the first place. He threatened me. If I'm married to you, you'll be in danger too, your whole family. Did you see my brothers yesterday? You think Trout can do anything to us? Yeah, but your parents. Colt's the sheriff. He'll find what he needs to put them both away, but that's not your problem any longer. It is. He's after me. Trig shook his head. You handed this problem to me and I'm going to take care of it. By marrying me? I told you you're mine. But we just met and you're going to get sick of me. Why would you want to? Sick of you? I nodded. My mother is always drunk and with a different sleazy guy whenever I see her, which isn't too often anymore, and he frowned. What the hell do you mean, sleazy guy? My father never wanted me. When I thought he did, it turns out he wagered me in a hand of poker. He sold me to Conrad Trout, and if he doesn't deliver... I fiddled with a button on Trig's shirt so I didn't have to look him in the eye. Father doesn't really want me. Conrad Trout doesn't want me. He wants a woman 30 years younger who will submit to all kinds of dark and perverted stuff in the bedroom. He told you that. Yeah. He tipped my chin up with his fingers. You, Ellis Man, or Ellie Rainwater, or whatever your name is, you're wanted. By me. By my entire family. I'm not going to get sick of you ever. But no buts unless it involves my handprint on yours. And don't think I won't bring back up the sleazy guys your mother dates. I want to know all about them. Later. I bit my lip. For the first time I felt wanted. This was it. What I really wanted. Where I was wanted. In Trig's arms, in his house, his bed, his family. You really want to marry me? He tipped my chin up. What have I been saying since you first woke up in my bed? That I belong to you. He nodded. Yeah, sugar. One look and I knew you were everything I've been waiting for. Maybe Anne had been right. One look and she and Charlie knew they belonged together. All these years and 9 kids later, they were still in love. Love. I hope to marry for love, I admitted. Trig sighed and flipped me over his lap. Trig, what are you? He had Laney's borrowed leggings down below the curve of my butt and a swat landed on my bright butt cheek. You listening, sugar? He asked, leaning down close to my ear. His hand rested on my stinging skin. I nodded. Squirming was no good. I think I need to make things a little clearer. You think this is all about you giving up everything, that you're my possession, that you're mine. That's what you said. He spanked me again. Yeah, but it also means I'm yours. I belong to you. I might walk away from the rodeo circuit, but I'm not giving up everything. I'm getting everything I've always wanted. Trig. Tears filled my eyes. I love you, Ellie. From the first, I was yours then and there. It just seems to be a hell of a hard time making you see that.
I love you too, I admitted.
Before I could take a breath, my pants were back in place and I was back on his lap. His hands cupped my cheeks and he was kissing me. We're getting married, he said, then kissed me some more.
Yes,
I said, smiling and kissing him back. Lainey, he shouted. No sex on my couch, she shouted back, even though she was coming into the room. Thank God my butt wasn't sticking out. We're getting married today, she whooped. Come on, get it organized. You have 2 hours. Chapter 21. Trig. It didn't take 2 hours for Ma and Lainey to pull everything together. It took 90 minutes. That was because Colt, who was also a justice of the peace, had to ditch Man and Trout at the sheriff's department before he could make it to Lainey's house. Besides making everything take longer, we didn't think it was best to have Ellie moving around, even from house to house on the ranch, until the ceremony was done. I wanted her locked down. Yes, I loved her. Yes, I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. I also wanted to ensure she could never be bothered by Trout ever again. Whatever deal he made with Man wasn't Ellie's concern. She'd be safe with my name. As soon as Colt pronounced us husband and wife, and the marriage license was signed, I had Ellie over my shoulder and out the door. Lainey, Mom and Pops, plus all my brothers minus Zeb were there to witness it. It was just right. Sure, I was in jeans and a flannel I threw on this morning. Ellie wasn't even in a dress, let alone something white. If she wanted it, we'd do something fancy. Later. Now I tucked her in front of me on my snowmobile and rode back to our place and worked on making that family she wanted so much. Chapter 22. Trig. I think you should take Ellie on some beach honeymoon, Colt told me. I answered his call since Ellie was in the shower after the latest round of sex. This time she was on top, holding onto the headboard as she rode me, and she stayed on a lot longer than 8 seconds. I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. He was a smart man not to fuck with his just-married brother, fucking the hell out of his new bride. I don't need to go to the tropics to satisfy my wife, he grunted. I meant for safety. Ellie's in danger, I asked, clenching the hell out of my cell. When Colt spoke in a serious tone and was concerned for someone in the family's safety, I perked up. He never went half-cocked, and I'd been out of touch for 2 days. I had no fucking clue what was going on with Trout. I paced my living room, then peeked out of the windows, as if some team of mercenaries was coming down the drive to get to her. I was only in my jeans, and I hadn't even buttoned them. I'd be back buried balls deep in my wife soon enough. I couldn't get enough of her. Ellie's safe here with me, I added. I meant it too. I might not have a badge and a service pistol. I had guns and I knew how to shoot them. I also knew how to fight. I wasn't afraid to go up against an opponent. Hell, I rode on the back of a fucking bull for a living. Colt knew exactly what I meant and wasn't going to lecture me on protecting myself and my family. That now included Ellie first and foremost. She's married to you. I'd say you're in great danger. Me? Why? What the hell? Several reasons. I huffed out a laugh and began to pace. I can't wait to hear. Trout doesn't like you. It's mutual. You saw the way he was when he searched your place. Don't worry, he hates me too. You missed his attitude when I was stuck with him and Man that day. He didn't sound happy, and I could only imagine how fun that outing had been for him. You heard Ellie. She said Trout paid for Ellie by settling Man's debts in a poker game. He fulfilled his half of the bargain, Man didn't. Meaning he's out a shit ton of money. Exactly. But imagine why he wanted to marry Ellie in the first place. I could think of a shit ton of reasons why Trout would want to marry her, and I'd done every one of those things with her over the past 2 days. Thank fuck it had been me awakening her to the filthy world of sex and not Trout. I growled. I mean money, Colt clarified. The Man property is huge. If he's married to the only heir, then that means he'll eventually get the Man property but only paying off his debts. The land he'd inherit through Ellie is worth a hell of a lot, I finished. I'd never been to that ranch before, but I knew it had to have been over 1,000 acres. Exactly. The only thing standing between him and ultimately getting the Man land, which is worth millions, is you. You think what? He's going to try to kill me? I asked. He couldn't see me, but my eyebrows were up beneath my hair in astonishment. The guy was a total dick, but I didn't see him a killer. Then again, Colt was the one who dealt with the shittiest folks around, not me. I dealt with pissed-off bulls trying to kill me, not people. Colt huffed out a very dry laugh. When he hears about the wedding, sure do. What are you going to do to stop him? I think he'll come after you. Kill you. Not sure, but no question he's gonna confront your ass. Good. I want to know Ellie's safe. That Trout knows that nothing is gonna take her away from me and he should move the fuck on. I say we draw him out. Force his hand. A slow smile spread across my face. Ellie had been calmer and happier and sweeter and sexier since I told her Trout wasn't a problem for her anymore. I said that and I meant it. She was Mrs. Trigg Wilder now, and her biggest concern in life was what position she wanted to be in while I fucked a baby into her. Trout wasn't going to get anywhere near her. She wasn't going to think about him or worry about him or anything to do with him ever again. Or her father. I'd use myself as fucking bait to see that asshole taken down. If he really intended to kill me, I wanted to see him rot in prison. You with me, brother? He asked. Hell yeah. What's your plan?
Chapter 23. Ellie.
Trigg joined me in the bathroom after my shower. I had a towel wrapped around me while blotting my hair with another. I looked at him through the slightly foggy mirror. He leaned against the wall and eyed me. What?
You're so fucking pretty. And all mine, Mrs. Wilder.
I smiled. I was married. To Trigg. If I thought about it too much, I panicked a little, but he hadn't given me much time to think at all.
We gotta talk, sugar.
My smile slipped. Here it was. He changed his mind. You don't want me anymore? His eyes widened, then he came to me, pulled me into his arms.
Where the hell did you come up with that idea?
I shrugged, my face pressed into his bare chest. My parents, I guess.
They weren't interested in you, that's their loss. I want you so fucking much. That marriage license says I'm keeping you. That cum deep in your pussy says I'm definitely keeping you.
His words soothed me, so I sighed, wrapped my arms around him and held on.
You believe me?
He prodded. I nodded, rubbing my nose against his warm skin. Yeah.
Good girl.
He sighed.
Colt called. He has an idea of why Trout's been after you.
Money, I know.
I nodded. Yeah. You're the only man heir, so being married to you means he'll get the ranch someday with only a little down payment.
My eyes bugged out of my head. That's ridiculous. You think my father would ever leave his ranch to me? I haven't seen him in years.
He shrugged. Maybe his will says it all goes to the animal shelter, who knows? Trout might be an asshole, but he's a shrewd one. He wanted you for a reason.
Yeah, all the perverted, creepy shit he told me he was going to do to me once we were married.
Trigg looked ready to kill. With gritted teeth, he said, He's not touching you ever.
I nodded. I know, I feel safe with you. And the things Trigg and I did, God, they were probably illegal in some states, but I loved it all. Unlike what Trout had planned. It was a lot to process. I blinked, stared at Trigg's sturdy chest.
You okay?
His concerned eyes roved over my face. I'm just surprised, and to be honest, still a little scared of Mr. Trout. He cut my cheeks, leaned in and kissed my forehead.
You don't have to be scared of him. Colt and I have a plan and we're taking that fucker down.
For what, being an asshole?
We think he might come after me.
What? I almost shouted, panic flooding my veins with adrenaline.
I took you away from him. Now we can't get the ranch.
But... His thumbs brushed back and forth.
I said I'd take care of him, right?
I nodded.
Then be my good girl and spend the day with Ma and Pops while we get this done.
I frowned, still nervous. When an alpha guy like Trigg said get this done, it could mean anything. I truly wouldn't put it past him to kill Mr. Trout. What are you going to do?
He shook his head. Nothing for you to worry about, I promise.
He wasn't going to tell me. For once, I didn't have to solve everything on my own. In fact, I didn't have to solve this one at all. It was reassuring to know that Trigg would take care of it, of Mr. Trout. That's what you want? I wondered, cocking my head to the side.
Yes, sugar. I want to know you're safe so I can focus.
Okay. I don't want him between us anymore. He hooked his finger into the knot of the towel and tugged, the discussion over.
I don't want this between us anymore.
I felt the cool air on my damp skin and my nipples hardened. He was going to take care of Mr. Trout for me. I was going to be bold and thank him. I worked at his jeans, thankfully they weren't even zippered, and pushed them down his slim hips.
What are you doing, sugar?
I looked up at him and dropped to my knees in the bath mat. His dick was right there, long and thick, bobbing. We'd had sex enough where I lost count, but I'd never seen it this close up before. And I'd never been about to put it down my throat. I licked my lips with the eagerness to taste. I'm being a good girl and taking my husband's cock in my mouth for the first time. His gaze heated. His dick lengthened and possibly further. His hand reached around and cupped the back of my neck and said, "Open up, sugar." And I did. Chapter 24. Trig. A few hours later, all I could picture was my wife on her knees and her taking my dick deep into her throat. The way her mouth had stretched so wide to get me to fit, tears sliding down her cheeks, the heat, the suction. It was her eagerness and effort that had me shooting my cum so fast. "You ready?" Colt asked, breaking me from my thoughts. "Huh?" I was sprawled on my couch. Because Abe and his city plow had cleared my driveway when Colt, Man, and Trout came by the other day, I had driven my pickup to take Ellie to my parents'. Now it was parked right out front, so it would be easier for Trout to know I was home. Colt had already been here when I got back. To ensure the patrol SUV wasn't seen, he left it at his place and snowmobiled over. It was then I realized I'd missed the sound of a vehicle pulling up, the crunch of snow under the tires, the slam of the door. Thinking about my wife sucking me off distracted me. Hell yeah. I popped to my feet, ran a hand through my hair. Just like before the chute opened, adrenaline kicked in. But this wasn't a bull ride. This was me taking care of my woman. "Stick to the plan." He nodded and gave a short whistle. Except for Shep, who was keeping an eye on Ellie and our parents, my brothers were here too. Bray and Buck were camped out at the top of the stairs. Hayes and Cam were in my garage. Colt headed into the mudroom. While they probably heard, he was letting them know it was time. I didn't know if my brothers were needed, but I'd take them as backup any day. Seconds later, Trout banged on my door. I opened it right away. "Trout, what the fuck are you doing here?" "I heard you married her," he snarled. He was in crisp jeans and a navy jacket. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back and receding at the crown. He was unusually tan for this time of year unless he'd spent some time in the tropics recently. "Ellie, man? Sure did." I crossed my arms over my chest, pretty much preened. Hell, I couldn't help but smile. Colt had put the good news out into the small-town gossip mill, the best place being the town diner, the sip and serve, and it had spread to Trout as expected and in record time. His face turned a blotchy red and a vein throbbed in his temple. "So she was here after all. Found her almost dead in a blizzard, you asshole, running from you. You think I ever let her near you? You didn't have to marry her." "That virgin pussy was ripe," I taunted, pushing an already riled Trout even further. I didn't want to tell him shit about what Ellie was like in bed, but I needed to piss this guy off even more, to make him snap. If he was going to kill me, now was the time. The faster this was over, the faster I could be back in my wife's ripe pussy. "That was mine," his voice boomed. I shrugged, trying not to rip his head off for saying her virginity was his, not Ellie herself. The fucker. "Not any longer. Take care." With my hand on the door, I swung it closed, but Trout stopped it and flung it wide open. "I paid off his debt." He stepped into the house. "Whose?" I asked, making sure Colt got the admission he needed if he was going to file charges. "Man's. I paid good money for her." He pointed his finger at me as if I'd stolen from him. "You mean Man used the money you gave him, and you didn't get your side of the bargain?" "That's right. Since I can't marry her, I want the money back." He was here about the money. "Your issue with Man has nothing to do with my wife. Maybe you should circle back to him. Maybe kill him instead of me." His eyes widened. "Kill you? Kill him? What the fuck are you talking about? Man's better deuce to me alive, but it'll be her land someday. I'm not waiting that long. I want back the $500,000 I gave Man." Ellie was worth a mere $500,000. I clenched my fist, ready to punch him in the face. She's Ellie Wilder now, and I doubt her daddy's gonna give that money back. But that's a you problem. I'm the one who lost here. He charged me, an evil glint in his eyes. His face was red and a vein throbbed at his temple. "I'd check with your lawyer, but I assume there was no contract since arranged, paid marriages aren't legal in this country. That means whatever agreement you had with Man isn't going to happen if she's married to me. Ellie's not responsible for your bad deals." With every word I said, he got angrier and angrier. His fists clenched, body taut, gaze narrowed and furious. "That money is mine. I want it back. I'm going to—" I easily sidestepped when he came after me and punched the fucker. One hit and he dropped to an unconscious heap on my floor. That felt fucking good. Colt came into the room then, my brothers right behind. We stood and stared down at him. My heart rate was up and I wanted to finish this fucker. "Can I kill him? The world will be a better place," I muttered, chest heaving. I have to admit I kinda don't blame the guy. Colt muttered, staring down at Trout. He made a deal, it didn't happen. All he wants is his cash back. This isn't a box store, I countered. Still, I doubt Man's gonna fork over the cash. I'd say it's spent or sent to whatever bank he owed money. Colt tipped his head toward Trout. I can arrest him for assault. He'll bail out by tomorrow. Might be able to stall his paperwork and make him have to stay an extra day in jail, but he won't get anything for this. I frowned. After what he said about Ellie, what he and Man planned. All they did was talk. Ellie escaped. Like you said, I doubt there was a written contract between the two for the money exchange and marriage. He wouldn't have come here if there was. He had a point. Meaning he came here solely to yell at me and perhaps I'd magically help him make Man, my new father-in-law, give the money back. Colt nodded. Right, none of that's illegal. All he gets is an assault charge? Buck asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Obviously, he'd been expecting something more exciting. Colt nodded again. This time. He admitted to you that he paid for Ellie, but I doubt he'll push it further because he won't want that getting around town. He'll be pissed about the $500,000, but he knows his hands are tied if Man doesn't cough it up. Not yet they aren't. Hand me my rope. My head went looped over a hook by the door. Not normal, but I was a fucking rodeo champ. Buck set it in my hand and I dropped to my knees and hog-tied the fucker. Just like in a calf roping competition. I looked up at Colt. No cuffs needed. Charge him. Make his life miserable for a day or two. Colt grinned. Will do. I stood, dusted off my hands. You got this? I asked him, then looked to my brothers. Hell yeah, Colt said. Buck slapped me on the back. The others nodded. Good. While Trout was an asshole, he wasn't a murderer. Ellie was safe being a wilder, and he'd leave her the fuck alone. It's time to get my wife and get back to making all those babies she wants. Chapter 25. Ellie. Trig, yes, more! I cried, lifting my hips so he'd put his mouth right where I wanted. I could barely move because Trig had tied me to the bed. I had to admit it, his rodeo skills were sure coming in handy. It'd been a week since the confrontation with Mr. Trout. From what Trig and his brothers told me, it was made very clear with words and Trig's fist that I was Trig's wife now and that Trout needed to back the fuck off. Those were the words Buck had used to describe it when Iki and Trig came to collect me from their parents' house. Colt had arrested Mr. Trout and he'd been released on bail. It wasn't set for much, at least when it came to Mr. Trout's bank account, and he'd walked free 2 days later. Somehow the paperwork got stalled, and he couldn't get before the county judge until then. There'd be a hearing, but there was no doubt by anyone that all he'd do was get a fine and perhaps anger management classes. But that sounded like trying to patch a sinking boat with chewing gum. When Trig recounted how he'd tied Trout up, he noticed how squirmy I'd gotten. I hadn't thought about Trout's wrists being bound, but mine. Since then, Trig had me snugly, yet carefully and comfortably secured to our headboard, then tortured me with pleasure. Like right now, where I'd been at his mercy for hours. My legs were tossed over his shoulders, and he was eating me out like he hadn't had a huge dinner of his mother's chicken casserole. The problem was he wasn't letting me come. Trig! I shouted, rocking my hips again. He lifted his head and looked up my body to meet my eyes. I'd be the one throwing a punch if he didn't make me come soon. His beard glistened as he licked his lips. Sugar, you're forgetting who's in charge here. Please. You want to come? Yes. You beg so nicely. Whose pussy is this? One of his fingers slowly circled my entrance, teasing me. I clenched my inner walls, eager for something, anything to fill me. Yours. Who gives you orgasms? You. Good girl. Then he shifted, gripping my hips and flipping me over. The length of the rope allowed for me to be put onto my elbows and knees. He kissed up the length of my spine. What did I say I was going to do when I got my ropes on you next? I dropped my head so my forehead touched the mattress. Keep me tied to the bed until you put a baby in me. That's right, Sugar. Setting one hand by my head, the other must have been lining his dick up at my entrance. Think this time will do it? You've been dripping with my cum for the last 3 hours. Please. I wanted his dick. I wanted to come. I wanted to make a baby with him. I wanted it all. He rolled his hips and filled me in one slow thrust. My fingers scrabbled at the mattress as I came. I screamed his name, clenched him so tight he growled. I was so full of his cum that wet sounds filled the room. Trig had staying power, especially after coming twice already, so he fucked me through 3 orgasms before he held himself deep and emptied himself inside me. It seemed we both had a thing for making babies. I was sweaty, exhausted, and so sated I felt like my bones melted. He maneuvered a pillow beneath my hips as I stayed on my stomach. Gotta keep that load in. My wrists were released and he rubbed the skin gently, then flopped down beside me, pulled me super close, and I fell into an orgasm-induced unconsciousness.
Chapter 26. Trig. I didn't know how long we slept when my cell rang, but Ellie hadn't moved at all. Her hips were still propped up with the pillow. She didn't even wake from the ringer. Grabbing the phone, I saw my brother's name. Slipping from the bed, I stepped out into the hall. I didn't give a shit if I was naked. If Ellie really was pregnant, she needed all the rest she could get. Was I crazy saying that? Hell yeah. Did it matter because I'd take care of her no matter what? My dick started to stir again. Yeah? I said once I answered, pacing down the length of the carpet. Lance Mann is dead, Colt said. I froze in place, all thoughts on another round with Ellie forgotten. What the fuck are you talking about? Fell down his stairs. Fell down the... Are you serious? Yep, he's very dead. You think he tripped? Over Conrad Trout's foot, probably. Shit. Didn't you arrest him? Again? The thought of that guy's original plans for Ellie, but now moving ahead with ridding him of people in the way of the man land, made me want to hunt him down. No. We've collected evidence, but there's nothing so far that puts him at the scene. In fact, Trout has an alibi. Well, shit. A good one? Preliminary report says the time of death was sometime yesterday morning. Trout was at the Sip and Serve drinking coffee with a bunch of his cronies then. Mabel confirmed it. She was the owner and had run the place for as long as I could remember. She was somewhere between 50 and 80, having not aged since I was a kid. If she said he was there, he was there. Then why do you think it was him? I mean this murder. I ran my hand over my hair because fuck. The guy was a dick, but a premeditated murderer? Yeah, if he didn't actually push him, it doesn't mean he didn't get someone else to do it, Colt added. Yeah. He was quiet, which meant a lot. You don't think he did it, do you? I prodded. I knew my brother well, and if he thought Trout had killed Mann, he'd have been all over him. I don't. He admitted, which was not comforting. He'd be stupid to murder Mann now after the confrontation last week. Made sense. Trout was an asshole, but he wasn't stupid. The last thing he wanted was to go to prison for the rest of his life. Your wife's now the sole owner of Rocking M Ranch. I made enough money to take care of her and our children from my decades plus of rodeo winnings. I also had this house, perfect for the brood I was gonna fuck into her. We didn't need that man land or the money associated with it. It seemed tainted anyway. Is Ellie in danger then? Definitely. Because if Trout didn't do it, he said, tapering off. There was more? I rubbed the back of my neck, glancing toward the bedroom door where my wife was safe in all mine. What? Fucking tell me. If Trout didn't kill Mann, then there's a fucking murderer on the loose in Devil's Ditch.
This has been Trig, Cowboys of Devil's Ditch, Book 1. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2025 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2025 by Bridger Media. Colt. A small-town cowboy romance. Cowboys of Devil's Ditch, Book 2. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart.
Chapter 1. Colt. When I was elected sheriff of Devil's Ditch and the surrounding county, I hadn't expected it to be like the TV town Mayberry, where the town drunk was one of my friends who slept off his benders in an unlocked jail cell, or that the only bad stuff that would happen was helping an old lady locked out of her house, or scaring some kids straight about drinking and driving. Not murder. I pulled into a cleared spot at the ER entrance for the county hospital. The snow had been plowed from the recent huge spring blizzard. Mounds of it. But it was April and the weather would hopefully start to warm. The facility was small but had competent and qualified professionals who took care of the community, alive and dead. Besides enforcing the law, I was also the county coroner. I responded when someone, like Mr. Caternary last month, died in his sleep at the age of 93. I also responded when someone fell down the stairs under suspicious circumstances, like Lance Mann. While I attended death, crime or not, it was absolutely not my job to be the medical examiner. Thank fuck. I'd seen some gruesome, unpleasant shit in my time, but I had no interest, nor was remotely qualified, to cut a corpse open and find the cause of death. We had a new medical examiner, who acquired that role when she became the chief of emergency medicine, a fancy title for Head of the ER in a small-town hospital. I entered through the sliding glass door and got hit with warm air. I spoke briefly with Sarah, the triage nurse, to ask where to find the new doc. She directed me to cut through the ER and down the hallway to the morgue where Dr. Molly Simon, who'd performed the autopsy on Lance Mann, was waiting for me. The past 2 days, I, and the local newspaper, was running with the notion that Mann's fall had been intentional, that someone had helped him tumble to the bottom of his stairs and die. In my mind, that person was Conrad Trout, the fucker who'd paid off Mann's debts in exchange for marrying his daughter. A modern-day arranged marriage. Except Ellie had fled before the nuptials and ended up being rescued from the snowstorm by my brother, Trig. While technically they wed so Trout's plan was ruined, Trig would have married her anyway. One look, he'd said, and she knew she belonged to him. That was great and all, but it was my job to keep the town safe. Especially with the town reading about a possible murderer on the loose. If Trout was murdering people when they crossed him, then I wanted him, or whoever did it, behind bars. Ellie was nervous, which meant Trig was pissed. Which meant I had to find out who the fuck killed her father, Lance Mann. Until then, Trig was keeping Ellie close. They'd also only married last week, so he was keeping her very close for completely different reasons. I wasn't sure if they'd even left the house. My radio squawked at my hip, so I adjusted the volume as I pushed open the heavy door to the morgue. This wasn't my first rodeo in this part of the hospital, but I still didn't like it. It was made of 3 rooms: the autopsy room, the refrigerator room where the bodies were stored, and a basic office area with a desk and computer. I was content remaining in this space to wait for the doctor. I had received a message through dispatch to meet her at 1. Glancing at the clock on the wall, I was 2 minutes early. The door from the autopsy suite swung open, and a woman in blue scrubs and a white doctor's coat came out. On her head was a surgical cap. She had black hair, cut to chin length so it peeked out the bottom and skimmed straight along her jawline. Her eyes. Holy fucking hell. She looked up from a file she was holding and met my gaze. Those dark eyes widened in recognition, quick and startling. She remembered me too. "It's you." I breathed. My heart thrummed. My dick instantly hardened. The one who got away. Chapter 2. 6 months ago. Molly. What was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing kissing a guy? Not a peck on the cheek, but fully pressed against a door in a janitor's closet at the event center, making out like it was an Olympic sport and we were going for gold. Yep, me. I was making out with a hot, sexy stranger in a supply closet. This wasn't me, not at all. More like my sister Missy, who did everything that was crazy. This guy and we hadn't even exchanged names. One minute we were eyeing each other across the arena, the next, we were in a closet, and he had his hand beneath my shirt and was cupping my boob. I was working the 4-day-long rodeo as one of the event's doctors. There was a paramedic crew with an ambulance on standby just off the arena floor, but because of the danger of bull riding and other events and size of the crowd, the organizers had a doctor on site as well. There were 3 of us, and I'd finished my 6-hour time slot. I lived in Cheyenne for a few months and had yet to see a rodeo, the quintessential Western sport. New to town and having only a few acquaintances to keep me company, I'd volunteered to work at the event on the days I didn't have shifts at the ER. It was hard to become friends with people when I had to up and relocate. It happened twice since I finished my residency because of my sister. I didn't even want to think back on what she'd done before then. Turned out, with my med shift finished for the day, the organizers offered me tickets to watch the evening event. My seat was near the chutes, and I'd had a close-up view of the Cowboys settling atop a bucking bronc or a furious bull before the gate was swung open and off they went, trying to remain atop for as long as possible. Amazingly, the only injury I'd had to tend to was a broken collarbone, which meant he didn't need my life-saving skills and had been taken to the hospital by the paramedics. Growing up in Florida, I thought the sport was reckless and invented by a bunch of drunk men with too much time on their hands and too little sense. I still believe that, but watching it in person, there was something ridiculously manly and sexy about a cowboy. The hat, the shirt, the snug pants, the I don't mind getting my hands dirty attitude. No, it was the big dick energy. To get on the back of a bull, a guy had to have it. An arena full of them meant the testosterone was potent.
It had to be that because when I saw him helping one of the bull riders settle onto his 8-second ride to glory, my nipples had hardened in the craziest sign my body'd ever given me to do something. Then he looked up, caught my gaze fixed on him and stared right on back, raked his gaze down my body, at least what he could see of it with me in the stands, and I would swear I saw his gaze heat, darken, become aroused. We pretty much eye-fucked for an indeterminate length of time before he tipped his hat, winked at me, then curled his finger. At me, beckoning me to him. I'd like to say I made a smart decision by using my very expensively educated brain, but it was my vagina that had me leaving the stands and make my way to the shoot area. And him. Chapter 3. Colt. Helping Trig at this rodeo only solidified my opinion that he had balls of steel. No way in hell could I climb on the back of a 1-ton bull and try to hang on. He was wired differently or something. But the fucker won time and again, loved it. The sport, the lifestyle, the travel, all of it. He dealt with bulls, I had to deal with bullets. Being county sheriff wasn't that safe of a job either. I had to wonder how Armand didn't have gray hair. The adrenaline in the shoot area was high, and I was having a good time meeting up with my oldest brother in Cheyenne for the weekend. He'd competed. We'd had a few beers, gone to a few bars, had fun. Then I saw her, sensed her. The woman in the stands who was eyeing me. Fucking me. She was fucking gorgeous with dark hair parted in the middle that fell sharply to her chin, round face, full lips. I could only see some of her body, but what I could glimpse in the crowd I liked. Her dark eyes pierced into me, held, like there was some kind of magnet or pull between us. My dick went hard in my jeans, and I had to adjust myself behind the gates. I didn't pick up random women. It wasn't my thing. My last serious relationship ended up being a joke when I found out Lexi had lied to me about being divorced. Turned out after 3 months of dating that they'd been on a break and she'd decided to go back to him. There were so many layers of fucked up in that situation that I'd sworn off dating. I was too old for one-night stands. My hand worked well enough, although my dick didn't agree. The buckle bunnies around the rodeo were out in droves, looking to score with the likes of Trig. Since I was his brother, they turned their needy gazes on me too. No fucking way. I learned my lesson about casual. Buckle bunnies were as fake as could be. I wanted real. I wanted what Ma and Pops had. This woman? There was nothing random about her. Like Pops said, one look at Ma and he was done for. The story had been told often enough. They were at a mutual friend's wedding in Barn. They married not long after, and were pregnant with Trig right after that. One look and done. I didn't know who this woman was or her name, if she was married, if she even spoke English. It was stupid for a guy who'd seen so much bad in the world that I should be careful, especially after Lexi. But my dick and my heart knew she was mine, that I was in danger if I didn't have her. So I gave her a wink and crooked my finger for her to come to me. I wasn't going to force a woman, so if she wasn't interested, she'd look away, ignore my summons. I'd shrug and meet up with Trig and have a few more beers, maybe some darts. Or maybe I'd climb into the stands and toss her over my shoulder and take her back to my hotel room like the inner caveman I was feeling. Except she stood, went down the concrete steps. I lost her for a minute when she went beneath the stands, and there she fucking was. I hopped off the fence and went to her, cupped her face, kissed her. Chapter 4. Molly. I had no idea how long we kissed in the middle of the staging area, but after the second catcall we'd pulled apart. We stared at each other for a few seconds before a smile widened on his gorgeous face. My lips were soft and swollen from his mouth on mine, my skin prickly from the soft feel of his whiskers. Up close, he was gorgeous. I was tall for a woman, but he was taller. My head was angled back to keep my eyes on his hazel ones. Beneath his tan Stetson, his light brown hair curled against his nape. His jaw was square in that mouth. I wanted more. He smelled like cinnamon and sin, even over the pungent animal scents that filled the arena. A man on horseback had us stepping back, but he took my hand in his and tugged me down the corridor. We hadn't spoken, hadn't said a word. For some crazy reason, it didn't feel like we had to. That I knew him somehow even though I'd never laid eyes on him before. Should I be concerned a stranger was leading me deeper into the arena, trying one door and then the next until he pulled me into a cleaning closet? Yes, definitely. But all I could feel was exhilaration and arousal as I took in his forearms and the corded muscle and veins, his broad shoulders beneath his black t-shirt, the tapered waist, worn jeans that outlined his butt and sturdy thighs to perfection. That kiss had made my panties damp and my nipples rub painfully against the fabric of my plain cotton bra. When he shut the door behind us and pressed me against it, I met his gaze and couldn't look away. "Hi," he whispered. "Hi," I replied. His eyes roved over my face, then settled on my lips. "You feel this? Your dick against my hip?" He grinned and, oh my. "I saw you, pretty girl, and that was it." I nodded because I felt the same. "This is crazy." He shrugged, seeming completely unconcerned. "I need more of your mouth." "Okay." I was never this pliant. I was a doctor. Strict and controlled, ruthlessly scheduled. I'd been in school for 8 years and then residency for a few more, and God, my time hadn't been my own for as long as I could remember. Even now I didn't do crazy or reckless things. I knew what could happen. The only thing that could come from this encounter was an orgasm. Maybe, hopefully, two. So when I consented to more kisses, he cupped my face again and took control. I melted, giving over to him. His mouth, his tongue, his hands when they started to rove over me. "You're perfect. Fuck, you feel good," he murmured as he kissed along my jaw. I shook my head. "No, I'm a bad girl," I said, letting my fantasy escape. He stilled as he nuzzled behind my ear. "Oh yeah? Is it because you're in here with me? A man who wants to fuck you?" I licked my lips, raised my hands to his hair, knocking his hat to the floor. "Yes." "You usually fuck a cowboy in a janitor's closet?" he asked, this time his voice more growl than before. His hands were on my breasts, cupping them and testing their weight. When his fingers pinched my nipples in what felt like a punishment, I moaned. Clearly he didn't like the idea of another man touching me. I shook my head. "No, I'm not like this." "You mean you're only like this with me?" He pushed my plain white t-shirt up and under my armpits, then did the same with my bra, bearing me to him. Then he dropped to his knees and he looked up at me. His beard was full, darker than the hair on his head. His mouth glistened from the kisses and his cheeks were flushed. It was those eyes, the way they seemed to be able to look into my soul, that had me mesmerized. "Bad girls get fucked, pretty girl. You okay with that?" I nodded because I'd never been so turned on in my life. His hands were at the button of my jeans. "I need to hear the words." Yes, I need to be fucked." Holy shit. I'd never said those words before in my life. Since he was bigger, his head was level with my breasts, and he leaned forward and took one nipple into his mouth, sucked, switched sides. My head thumped against the door as I held his head against my chest. He wasn't gentle. I didn't want him to be. I needed this, to get lost, to forget. He was a multitasker because my jeans were around my thighs without me even knowing. Then he stood, spun me around so my hands slapped against the metal door. With a hand about my waist, he pulled my hips back. Then, with surprising power, he ripped my thong and tugged it off. Looking over my shoulder, he had my panties to his nose as he sniffed, then groaned. "This first time, pretty girl, is going to be quick. My dick's aching to get into you, to finally know what the most perfect pussy feels like. Later, when I get you back to my hotel room and I've got time, I'll eat you out until you scream." Yes, I wanted that, so bad. His hand came down on my butt in a stinging slap. "Reach one hand back and part those cheeks. Let me see what I'm gonna fuck." Oh my God. Balancing myself against the door with my left hand, I reached back and cupped my right butt cheek and parted myself. I could feel the cool air against my damp flesh. "Look at you, sopping wet, and here." His thumb set right at the top of my asshole. "You take all of me and maybe, just maybe I'll fuck you here later. Bad girls take it in the ass, don't they?" His gaze went from where his thumb was to meet mine. I knew right then, just looking at him, that he wanted that, but wouldn't take what wasn't offered. I'd had sex before, not great sex, but I wasn't a virgin, and I definitely knew that this was something different, something potent. I'd never been into anal before, but I felt like my fantasy of being a bad girl wasn't being shamed. He wasn't laughing at me. He was right there with me. He wanted this too. He wanted to tame me. "I think so," I whispered, letting him know I was into it, but it was new. He nodded. Getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? As I continued to hold myself open for him, he undid his belt. I wanted to watch, needed to see, so I turned. Nope. Bad girls get fucked from behind with just a door between her and an entire rodeo. I stilled, obeying, but watched over my shoulder as he slid down the zipper, pushed his loosened jeans down his slim hips, reached into his boxers, and pulled out. Holy shit, I whispered. His dick was huge, veiny, thick, long. The crown was broad and a bead of fluid seeped from the slit. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulled out a condom. I was mesmerized as he ripped the package open and put it on. Then he stepped right up to me, lined up to my entrance, and then thrust deep. I cried out. He groaned. I let go of my bottom and slapped my hand back against the door as he took hold and fucked me. Hard. Over the slap of our flesh, I could hear how wet I was, listening to his running, dirty talk. So tight. Your pussy's perfect. Taking me so well, so deep. I love seeing my handprint on your ass. I couldn't hold back from reaching between my legs and playing with my clit. It was swollen, and I knew I'd come if I could just play with it a little. Playing with your clit? So needy. You're desperate for a dick, aren't you? Yes. I had my shirt up under my arms, my jeans tight around my thighs. A dick fucking me so thoroughly I wasn't sure if any previous sexual encounter ever got as deep. The sensations of him inside and my fingers on my clit pushing me to the brink. Come. I want to feel you strangle my dick. I bit my lip and let go, the pleasure so potent washing over me. I heard him growl, heard him swear, felt him thrust deep, then knew he was coming, filling the condom with his cum. Then he did the unthinkable, pulled out, dropped to his knees, and licked me to a second orgasm. My pussy was so swollen and sensitive that it took seconds. Only when I was wilted and sated did he push to his feet and tuck himself away. He even fixed my clothes, too. I was so sated I could barely feel my legs. His beard was glistening. That was my arousal on his face. His cell chimed, and he pulled it from his shirt pocket, read the display. Fuck. He swore. The softness that his orgasm gave to his features was gone. I have to go. I licked my lips, felt the soreness of how hard he took me between my legs. I understand. I did. It wasn't like I was looking for anything. When he'd crooked his finger and I'd gone to him, I definitely hadn't imagined what we'd just done. I also didn't expect a date or a ring or anything. I didn't dare risk that. I hadn't heard from Missy in a while, and like with a toddler, quiet meant possible mischief. Come to me. I'll be in my hotel room after the event. The Prairie Inn just down the block. Room 202. You don't even know my name, I reminded. He stepped close, kissed me. I tasted myself on his lips, felt my arousal on his beard dampen my cheeks. Come to my room and we'll learn everything about each other. Okay, I said. I wanted more with him. One night and a whole lot of orgasms. My pussy clenched, feeling empty, now ready for more. There's a good girl. He crooned, then kissed my forehead. Then he pulled me from the cleaning closet, kissed me one more time, then was gone. For good. Chapter 5. Present Day. Molly. You! I breathed. Even in the air conditioning, I got hot all over. My heart pounded and I felt more nauseated than I did when I had to saw open the dead man's brain this morning. I'd seen all kinds of things in my time as a resident. Horrible, sad things came through emergency room doors. I could handle it all. It didn't mean I wasn't unaffected. The sheriff I was supposed to meet to pass on my findings of Lance Mann's autopsy was him? The guy from the rodeo? The guy whose name I never learned, who'd fucked me and ghosted me? It had been the best sex of my life, the most insane connection, and then nothing. Nothing because he hadn't answered the hotel room door that he told me to go to. I stood there like an idiot with a sore pussy craving more dick. Holy shit, I've been missing you for 6 months, pretty girl. His words slammed into me like a car going 60. I even bent in a little from the impact. He took my hand in his. My body was a traitor. I remembered his voice, his touch, his scent, but my brain was screaming asshole. His gaze roved over me from head to toe. My shift started at 7 and I'd already spent 6 hours in the ER. I swiped off the surgical cap I wore during the autopsy. My hair was probably all static as it swiped across my jaw. I wore no makeup and scrubs did nothing for me, but he was looking at me as if I was the most beautiful thing in the world. that I was a mirage or an oasis in a desert after walking 10 miles. I wasn't unaffected. My nipples hardened and my pussy clenched, remembering how big he'd been, how hard he'd fucked me, how I'd felt him for days after and made forgetting him impossible, how upset I'd been, sad because I thought there'd been a connection, embarrassed because I'd obviously imagined it, then ultimately angry, because a quick fuck was fine. He didn't have to be a dick about it. Yanking my hand away, I took a step back. Sheriff Wilder. His last name was pinned to his chest, and I remembered the message that had been left for me to meet him here to go over the autopsy findings. The star only showed off how his broad chest made his tan uniform shirt stretch taut. I hated the fact that I was turned on just as much by him with a star in his chest, a utility belt around his waist, and a gun at his hip. Colt Wilder. Colt Wilder, you can't talk like that. Not to me. It's Dr. Simon, and clearly you haven't missed me at all. His eyes widened. Like hell I haven't. I poked him in the chest, his hard, muscly chest. You stood me up. You made me stand in a hotel room hallway and knock at some random door. The woman across the hall came out and yelled at me for waking her up. Do you have any idea what that was like? He winced. Don't you dare say you're sorry. I snapped, setting my hands on my hips. I ensured my voice was low because while I wanted to let this jerk have it, I didn't need the fling between us to get around the hospital. If you didn't want more than a quickie in a closet, that was fine. You could have just said that instead of humiliating me too, or was that the fun part? Fun? No, he sputtered. I don't. The one word was loud and echoed off the walls. It was pretty ironic having a conversation about a dead non-relationship in a morgue. I don't want to hear it. I shouldn't be mad, really. I shrugged even. I got 2 orgasms out of it, so maybe I should say thanks. Thanks for orgasms. Listen, pretty girl. Fuck, I told you don't pretty girl me. It was fun, it was one time, I understand. I ran a hand over my messy hair. It had been a long shift so far, and now I discovered the one guy I fell for, who I'd shared some kinky fantasies with, was the county sheriff of the small town I'd moved to. What were the odds? For me, high, because bad luck followed me everywhere. I'd left Cheyenne behind after Missy pretty much extorted me for money. I was a doctor. I knew the signs. She was going to use the money for drugs. I wasn't an enabler, but she'd done so many shitty things to me my entire life. It was like me tossing the money one way and then running the other way to escape. I'd done that by moving to Devil's Ditch. Missy didn't like cold weather, having grown up in Florida, so I'd thought she'd steer clear of Cheyenne, but no. So I moved farther north, more rural. Devil's Ditch Hospital had an opening and I snagged it. Listen, you don't respect me as a woman, I get it, but you will respect me as a doctor here in this hospital. You will keep what we did a secret. I'd only been on this job for 2 weeks. So far things had been going well. Law enforcement and firefighters had come into the ER with patients, but I'd missed the sheriff. Until now. Molly. I winced hearing my name come from his lips. I'd imagined him finding me, saying my name, breathing it in my ear as he filled me with his dick. I went to the desk, picked up the file he'd come in to discuss, the unattended and mysterious death of a Devil's Ditch resident, and slapped it against his chest. Here, the report you came for. If you can read as good as you can fuck, then you'll have what you need to close your case. With that, I stormed out of the morgue and headed toward the doctor's lounge. Since there were only a few staff on in such a small hospital, there was a chance it'd be empty while I pulled myself together. My stethoscope was folded in my pocket and I held it against my thigh as I practically ran away. Sheriff Wilder was my dream come true and my biggest nightmare. My heart wanted him, so did my vagina. They were both stupid as could be because they were both broken by him. I had to keep reminding myself that I couldn't have good things, that people didn't give a shit about me, that I was expendable, that I wasn't worth more than a quick fuck in a janitor's closet at a rodeo. I doubted my time in Devil's Ditch would be long, but now I had a different reason to move on other than my crazy sister. One thing she taught me was boundaries and standing up for myself. Chapter 6. Colt. Dr. Molly Simon was a bad girl. She didn't let me explain why I hadn't been in the hotel room when she'd knocked. The fact that now I knew she officially had showed up there confirmed that she'd felt what had been between us as much as I had. She had every right to be pissed. I was pissed at myself. At Trigg for hurting his fucking knee and ending his rodeo career at the absolute worst time. I mentally retracted every single bad thought I had about Lance Mann. Because of him dead in the morgue, I'd found my girl again. I loved my brother and had worried about him and his knee injury, But I'd lost my shit when she never showed after I returned to my hotel room. I'd been too late, I knew it. It'd been the last night of the rodeo, so the arena was empty the next day when I circled back. Not a car in the lot. We left Cheyenne and drove home to Devil's Ditch, Montana, knowing I'd never find her again. But fate gave me a second chance through a fucking murder investigation. She needed to know the truth, why I'd stood her up, that I wasn't a shitty guy, that I wanted what Mom Pops had with her. It might have been a quickie in the closet, but that had been the start. Fate had flung her into my path again, and I wasn't losing the opportunity to make her mine. Finally. She listened to me. Whether she had a red ass while she did it was up to her. Then I was going to fuck her like we'd both been dreaming about all this time. Because the one thing I knew about my pretty girl was that her body didn't lie. Her nipples had been rock hard beneath that scrub top, all but begging me to suck on them again. Her brain might hate me, but her body craved mine as much as I did hers. That was why I found out from the triage nurse what time shift change was, and I waited in my patrol car for Molly to leave the building. I watched her settle into a later model SUV and drive out of the lot. Then I followed until she was on the main road heading out of town, then flipped on my lights and sirens. Her brake lights came on immediately, then she slowed and blinkered to a stop on the side of the road, where there was a break in the snow piles. I angled my SUV behind her so I was blocked from traffic while we talked. To everyone passing by, it'd be a routine traffic stop. To me, it was claiming my girl. While the temperature was brisk, the sun was out. The road was wet from the melting snow. Her window was already rolled down when I approached. She didn't look happy to see me. In fact, she looked downright pissed. "What now?" she muttered. "Can't you leave me alone?" "License and registration, please." She rolled her eyes. "You've got to be kidding me. Do I have a broken taillight? Forget to use my blinker? Roll through a stop sign?" "Step out of the car, ma'am." I kept my voice professional, deep, calm. I set my hand on the butt of my service pistol, but I had no intention of using it. She stared at me for 5 seconds, then sighed, turned off the engine, unclipped her seatbelt. I stepped back and she opened the driver's door. When we were face to face on the side of the road, she squinted up at me. The sun was low on the horizon and in her eyes. "What do you want, Sheriff?" My dick stirred, wanting her to call me that when I was balls deep inside her. "Put your hands on the car, please." Her gaze narrowed. She was still in her scrubs, but had ditched her white doctor's coat. She didn't even wear a jacket. "Now," I added when she didn't comply. She muttered to herself and turned to face her car, setting her hands on the window. I stepped in behind her, looked left and right to ensure no cars were coming. "Do you have anything sharp on you?" I began to frisk her. The touch was quick and businesslike and consistent to what I did with anyone. "Jesus, really?" Then I made the pat-down a little more personal. I stepped in close so my body just touched hers. No question she could feel the outline of my dick against her ass. My hands roamed freely now. "Bad girls get frisked like this," I murmured. "Colt, what are you—" "After I make sure you have no weapons or contraband on you, I'm going to cuff you and take you in." "What? Why?" "Because you're going to listen to me and find out why I couldn't be there at the hotel that night. I'm not letting you storm off again." After remembering how perfect her curves were, I grabbed my handcuffs off my belt, spun her around, and cuffed her wrists in front of her, which was completely against protocol. Her gaze now was a mix of anger, confusion, and desire. Yes, she liked being felt up on the side of the road like the bad girl she was. She liked knowing that I was taking charge, taking the decision away from her for hearing me out. Because if she gave in and listened, then she'd have to admit she wasn't as angry or upset as she wanted to be. She didn't have a choice but to sit and hear the truth. Reaching into her car, I pulled the keys out, shut the door, and clicked the locks. Then I stuck the keys on top of the rear tire. Taking her by the elbow, I guided her toward the passenger seat of my SUV. I helped her into the front seat, then clipped her belt in place. When our faces were close enough where I only had to move an inch to kiss her, I froze. She licked her lips. Yes, she was mine. I closed her door, then went around, got in my seat. "You can't leave my car here." "I'm not." I pulled out my personal cell and called Shep. "Hey, brother, what's up?" he asked. "Hey, listen. I need you to pick up a silver SUV on Route 43 about a mile from the medical center. Wyoming plate. Keys are sitting on the back tire." Shep had been fiddling with engines since he was a little kid, fixing the lawnmower, then moved on to the family tractor and even our snowmobiles. For extra money and summer jobs, he'd go around town fixing what anyone had broken. He'd started his shop 2 years ago, skipping college for vocational training as a mechanic because his demand was so great. The sheriff's department even used him for tows. "Want me to keep it as an impound?" He had a small lot beside his business where vehicles that were evidence or used in a crime were held. No, bring it to my house. He was quiet for a moment, then said, You got it. He hung up. She was quiet for a few minutes, then she asked, How long are you going to keep me? I glanced away from the road for a moment, met her dark eyes. Forever. Her mouth opened in surprise, and all I could think of was getting those lips wrapped around my dick.
Chapter 7. Molly. Forever? I stewed on that word all the way to his house. I couldn't do forever. Couldn't chance my heart with that kind of word. Anything good that happened to me was destroyed by Missy time and again. It was safer to keep people at arm's length, to fuck them in a janitor's closet, or spend the night in their hotel room, then move on. Handcuffs and forever didn't sound like moving on. He told whomever was towing my car that was where we were headed. It was 10 minutes out of town off a dirt road. The drive meandered a ways onto the property and to a log cabin settled up on a bluff. There was nothing in every direction but beautiful views covered in snow. I saw a house in the distance and the drive curving up to it like a pale snake through the prairie. A dually pickup truck, the kind with 2 wheels on each side in the back instead of one, was parked by the back steps. The sheriff pulled his patrol SUV in beside it. You can take off the cuffs now. It's not like I can go anywhere. I muttered, reaching for the button to undo my seatbelt. The sooner we got this, whatever this was, over with, the sooner I could get back to my regularly scheduled, unexciting, safe life. He tipped his head my way. Not a chance. He came around the SUV and opened the door for me. As I slid from the seat and stood between the vehicle, the door opened, and I remembered just how big he was. How safe I felt with him. Safe enough to go off to a tucked-away room of an event center and have sex. Now it felt different. There was no one else around, perhaps for a half mile or more. I couldn't run, he'd catch me. I could scream, no one would hear. I was handcuffed, he had a gun. I was mad at him, yet I knew he would take care of me. Was I mental? Probably. Come on. He took my hand, the other one dangling beside it, and led me to his back door. Using a numbered electric keypad, he unlocked the door and led me into his kitchen. After he shut the door behind me, he took off his utility belt and set it on the granite counter, his car keys going right beside it. I took the time to look around. The place was immaculate. Counters wiped down, no dirty dish in sight. The wood floors gleamed. It was an open floor plan. Off the kitchen was a huge family room with a 2-story fireplace, a widescreen TV with a very comfortable-looking sectional facing it. Across the coffee table was a comfy lounge chair and ottoman. A dining table was placed by a large bay window that looked out over the view. There were a few doors along the back wall which I assumed went to the laundry, a powder room, and the attached garage. The second floor was like a loft, and I could see a large bed and dresser through the thick log slats of the railing. It was very Western, very male, and it smelled like Colt. I looked at him and realized he'd been standing and watching me. What do you think? It's really nice, I said, trying to remain neutral. I didn't want to tell him I loved it, that it was cozy, and in the prettiest spot I'd ever seen. I wanted to nap on his couch and snuggle up in front of a roaring fire in the winter as the snow fell. You're on the family ranch. We've all got places. All? I've got 7 brothers and a sister. I blinked. You have 8 siblings? He grinned, nodded. Yeah, what about you? A sister. He didn't need to know any more about her. The less the better. My parents' place is over that bluff. Everyone but my youngest brother Zeb's got their own house on the land. Well, Bray too, 'cause he lives with Hayes. Wow, okay. Come on, pretty girl, it's time to talk. I shook my head. I don't want to talk. Good, because I'm the one who's got things to say. He tugged me once again toward the couch, dropped down on it. When I mulishly refused to settle beside him, he rolled his eyes and yanked. I fell with a gasp, and was settled right over his thighs. Ass up. Hey! Chapter 8. Colt. Fuck, did I have her right where I wanted her. Her upturned ass, even in the ugly scrubs, was perfect. I remembered my handprint on it from that night at the rodeo, and I itched to mark her like that again. As she squirmed, my dick stirred. Hooking one of my ankles over her thrashing legs, I pinned her down. You gonna calm down and listen to what I have to say, or do you want me to spank your ass first? She stilled. You wouldn't dare.
she hissed. I spanked her over her scrub pants in answer. Want more, or are you ready to listen? I want you to let me up, and then I'm going to... I spanked her again, a little harder this time, then reached around and tugged on the drawstring. The pants loosened, and I yanked them and her panties down below her ass. It was like that night at the rodeo, except now she was like a bronc trying to buck off my lap. Her gorgeous ass was already stained pink. I gave her 2 more swats, and she shouted and growled, hissed like a cat even. I can go all afternoon. Finally, after a minute of spanking, not too hard because I was in the wrong in all this, and I didn't want her to think for a second this was punishment, and swear words that were impressively inventive, she called out, You weren't there! My raised hand settled on her upturned, very pink ass, but not to give it another swat, but to cup that heated flesh, to stroke it. My shoulder slumped, and the guilt and frustration I'd been carrying for the past 6 months flared so hot it burned. Taking off my Stetson, I tossed it onto the sofa beside us. I know, I said simply. I was at fault here. Do you know what it's like to have the woman of my dreams at my hotel room and I wasn't there? Waiting with a wet and swollen pussy I just fucked? Who put herself out there, made herself vulnerable, and then I ghosted? That she probably hated me and there was nothing I could do about it. I couldn't go after her or track her down because I didn't know her fucking name. The last thing I said through gritted teeth. If it was just a one-time thing, you could have said so, she told me. Not make me feel foolish knocking on an empty hotel room door. The way she was angled, her head was tipped down close to the floor. I couldn't have this conversation like this any longer. She had to look in my eyes, see my face as I said the words of my own disappointment and heartbreak. I lifted her and settled her on my lap, her knees by my hips. Her hair was wild, and with handcuffed wrists, she tucked it behind one ear, then the other. I sighed, then stroked her hair, smoothing the strands she missed. Pretty girl. There was nothing more I wanted to do than to be there to open it. To let you in and finish what we started and never fucking let you go. Her hurt gaze met mine. But my brother got hurt on his ride, and I had to go with him to the hospital. She frowned, her head cocking ever so slightly to the side. Your brother. You gonna listen? She nodded. My brother is Trig Wilder. If you follow pro rodeo, then you've probably heard of him. He competed that night. Hell, while I was balls deep inside you and got thrown. Landed bad and hurt his knee. That was the message I got on my phone and why I left. He was already in the back of the ambulance and I had to climb in and go with him. Is he okay? I had to shrug because the question was really for Trig. His knee is okay if he doesn't get on the back of a bull again. Skiing's probably out too. He met a woman last week and married her 2 days ago. He retired because she's his life now. She bit her lip. Trig's fault was the culprit behind this whole mess, but it wasn't his fault. It was mine. I could even blame my dick because if I'd had any brain cells left in my head, I'd have at least asked her name. By the time I got to my hotel room, it was after 2 and you weren't there. Her gaze flicked down and to the side. I showed, she whispered. I closed my eyes wishing I hadn't made her feel that pain of rejection. Fuck. When I opened them, I cupped her cheeks, forced her gaze to hold mine. I'm sorry for not being there, for not getting your name, for making you think even for a split second that you weren't wanted. Do you believe me? Her eyes roamed over my face for a second, then another. It'd be easy enough to look up Trig Wilder's injury from that night. It'd be not only in the reports from the event that I have access to, but also in the media. A big name like his getting hurt would have gone viral, I'm sure. I laughed, but it wasn't from amusement. Lots of clips of him being thrown, I confirmed. If you were going to lie to me, I swear, Molly, that... She put a finger over my lips, silencing me, the handcuffs clanking as she moved. If you wanted to lie, you could have said something else. Diarrhea or kicked in the head by a bronc. Diarrhea. Now I laughed. I'd imagined both of those options many, many times over the past few months, wishing both had happened. Ouch. I don't know your first name, Sheriff, she admitted. Colt. Colt Wilder. Colt. I knocked. And knocked, she admitted. Felt foolish, especially when the woman staying across the hall opened her door and yelled at me. Shit. I ran my hand through my hair and practically tugged it out by the roots. I'd missed so much with her just because of horrible timing. If she hadn't ended up in Devil's Ditch, I might never have found her again. I want to kill my brother. Why the fuck did he have to get hurt then? That made her laugh. My eyes widened, then I slowly smiled too. The first thing you learn about emergency medicine is that it's usually unexpected, she reminded. You thought I was a dick. She smiled, then nodded, her hair falling from behind her ears. It was that silky. Yeah. You thought I fucked you, then decided to fuck with you by giving you some random hotel room. She nodded. I groaned. I swear, Molly Simon, that being there to open that door for you was one thing I wanted to do in my entire life. It's also the one thing I regret not happening. I believe you, she replied simply. I sighed so hard my shoulders slumped. I would grovel and move into begging if I had to. Yeah? She nodded again. I groaned. Thank fuck. Maybe we can start over. Start over? I nodded. My name's Colt Wilder, sheriff for Devil's Ditch. I think you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen, and I've been thinking about all the things I missed doing to you that night in my hotel room. She bit her lip and she flushed a pretty shade of pink. Not as pretty as the color of my handprint on her ass, but a close second. Molly Simon, ER chief and de facto medical examiner. I've been thinking about all the things you missed doing to me that night, too. Wrap your arms over my neck. She did as I said, and I felt the cool metal of the handcuffs against my skin. What are you? I cupped her ass, stood, and took the steps to my bedroom 2 at a time. I've got 6 months of orgasms to give you. Thank fuck neither of us work tomorrow. I'm not letting you out of my bed. Or the handcuffs. Chapter 9. Molly. Wearing handcuffs and getting naked wasn't easy. My sleeves got tangled on the cuffs, but Colt was inventive and used my scrub top to tie me to his headboard. As he did, he paused, met my eyes as he hovered over me. Okay, he asked. I knew his name, knew he was the sheriff of this small town, but I didn't really know the guy. I was in handcuffs in his bed. There was a lot of trust here already. Yes, I whispered, willing to take the leap for him. So he tied the scrubs around a wood slat. 6 months I've been waiting to have you beneath me again. Know how many times I've jerked off in this bed thinking of you? Wishing you were right here with me? I could imagine, because I spent a lot of time with my vibrator reliving the time in the janitor's closet. Imagined him doing other things to me. He looked down at my bare breasts. I knew they quivered with every pant, and I was panting. And wet. I lost track of time because Colt learned my body, licking, kissing, and tasting every inch of my skin, flipping me onto my stomach and then back to get every inch of my torso. He, like the jerk he was, left my nipples for last. By the time he took one into his mouth and sucked, I was insane with need. Then he went back and forth playing with them, flicking them with his tongue, sucking on them, trying to get as much of my breast into his mouth, even sucking on the curve and marking me. I could do nothing but writhe and moan and call out his name, and then beg. Only then did he push my scrubs and panties down and off, bearing me to him while he was fully dressed. Fuck, you're beautiful. A finger ran from between my collarbones and down my center all the way to my pussy. Bare. Perfect. The digit ran over my bare mound, then through my folds. Drenched. His gaze lifted to mine, licked his lips. Gotta taste you, pretty girl. He settled on his stomach and put one of my legs over his shoulder. You wax this pretty pussy? Yes. For me? You like it? You're gonna like it when I get my mouth on it. You'll feel everything. He demonstrated kissing my pussy, then licking up my slit and parting me, tasting me everywhere. My leg clenched against his back at the feel of his mouth. There. Then, oh shit, he slid his chin up my center and I felt his soft yet scruffy beard against my most sensitive areas. Yeah, I liked being bare. With his hands he parted me, then went to work, finding my clit and working fingers into me, setting up a combination of flicks, sucks, and finger fucks that pushed me to the brink, then over. The handcuffs clanked as I tugged on them as I came, crying out his name. Only when I was in his bed, sweaty and sated, did he push off and strip. It was better than any male review show because this was just for me. Colt was all mine. He was uninhibited. Why shouldn't he be? He was gorgeous. I hadn't seen much of his body other than his big, long, thick dick right before he thrust it into me at the rodeo. Now I got to see every inch of him. His lean physique, all taut muscles with dark hair. Not a lot, but enough I wanted to run my hands through. I wanted to feel it against my skin. He stood at the foot of his bed, dick in his tight grip. He stroked it from root to tip. I bit my lip, wanting to taste that pearly drop that was at the tip. I couldn't do anything, though, because Colt was in charge. I could say no and he'd release me. I knew it deep down. But restrained like this, he could be as dirty as he was in the janitor's closet, and I didn't have a choice. Except I wanted to be just as involved. Colt, I breathed. His gaze shifted up my body to meet my eyes. He cocked his head, studied me. He was so handsome, that gaze so piercing, so focused on me. "You want to play, pretty girl?" he asked. "Yes," I breathed, sliding one foot along the bed, almost antsy with the need for more. "You say rodeo and I'll stop. Got it?" Wow, a safe word. "Yes." I never had sex where we'd need one, but I appreciated it. He grinned, his hand still working his dick. He was right here with me. "You've been a bad girl, Molly, running off like that at the hospital. I had to take you into custody to get you to listen." Yeah, he had. And looking back, that had been hot as hell. "I'm sorry," I admitted. He set a knee on the bed, then prowled up it and over me. "Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna fuck you, but come in that sassy mouth of yours. Only after you show how sorry you are on your knees will I let you climb on my face and come." "Oh my God," I whispered. That was hot, descriptive, very specific. My pussy clenched, waiting for him to fill me. He didn't make me wait long because I was the one who'd already had one orgasm. I was one up on him at this point. Settling over me, he pushed my knees up and back, revealing everything. He lined up, lifted his gaze from where we were almost joined, and into my eyes. Then he thrust deep, filling me in one go. Chapter 10. Colt. Molly arched her back, her body going tight as I made her mine. Her pussy was snug and the fit was really tight. So wet. I was in heaven. There was nothing better, especially since there was nothing between us. No condom. It was the first time I'd gone without and I wasn't going to last. But she wanted to play and it was my job to give her what she wanted. She wanted to be my bad girl. Being a doctor, she had to follow the rules. She literally took care of everyone. I could only imagine all the shit going on in her head. She wanted to forget, to hand over control. Well, I fucking loved control. With her handcuffed, she had to give it all to me. Nothing was held back, which meant I could fuck her how I wanted, how she needed. Hard, deep, thorough. That's it, pretty girl, take every inch of me. I pressed my knees into the bed and took her hard. Her eyes were closed, head thrown back. Her tits were up and bouncing because of her restraints. I loved seeing her like this. Used, mine, claimed. But I couldn't come inside her, not until we talked. She trusted me tying her up, that I'd protect her. That meant a conversation about birth control, about how I wanted everything with her. I wanted to fill her up with my cum, take it so deep that we made a baby. Hell, maybe I had a breeding kink I didn't know about, but I wanted everything with Molly, soon. This first time, though, I was following through with what I said. It was torture pulling out, but I slapped my hand on the bedside table and grabbed the key to the cuffs. "Colt!" She cried, not happy either. After I unlocked the cuffs and threw her shirt aside, I moved to the side of the bed, sat. "You know what to do, pretty girl," I told her. My dick rose, slick and angry from between my legs. She eyed it, licked her lips, then popped up, fell to the floor and settled between my knees. She looked up at me, her face inches from my dick. I nodded. Then she gripped me and took me deep. "Fuck." I groaned, setting a hand on the back of her head and guiding her. "That's right. You sucked so good." Her pussy had been tight, wet, but the cave of her mouth was the perfect suction. I'd been so close fucking her that now. Take every drop. Swallow. I couldn't hold back a second longer, bellowing as I shot into her mouth. She swallowed again and again to take it all. She pulled back, then licked a little dribble of cum from her lips. I crooked my finger just like at the rodeo and flopped onto my back. She climbed up my body, hovered over me. "Sit on my face. Be my good girl and get my beard all covered in your cream." Wiggling her hips, she shifted on her knees higher and higher until she hovered over my face. That bare pussy was right there and I was ready for more. Ready to give her her reward. Grabbing her ass, I pulled her down and ate her out. Sensitive from her first orgasm and from being crammed full of dick, she came within seconds. When she did, she screamed my name. Mine. Because while she belonged to me now, I sure as hell belonged to her. Chapter 11. Colt. The next morning, Molly was at my table in one of my t-shirts. I set a mug of coffee in front of her, and I was filling one for myself from the carafe. Fuck me, this was perfection. My girl in my house, and only my shirt with her pussy sore from my dick, drinking the coffee I made her. It was simple, domestic. I wanted it for the rest of my life. After all the casual dating, the supposedly serious relationship turned nightmare with Lexi, I wanted this. Simple, pure, real. Hot as fucking hell. I got it all with a gorgeous, submissive, smart doctor. Did you want to talk about the autopsy report? She asked, then blew on the hot brew before taking a sip. I forgot all about it, which wasn't like me. It wasn't every day I found the woman I was going to marry and fucked her 6 ways to Sunday, playing out a few of her very fun, filthy fantasies. And right now, it was never that I had a woman spend the night and settled in my kitchen. I wanted to settle onto one of the chairs, have her climb on my lap and take my dick for a ride again. Not talk about Lance Mann. Didn't look at it. I admitted, rubbing the back of my neck. She turned and looked over her shoulder at me, clearly surprised. You didn't? Nope, I was a little distracted. The corner of my mouth tipped up. She blinked at me. You had it for 6 hours yesterday and didn't open it? She meant the time between when she'd slapped the file against my chest in the morgue and when I'd pulled her over. I shook my head. I was waiting for you. You were stalking me. She said as if the word change was important. I shrugged, then grinned. Stalking is the word we use for criminals. I was on a stakeout. She laughed, and I loved that sound. It went right to my heart and dick. Hell, I was never going to get enough of her. The file's in the patrol car, I said eventually. Give me the highlights. I moved to sit beside her. It was early, just after dawn, and the snow made everything glisten. It would melt quite a bit today once the sun hit it. Her car was in the drive. I'd have to call Shep and thank him for dropping it off and for not knocking on the door when he did. It wasn't like I was going to answer it, but what guy wanted to be interrupted making his girl come on his face? Pussy juice was the best beard cream around. I'm not trained to be a medical examiner, she admitted. I'm more the keep them alive gal. But since this is a small town, the task falls to me when cases like Lance Mann's comes in. I admit when I accepted the role, I knew this could be a part of it, but it's not my favorite. I imagine not. Okay. I usually needed tons of caffeine after getting as little sleep as we did, but I was energized. Preliminary tox reports I was able to run in the morgue were clean, she began, her voice even, methodical. I could tell she'd switched into professional mode, even sitting in only my shirt, that didn't hide the fact that she wasn't wearing a bra beneath. He hadn't been drinking, and there wasn't any obvious drugs in his system. But I sent blood fluid and tissue samples to Missoula for a full report. Okay, so he didn't party. His lungs were pretty much a big ashtray. I assumed he smoked. I huffed. Oh yeah. Last week before he died, I had to drag his ass to my brother's place. Long story, but he had 2 cigarettes before the ride home. She made a sound parents made when they were disappointed in their kid. Every child knew that sound. I jumped right to what I needed to know as sheriff. Murder? She shook her head. Stroke. My eyes widened. Stroke? Yes, clear and obvious signs of bleeding on the brain. I set my mug down. He was found at the bottom of a flight of stairs. Couldn't he have hit his head on the way down a bunch of times? She shook her head from side to side as if considering. Possible. Probable even. Someone could have helped him down the steps. He didn't die from the fall, though, she clarified. X-rays showed his femur was broken, as well as T6 and T7 vertebrae in his back. A broken leg and back would have meant a tough recovery, but both are survivable. I leaned forward, set my elbows on the table. You're telling me Lance Mann had a stroke and fell down the steps because of it? I couldn't believe it. Well, I could, but it was crazy. I was sure Conrad Trout had pushed him or had someone do it for him, because he wanted the guy dead for fucking him over in their ridiculously illegal arranged marriage plan that failed. Ellie, Trigg's new wife, was Mann's daughter and was the sole heir of the estate, meaning the Rocking M Ranch and the money Trout had forked over for her. He was one pissed-off asshole. Yes, she nodded definitively. My report, though, was also sent to Missoula for review. The body will remain in the morgue until the chief medical examiner there clears it. Like you said, you're thinking this was a murder, so I want to ensure my findings are solid. Well, shit, I muttered. There was no murderer in Devil's Ditch after all. Conrad Trout was an asshole, but he hadn't killed Ellie's father. No one had. I need to see my brother, and you're coming with me. What? Why? Because his new wife's father was Lance Mann. Seriously? Deadly. Fine, but without the cuffs, I hope, she countered. I grinned and my dick got hard. They're still attached to the headboard. I think they're going to stay right there. I winked. For later. She blushed, and fuck if I didn't love that. Chapter 12. Molly. Instead of taking me back to bed like I assumed and hoped, Colt drove us into town to meet his brother Trig at the local diner for breakfast, leaving my car in his driveway. Since I only had the dirty scrubs from the day before, we went to my apartment first. On the ride to the diner, I asked about his family. You said you have 8 siblings. Is Trig older or younger? Colt had one hand set casually on the steering wheel, the other resting on my left thigh. I could feel the heat of his palm through my pants. He's the oldest. Besides Zeb being away at college, we all live in Devil's Ditch. My house is on the family ranch, but it's big enough where we all have places, like I mentioned. It's so different here, I commented, watching the snow-covered prairie go by. My childhood home had a palm tree in the front yard. I didn't see snow until I went away to college. Oh, California? Florida. I got a new bike for Christmas one year and couldn't ride it for 5 months, he commented, smiling. I can imagine. The snow last week was insane. Colt parked beside a few other pickups in the restaurant's lot. Is it just Trig? Trig and his new wife, Ellie. Lance Mann was her father. My sister Lainey and brother Buck are the 2 who run the ranch along with my parents, so I doubt they'll be here. The others have other jobs. Cam's a vet, for example. Shep's the one who towed your car to my place. Like I said, Zeb's away at school. I looked down at myself, dressed in jeans and a gray turtleneck and a pink puffy coat. It wasn't what I would have worn if I'd known we were meeting a bunch of his family. This is pretty quick. He cut the engine and turned to me. What is? Us meeting family? We're close. Besides, I want them to meet my girl. My girl. He'd said that before, used the word forever. While I was falling hard and fast for a man I barely knew anything about besides his abilities in bed and that he liked good coffee, it was dangerous. If it only been, hell, not even a day, then how invested would I feel in him after a week? A month? Liking his family too? Colt, I whispered. What is it, pretty girl? His thumb slid back and forth across my thigh. This is moving really fast. Damn right it is. Don't you want to get to know me some more, like date before I meet your family? I paused, panicked. Your parents aren't in there, are they? He didn't seem fazed by my hesitations. Nah, doubtful, but they'd understand what's between us. Pop's new ma was the one for him at a wedding. Did I mention that Trig met Ellie last week and they're married now? No, he did not. Last week? That's crazy. He shrugged. Today he had on a dark blue plaid flannel and jeans. Stetson on the console between us. How could he be so confident about us, about me? If he knew the extent of my troubles, he'd probably run away. No, I knew he would when he learned the full extent of Missy's madness. I saw you at the rodeo, and that was it, he explained. I crooked my finger and you came to me. I blushed, remembering how bold I'd been. He was right, I'd been right there with him, always seemed to be. I glanced down and watched his thumb move. It's just, I'm not close with my family. That's too bad. Holidays, we talk on the phone then. They still in that place with the palm tree out front? He grinned. Yeah, no, they, moved. They'd had to get a new house because Missy burned it down. All their belongings, everything gone. Because Dad wouldn't let her bring a guy home for dinner one night. She'd been 17 and the guy had been a drug dealer she'd met when she pretty much dropped out of 12th grade. When she'd showed up with a 25-year-old anyway, Dad had called the cops and had him arrested for statutory rape. That hadn't gone over well. At all. Missy lost her shit and decided that no one was going to come to dinner ever again. I'd been at a friend's sleepover, and when I came home, found the street blocked with emergency vehicles and only a smoking shell of a house. My parents had been in their pajamas out front, black soot and ash on them. Investigators discovered the fire started from the battery of my mom's electric car, but we all knew it had been Missy. When I graduated and went off to college in Maryland a few months later, I rarely returned. They couldn't blame me at all, and they'd been forced to cut her off from their life and put a restraining order on Missy after all that. You said you had a sister. You're not close either? I didn't want to tell him anything about Missy, because I tried so fucking hard to outrun her and her craziness. I'd had to enable her through medical school and residency so she didn't fuck with it all, but after I'd stopped, and she'd been relentless in messing with my life. That was why I was here in Devil's Ditch and not Cheyenne. No, definitely not. His hand came up and stroked my cheek. I've got enough family for both of us then. Come on, they're gonna love you. When he climbed out of the truck and came around the hood to open my door, his feet crunching in the compacted snow,
I had a moment to wonder if that was a good thing or not. No one was really safe from Missy, not even a county sheriff or her own family. Getting too close to them meant I was the one who could be putting them in danger. When he took my hand to help me down from his huge truck, I had to wonder if it was finally time to stop running and stick. Because I liked looking at Colt. Liked fucking Colt. I just plain liked him. Chapter 13, Molly. I had driven by the diner before, but hadn't eaten at it yet. It was a standalone building with windows all along the front. A sign was at the curb with the name Sip and Serve and a very large coffee cup with neon that blinked on and off to mimic rising steam. It screamed vintage. So did the rotating refrigerated pie display in the booths with green leather. The interior was warm with the scent of bacon and coffee lingering in the air. Colt looked around and gave a chin lift, indicating he'd spotted his brother. I looked that way, and with a hand at my back, he guided me between the center tables and the booths beneath the windows. We stopped at the back corner, where the booth was a large semicircle and, doing a quick count, had 5 occupants. Not just the 2 I expected. A man taller than Colt stood, definitely a brother in a similar rugged, handsome way. The men slapped backs in a quick hug, then Colt tugged me into his side. "Trig, Ellie, this is Molly." The woman who was beside Trig's now vacant spot smiled up at me. Her hair was dark like mine, but her eyes were a gorgeous icy blue. She had on a knit cap and a heavy plaid shirt over a white tank top. I couldn't see the rest of her beneath the table. "Hi, Molly. Finally some more estrogen to balance out the testosterone." Trig took my hand and gave it a vigorous shrug. "Glad to meet you. Heard all about you," he said as he slid into his spot and slung his arm around Ellie's back. He leaned in and murmured not too quietly, "Sugar, you like all my testosterone. In fact, you seemed to like it when I woke you up with—" She turned and put her hand over his mouth. I couldn't miss her blush or the smile that couldn't be hidden beneath her palm. "Besides the newlyweds, these are a few of my other brothers," Colt said. He pointed down the line. "Shep, Cam, and Bray." They were big men, and the table was too awkward for all of them to slide out to stand and introduce themselves. I gave them a little wave as they offered a quick hey or tip of the hat. Out of the 5 brothers, 4 of them wore Stetsons. Shep was the one who didn't. He was the one that said, "Saw you at the grocery store the other day. Sorry I didn't say hi." I gave him a small smile. Same. I didn't remember seeing him, and I doubted any woman with working eyes would not look at Shep twice. I must have been studying the chip options a little too closely if I missed him. Cole nudged me to slide in, so I was between him and Bray. A waitress appeared at the table and set 2 coffee mugs down while holding up a steaming carafe. "Hey, Mabel," Colt said. "Coffee from me. You want some, pretty girl?" I nodded and he flipped both cups over. Mabel filled them. "You're the new doc at the hospital," Mabel said, and I glanced up from the paper placemat that had the menu printed on it. The older woman was maybe in her 60s, possibly 70s. Gorgeous gray hair cut in a no-nonsense bob. She wore jeans and a t-shirt that had a drawing of the neon sign on the front. She had a pencil behind her ear, a half apron with an order book in one pocket and straws in another. Her smile was broad, genuine, and I had no doubt she probably knew everything about everyone in town. My grandson's friend was in there last week for a broken arm. Heard a new lady doc put a green cast on him. Even signed it." I remembered the case. "That's right, how's he doing?" She waved a hand. "Fine, boys bounce right back. Ask any one of these Wilder fellers about that." "Don't go giving away any stories about Colt, Mabel. He wants to keep this one," Cam told her. I flushed when Colt winked at me. Multiple thoughts collided in my head at once. I wasn't sure what Cam meant by this one, as if Colt had taken a long string of women to breakfast in the past, or one in particular that knew the brothers well enough for one of them to mention her in a roundabout way. Also that Cam knew Colt's intentions. I didn't even know they'd talked since we ran into each other again yesterday. And what kind of secrets did Colt have? Mabel zipped her lips with her hand, then asked, "What can I get you?" She was looking my way. I glanced down at the menu. "Denver omelet, please. White toast or wheat?" "Wheat, please." She looked to Colt. "Usual, please, thanks, Mabel." With a decisive nod, she made her way down the line of tables, topping off people's coffees on her way to the kitchen. Clearly Colt ate here often. "So, Molly, tell us all about yourself." I looked around Bray, which was kind of hard to do since he was so broad. "Shep, right?" He grinned, set his hand over his chest that was covered in a navy long-sleeve t-shirt. Across the chest it read Wilder Auto Repairs. He was the one who towed my car. "Yep, the cute one." "Whatever," Cam said beside him, rolling his eyes.
You can't call yourself cute, it's gotta come from a lady, Trigg said. He glanced down at Ellie. Tell Shep who's the cutest, sugar. She rolled her eyes. As she was about to answer, Mabel came back with a huge tray laden with dishes. She set it on the empty table beside her and started passing the plates around. I sat back as the table filled with all the food the Wilder boys seemed to eat for breakfast. Once her tray was empty, she said to me and Colt, Your meals will be up real soon. Everyone dug in and seemed to have forgotten I'd been asked about myself. Colt hadn't. Molly's the new ER doc at the hospital. Came from Cheyenne. He looked to me if he got that correct, which only showed how little we knew about each other. Clothed. I nodded. Yeah, I saw the opening and thought it was a good fit. Where'd you go to medical school? Trigg asked, then shoved a forkful of eggs into his mouth. Hopkins, in Maryland. Molly's also the medical examiner. Colt added, his gaze directly on Trigg. Trigg swallowed, then set down his fork. He glanced at Ellie, then back at Colt. All humor was gone. And? It wasn't just Trigg who stopped eating. Everyone at the table paused. He had a stroke, Colt said, then looked to me. I can't share confidential information about a patient, even deceased. Colt's jaw clenched for a moment, then he nodded. I can. The fall didn't kill him. I set my hand on Colt's arm. What are you doing? Colt lifted his chin. Remember I said my brother's wife's father was Lance Mann? I nodded. He'd said that when he announced we had to leave the house. That's Ellie. My gaze whipped to meet Ellie's. Oh my God, I'm sorry for your loss. I smacked Colt. Are you insane? The woman's lost her father and you want to talk about his autopsy? Trigg huffed. There's no love there, so don't you worry your pretty head. Hey, you worry about your own woman's pretty head. Colt countered, sounding very territorial. Mabel stopped by with our meals and set them before us. The scent of cheese and green peppers wafted from my plate and made my mouth water. The hash browns next to the omelet looked crispy and deliciously greasy. Ellie rolled her eyes as she stuck a piece of melon in her mouth. This pretty head can speak for herself, she said to the men, then turned to me. It's okay, I barely knew him. Hadn't seen him in years. I'd been living in Seattle and he asked me to come home. Turns out he'd made an arrangement to marry me to his crony in exchange for paying off debts. I blinked. What? She filled me in on the rest, and Trigg beside her looked pained, like he'd eaten broken glass instead of eggs and bacon. Wow, okay, that's crazy, I said when she finished. My sister waffled between being a sociopath and a psychopath, so I was familiar with family doing insane things. I wasn't close with my parents, but they would never trade me for money. Are you next of kin? Ellie nodded. Legally, technically. Legally, I can share the details with you. No matter what the man did or how much she hated him, he was still her father. While he had broken bones from the fall down the stairs, it was the brain bleed that killed him. Not Trout, then, Trigg stated. I didn't know who this Trout person was, but I assumed it was the one they thought might have pushed Lance Mann down the stairs. Not Trout, Colt confirmed. Death was from a medical cause, not murder. He glanced to me. Right? Correct, I nodded. There isn't a murderer in Devil's Ditch, then? Bray asked. Colt took a swig of his coffee. No murderer. I already called the paper with an update so the town can settle back down. I looked at Colt, then flicked my gaze to Trigg and Ellie. No murder, that's a good thing, right? It is, Trigg answered. Just means that Conrad Trout, the guy who bought Ellie from her father, is just an asshole. Unfortunately, I can't arrest people for that, Colt said. He sighed, then picked up his silverware and tucked into his breakfast. The brothers grumbled too and returned to their meals, although Bray had already cleaned his plate except for a piece of toast. I don't know when you work next, Molly, but you should come over, Ellie offered. Trigg growled possessively, but Ellie ignored it. I'll get Lainey and Mrs. Wilder to come too, she said. Girls' night. I'd like that. I would. Making friends, though, with women in Devil's Ditch was a little dangerous. Ellie was a few years younger than me, but she seemed nice. I didn't know who Lainey was, but I was wary of meeting Colt's mom. I didn't know how long I'd be able to stay in Devil's Ditch. I had a feeling it was going to be hard enough walking away from Colt, let alone friends and more of his family. Although sitting with 5 big brawny Wilder boys made me feel safe and protected, not even taking into account that the man who wanted me in his bed was the county sheriff. I just knew it might be too good to be true. Chapter 14. Molly. After breakfast, we'd done ridiculously domestic things all day. We'd gone grocery shopping, and Colt had made a run through the self-serve car wash to get the salt and sand from the blizzard off his truck. After that, he'd pulled me onto his couch and we'd napped and watched movies. I'd been tucked into him the whole time, making out like teenagers. He'd put his hand beneath my sweater and down under my jeans and panties to get me off once, but he hadn't wanted me to reciprocate. I wasn't sure if he was a masochist or if he was building anticipation, but now that I was coming out of his ensuite bathroom in only his t-shirt, he looked downright feral. He crooked his finger in the way I knew meant, "Get over here, because I want to fuck your brains out." I went to him easily and eagerly. He pulled me into bed with him and tucked me beneath him, the soft mattress at my back, his hard, hot body over me. "We both have to work the next few days, so I'm gonna fuck you good and hard so you feel me while you're saving people's lives." What could I say to that besides, "Okay"? We didn't talk about birth control, pretty girl. I stiffened, realizing he'd been right. "But I haven't come in that pussy. Yet. I've already fucked you bare and don't want to stop. You with me?"
Was I?
"Yes."
"You on birth control?"
"Yes."
"I got lots of cum for you. Tonight I want to know if I can fill up that pussy."
Oh my God, that was hot as hell. Yes. All I could say to him was yes.
"Soon we'll talk about ditching the birth control and putting my baby in you."
My eyes widened. I hadn't thought much about kids. I'd been too busy. I'd been in school forever and then residency. Now the idea of making a baby with Colt? I liked the idea. Today, no. Soon, like he said, maybe. "Okay," I replied. And then he spent the next 2 hours practicing. I just had to hope my birth control was potent enough. The next morning, Colt followed me to my apartment in his patrol SUV, then veered toward the station, which was situated right downtown. I'd done some laundry and unpacked a few things. Since I didn't stick in one place for long, I didn't have much. Only what I could fit in my car, and the day I moved in, one of the neighbors in the small 4-bedroom apartment building helped. Andy, a brawny, friendly guy who ran the local feed and seed, could carry twice as much as me, which made for only a few trips. Fortunately, this apartment came furnished. Because Colt was a man of his word and ridiculously attentive, I needed a nap before my overnight shift. At 7, I walked into the ER and greeted the triage nurse in the lobby as I unzipped my jacket. "Hey, Sarah." She smiled, then tipped her chin. "I see you found your badge." I frowned and glanced down at my ID that was on a lanyard around my neck. "What do you mean?" "You always find it right after you request a replacement, right?" She continued. I blinked. "I'm surprised you were in earlier talking to HR about it going missing. Although I guess it was smart since they're only in until 6, and you're on tonight." I stilled. My heart lurched. I hadn't lost my badge. I kept it in my purse when it wasn't around my neck as required while on shift. I hadn't come into HR earlier either. Fuck, Missy. It had to have been Missy. I had to think on my toes. "Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I forgot I changed purses." My mind was racing, so I gave her a little wave and went to the locked double doors that led into the ER, swiped my not missing badge to open them. There were 6 patient bays that were in a circle around the central nurse's station. A whiteboard with patient data was on one wall for all to see and update. It was an older building with gray linoleum floors and green signage. The air always held a sharp bite of antiseptic and antibacterial cleanser. I greeted the nurses I'd come to know and tried to smile. After I put my coat and purse in my locker and in the doctor's lounge, I headed right for Dr. Barnes, who was at one of the computers to get his shift change report. He was about 10 years older and had grown up in nearby Missoula. We hadn't chatted too much yet about our personal lives, but I did know he was married and had 2 kids in middle school. "There's only 2 patients, so let me get you up to speed and I'll head out," he offered. I tried to focus on his report, but my mind kept drifting back to Missy. She was here in Devil's Ditch, and she'd come to the hospital to get a doctor's ID badge. My ID badge that let me into all the areas of the hospital, from gift shop to operating room. She could pretend to be me and help a patient. What she wanted was access to a prescription pad or drugs. The hospital had a pharmacy that dispensed drugs and medications, but on each floor there was a big machine, like an ATM for medicine, that dispensed it. An ID badge and a password was needed to access and for anything to be dispensed. It also needed a registered patient's barcode because meds weren't given out without a patient to take them. She didn't know my password. I didn't create one. It was given to me each week and I had to memorize it. Even if she did access one, which I fucking hoped she hadn't, the password would be invalid in 2 days. This was a disaster and worse than things she'd done in the past. She could have me fired. She could have me lose my medical license. She could have me arrested. Worse, she could potentially hurt innocent patients. Sweat dotted my brow. Shep had said he'd see me at the grocery store. Had it been me? I'd gone several times since I moved to town, but hadn't actually seen him when I was shopping. Or had it been Missy? She knew where I worked. Did she know about Colt? The only time Colt and I had been together in public was breakfast at the diner the day before and grocery shopping after. Unless she'd been following me around the hospital, she wouldn't have seen us together in the morgue. No, she wouldn't dare come here at the same time I was on shift. It'd blow her plans. Breakfast with Colt had been with his family, so if she'd seen us, maybe she'd think it was a bunch of friends sharing a meal, although it was pretty obvious the Wilder boys were related. If she discovered I had feelings for Colt, then I could only imagine what she would do. No, I knew exactly what she'd do. She'd sleep with him. Because she'd done that in the past, not once, but twice with guys I dated. Guys I hadn't even slept with yet. Sleep with guys and trick them into thinking they were actually in bed with me. Then treat them like shit so they thought I was the bitch. There was no way to explain to them what had happened. Besides, I didn't want to be with a guy who'd been with my sister even if he was tricked. Shit. Shit. You good? Dr. Barnes pulled me from my freak-out. I nodded. Just continue to monitor, and when a bed opens up, he'll be transferred for observation. He finished. Got it, I said with a decisive nod. I might be able to save these patients, but I wasn't sure if I could save myself. I didn't have it all. Colt told me he was falling for me, that I was the one who got away. He seemed to want it all with me, even talking about someday soon ditching birth control to try for a baby. But did all include my sociopath sister, who was surely going to fuck with his life? He didn't deserve that. He deserved more than me. Fuck. I should be the one with a knife wound to the chest because that was what it felt like. I was going to have to break up with him. Molly, got a 63-year-old complaining of chest pains coming in, 2 minutes out. It was Jane, one of the nurses, who stirred me from my sad thoughts. I nodded, slung my stethoscope around my neck, and went to grab some gloves. Breaking up with Colt would have to wait. Chapter 15. Colt. It had been 3 days since I'd seen Molly. She worked nights this week, I worked days. We slept on alternate schedules. I'd even gone into the ER twice when she worked, but I'd missed her. Once she was with a patient getting a CAT scan, another the nurses had no idea where she was. I messaged, texted. I felt like a 10th grader with his first girlfriend. I felt like a real stalker wanting to catch even a glimpse of her. My heart and my dick both missed her. Something was up. Molly had accused me of stalking her. It hadn't been true before, but I was almost to stalker stage now. In fact, it was only Cam's call that kept me from pulling into the hospital lot and finding my girl, even if she was in the morgue cutting up a dead body. What's up? I asked him. Dude, I need you over here. Cam was pretty level-headed. He could handle his own. As a vet, the most dangerous patient he cared for was Mr. Bateman's yippy chihuahua. That little fucker liked to bite. I knew because I'd been on more than one call for him doing just that. I stiffened in my seat. Is there an emergency? No lights and sirens needed, but I got something to show you, he said. From the tone of his voice, it didn't sound like he was going to show me the letter that said he won the lottery. Looking left and right, then in the rearview mirror, I did a 180 in the road and cut across town to Cam's animal clinic. It was on the edge of Devil's Ditch, where there was enough land for a large pen that was attached to the building. He treated everything from birds and lizards to dogs and cats, but also large animals like sheep and cows. Those didn't come in through the front door on a leash, but were transported in a trailer and put in the pen. I parked, waved to Louisa, his vet tech, who pointed me to his office. Cam was in his desk chair and he swiveled to face me. I took off my hat. Beneath my coat I was sweating. I didn't like the idea of anything happening to my family, and the fact that he hadn't mentioned what it was had me coming up with all kinds of possibilities. Dude, you're making me feel like Ma, freaking out when there's something up with one of us, I told him. He smirked, then it slipped away. Not a good sign. Sorry. What the hell's going on? He spun his chair back to his desk and pointed at his computer screen. Someone broke into the clinic last night. What? I asked, moving to get a better look. Any damage? Did they take anything? Cam was opening his security feed and using a mouse, hit rewind on a black and white recording. I moved so I could see even better and leaned my hip against the desk. There. He hit play. It was the front lobby from an odd angle where the camera was positioned to record a wide-angle view. It was empty and the windows were black, indicating it'd been nighttime. The clock in the corner said 9:16. The door swung open, bounced off the wall, and a woman came in. She shut the door behind her and stepped toward the counter. Cam paused the video. I leaned closer. He zoomed in. I froze. Holy fucking hell. It was Molly. She had on a black beanie, but I couldn't miss the soft fringe of hair beneath the cuff. I knew those eyes, that mouth, every inch of her body. "Why the fuck's your girlfriend breaking into my vet clinic?" he asked. That was a really good fucking question, because that time last night, she was supposed to have been on shift at the hospital. "Anything taken?" I asked, my tone laced with confusion and anger. It was real hard to separate out the man from the lawman in this. He resumed play and we watched her head down the hall. "No, but the meds are all locked up in the safe at night." "What the fuck does she want with farm meds?" I wondered. "I'd say ketamine," he replied. "Can be used on people and animals." Molly wanted ketamine? To what, sell? It was a relaxant, knocked people out. Used sometimes as a date rape drug, it made no sense. "I only have one camera," Cam told me. His voice was almost apologetic, but who would want to break into a vet clinic that had secured drugs? She was a doctor, which meant she knew medications and knew which ones to pick. Unless she was drugging random animals, I had to assume they were for people. I spun on my heel and cut down the central hall that had patient rooms on either side. A dog barked and the scent of animal and disinfectant made my nose twitch. When I got to my patrol SUV, I spun around when I heard someone following, crunching gravel under quick feet. It was Cam. "I'm coming with you," he said, looking determined. "I could do this on my own." He shook his head. "No way. I know how you feel about her. This time you get back up from me." He was in jeans, a plaid shirt, and a fleece vest on top. When he did surgeries, he wore scrubs, so it obviously wasn't a spay and neutering day. "Fine," I muttered, then hopped in the car. Fortunately for Cam, he got his door shut before I sped out of the lot, my tires kicking up dirt and rock. I thought I knew Molly. That what we felt was like Ma and Pop's. It seemed there was a lot I didn't know about the woman. In fact, after what I saw and the fact that she lied about being at work last night, I wasn't even sure if she was the woman for me. Chapter 16. Molly. "Hello, Lolly." I spun around at my nickname, the name only one person used for me, Missy. We were in the hospital lot. There'd been a multi-car accident on the highway right before shift change, so I'd stayed 2 extra hours to help with the load of patients. One even got airlifted to Missoula. I was bone-weary and ready for my bed, but Missy's surprise presence was like a shot of epinephrine right to the heart. "Jesus, Missy," I said, setting my hand on my chest. "Have you been waiting out here?" Of course she had. I recognized the coat she wore. It was mine. Pink, puffy. She'd been in my apartment. Usually her hair was long, but she'd cut it to chin length to match mine, so we looked the same. Because while we weren't just twins, we were monozygotic twins, meaning we had shared DNA and looked very identical. No one growing up, including our parents, could tell us apart. "My time's important too, you know," she snapped. There was the Missy I knew. Egotistical, like everything had to revolve around her. "There was a car accident, lots of people hurt." I explained, not that she'd care about them, only that their injuries inconvenienced her. "Yeah, well, they should pay you overtime." I wasn't going to talk about my salary with her since she didn't even work. "What do you want?" Not "what are you doing here?" I knew that answer. Actually, I knew what she wanted. She smiled. I never met anyone who could paste on such a pretty warm smile while having eyes so cold. It was like she was empty inside. "The usual. I'm not giving you drugs." "You're a doctor. You tried already with HR, didn't you?" She shrugged, then huffed, her breath coming out in a white cloud, looking petulant like a child who'd had a piece of candy taken away. "You turned the badge off." When I'd gone in early the next day to check with HR, I learned they had given her a replacement because they thought she was me. I lied and said I'd found the original and asked them to turn off access to the replacement one, even though I told them I'd drop it back off. I hated lying in general, and I hated lying as excuses for my sister. "You're not a doctor," I prompted. She rolled her eyes, reminding me of when we were in middle school and I told her she couldn't be sneaking out with the high school boys. "Thanks for tossing all your success in my face," she snapped. "Not all of us were Mom and Dad's favorite, or got straight A's, or played the flute, varsity soccer." "You're still upset that I played varsity soccer? In high school? When are you going to grow up?" I tossed my hands in the air. "When you give me money." I have given you money, but you spent it on drugs. I want more. Not happening until you go to rehab. Then I guess you're gonna have to keep running, Lolly, because my life is all your fault. You've got this gorgeous boyfriend with a big piece of land. I've heard all about the Wilders. They're loved by all in this town. I know for a fact that there's money there, a shit ton of it. I'd been angry at my sister since we were 4, and she took my doll and ripped its head off just to see me cry. I'd cried then, and I'd cried so many times since, but this time mentioning Colt, I was livid. I rolled my shoulders back and glared. Don't fuck with Colt Wilder. Not only because he was the man I was in love with, but because he was the sheriff and didn't fuck around. I'm sure he doesn't want to be with the woman who steals drugs from around Devil's Ditch. What do you mean around Devil's Ditch? What else have you done? Oh God, I could only imagine the things she'd been up to around town while everyone thought she was me. I think that would mess with your medical license, I narrowed my eyes, crossed my arms over my chest. How did you even find me? Well, it wasn't ridiculously hard to find someone who had a job, a medical license, a lease, a bank account, and other details that couldn't be hidden without being in some kind of spy movie. I thought I had more than a short few weeks before she caught up with me. You were in the medical examiner on a case that made the papers. Fuck the man case. I pulled my keys from my pocket, clicked the locks open, and climbed in my car. Locked them. I was never ever going to escape Missy. For the past few days, I'd kept away from Colt to keep him safe. The only other way to do that was to leave Devil's Ditch. Missy would follow and wouldn't give Colt a second thought. She was like a dog following someone holding a treat. That treat to her was money. But I was tired of running. I'd fled to college out of state to escape her. Residency in another, but she left me alone because I consistently gave her money. Only when I settled in Denver and started working in an ER there did things escalate. I'd fled to Cheyenne, then to Devil's Ditch. It wasn't going to stop. She wasn't going to stop. She'd impersonated me to get an all-access badge to a hospital. She wasn't just dangerous to me. Colt needed to know the truth. He needed to know how I felt about him, that he was worth sticking around for, that I wanted to finally have it all instead of basing my life on reacting to Missy's mental health problems and addiction. I peeled out of the lot to head to the sheriff's office. I tried to protect him by staying away, but it was time for him to protect me. I'd give him my problems, and I know he'd take them. Because from that very first night at the rodeo, what we felt was real. And this week since we found each other, I submitted to him and he took care of me. Sure, that was in bed, but if I trusted him with my body, I could trust him with this too. Right? Chapter 17. Colt. I knocked on Molly's apartment door. The building was 2 stories, 4 units in total. It was newer, brick, and the entrances to each apartment were on the outside. I knew someone in the department who used to live here before he got married. Decent place. She'd be asleep after her night shift, but I needed answers and I wasn't waiting until she woke up this later afternoon for them. Cam was beside me. Between the two of us, we made a wall so she wasn't going to run off past us. Not that I expected her to run. Hell, what did I even know of her? Maybe she was sneaking out a window right now. He looked to me and I knocked again. The door to the other second-floor apartment opened. We turned. Hey, Colt, Cam. It was Andy who ran the seed and feed. Our family had been doing business with the place for as long as I could remember. Andy had only been there a few years, but knew all of us because he'd been in Hayes' class at school. Decent guy. We'd both been part of a group that went on a river float trip last summer. We met by the exterior stairwell and shook hands. He was dressed casually in jeans and a gray canvas jacket. You hear from Molly? He asked. Got some questions for her. I said, not offering up much. I was surprised she told me you broke up, he said. My brows shot up, but I remained silent. Only years of training kept me from wanting to ask him all sorts of questions. It was better to stay quiet and let a suspect fill in the quiet. Even though Andy wasn't a suspect, the concept worked. Heard around town you two were pretty serious, but she told me it wasn't like that you were a fling. My jaw was clenched so tight, I was sure Cam heard my molars crack. Oh yeah, why's that? Cam asked for me. Andy glanced away, flushed. I couldn't miss the sly smile on his face. Guess she came in to me yesterday. What the actual fuck? Knocked on my door and asked for sugar, he explained. I know little old ladies do that, but she wasn't looking for sugar. She was looking for something else. He winked. Winked. I wanted to punch his face in. Beat him to a pulp. Cam set his hand on my shoulder, and it was the steadying gesture I needed. Nothing like a smoking hot one-night stand to clean out the pipes, Cam said, sounding like we were in a guy's locker room. The last thing I wanted to chat about was how Molly'd cleaned out Andy's fucking pipes. That eased the tension in Andy's shoulders, as if he were afraid he'd made a mistake by fucking my girl. But he'd been told we broke up, so she'd been fair game. Yeah, shit. He ran a hand through his short hair. She can suck dick like a Hoover vacuum, right, Colt? Cam's grip tightened. I admit I've never seen a heart-shaped pussy patch before. What the fuck is that? Cam asked. Andy pointed to the front of his jeans and circled his finger. Her hair on her pussy was shaped into a heart. Never seen anything like it. By the look on his face, he wanted to see it again and maybe up close. Don't you gotta be somewhere? Cam asked, probably sensing that I was close to my limit. Andy blinked, clearly unaware that he was really close to dying. He gave a stupid salute, then went down the steps in the casual, relaxed way of a guy who'd had his balls emptied. Cam and I stood on the landing and watched Andy pull out of the small lot in his older model pickup. Then Cam stepped in front of me, made me look him in the eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd find another woman like Lexi, but shit. He felt sorry for me. He knew what happened with Lexi, how she'd cheated on me and strung me along when all she had to do was cut things off. At the time, I thought I'd wanted everything with her. Then I met Molly and realized what Lexi and I shared had been superficial. I hadn't been in love with her. I thought I had been, but when I really fell for Molly, I finally knew what love really felt like. It's not her, I told him. His eyes widened. In the video, sure as hell was. You saw it too. I had breakfast with her, sat right beside her, remember? I shook my head. Not her. He set his hands on his hips, completely unconvinced. Okay, Mr. Sheriff, what clue am I missing? The fact that my Molly has a waxed pussy. Not a chance in hell can pussy hair grow back and shaved into a heart shape in 3 days. 3 days was the last time I saw, touched, licked, and fucked that smooth bare pussy. His eyes widened as he caught on. Doubt that'd be admissible in court, he said. I pointed in his face. You say one word about my girl's pussy and I'll kill you myself. He held up his hands in front of him. If Molly didn't break into my clinic and didn't fuck Andy, then who the hell did? My cell rang. I pulled it from my pocket. It was Marge, the sheriff office administrator. She'd worked that position through 4 sheriffs and was good friends with our mom. Besides Mabel, she knew everything that was going on in town. Marge, I said. Molly Simon's here to see you. I glanced at Cam. Be there in 5. I ended the call and took the steps to the ground level 2 at a time. My dick was just hard for Marge saying my girl's name. Time to get answers. Chapter 18. Molly. The organized and precise older woman who ran the front desk of the sheriff's department led me to Colt's office to wait for him to return. It was a small space, only room for a desk, file cabinet, and 2 visitor chairs. An American flag draped from a pole in the corner. Photos rang in the background. The scent of coffee hung on warm air from a thermostat set a little too high. She seemed like the woman who would want to make small talk and share photos of her grandchildren, but she smiled and left me to wait. When I heard heavy footsteps coming down the hall, I popped to my feet, turned around. There he was, Colt. All big, brawny cowboy with a dark scowl slashed across his face. My body responded to him in a way I'd never felt before, like I wanted to leap into his arms and have him never let me go, and tear his clothes off and ride him like a cowgirl. Hi, I breathed. My heart was in my throat. Just like our condom conversation, I wanted nothing between us. It was time to tell him everything. I'm here to... We have to end things. Chapter 19. Molly. I started to shake like I was freezing, that I was hot, sweating. My heart roared in my ears. All I could do was stare at Colt, the man I loved, who looked at me like I was the bad guy. His gaze was piercing, like usual, but cold. His body wasn't relaxed and at ease as he was usually around me, but tense. What? He was breaking up with me. My heart thudded and I felt like he'd pulled out a service pistol and shot me. I shouldn't be surprised. Of course he was ending things. Just as I expected, I'd been dumb enough to get my heart involved because it hurt. I swallowed hard past a lump in my throat. I couldn't meet his eyes, studied the buttons on his shirt. I figured. I'm so sorry. Cam joined us in Colt's office, making the space very crowded. The shame I felt was fierce. I didn't do anything, but it doesn't matter. I can see why you'd want to end things, I said, tears filling my eyes. This was exactly what Missy wanted. To see anything good in my life ruined because I wouldn't help her. I was sure this was the start. My job was probably next. Maybe my medical license. It seemed I'd lost Colt. I was going to have to pay her forever, wasn't I?
You're breaking up with her?
Cam asked, sounding stunned. He looked angry, at me or Colt, I wasn't sure. Colt didn't look at him, just reached back, set a hand on his very large brother's chest and pushed him out of the room. With a booted foot, he kicked the door shut behind him, so we were alone in his office. I licked my lips. Colt, please let me explain. I stepped back as he moved closer. There wasn't anywhere to go, and I bumped into his desk. He kept moving until he loomed over me. Surprising the hell out of me, he set a hand on my stomach, and then his finger slid south beneath my scrub pants. My eyes widened in surprise. Colt! I exclaimed when his hand went beneath my panties too and cut me. What are you doing? I squirmed because this was the last thing I expected him to do. He grunted, pulled his hand free. Then, in true Colt fashion, licked the tips of his fingers that had stroked over my folds. What the hell was going on? I frowned. Colt! His voice was low when he replied. Tell me, pretty girl, about your twin sister. His serious eyes, the ones that could see into my soul, held mine. I swallowed, then burst into tears.
Chapter 20, Colt. When I saw the break-in video that Cam shared, I lost my shit. In that moment, I learned Molly wasn't who I expected, obviously. Then when Andy talked about fucking her, my mind went to a dark place. Molly was special, different, so much more than any woman I'd ever met before. I knew exactly what her mouth felt like around my dick, knew what it looked like when she swallowed my cum. No way would Andy ever get that privilege, but it seemed he had. Lexi had done a number on me, made me paranoid, cautious. I'd stopped looking for a date or the one. Fucked my hand and not anyone quick and easy I might find at the roadside. Then I saw her at a rodeo. But if Molly was sleeping with Andy at the same time as she was with me, then my judgment and ability to read people was shit. How could I have let myself be led around by my dick not once but twice? Then Andy mentioned the heart-shaped patch of pussy hair. It was ridiculous, and like him, I had never heard of such a thing or encountered it personally. But a crucial clue in whatever the fuck was going on. My pretty girl hadn't broken into Cam's clinic. She hadn't had sex with Andy. I pulled Molly into my arms and let her cry. These weren't fake tears, but real ones that seemed to come from her soul. She was hurting, which meant I was too. I wanted to get her to stop crying. I'd do anything to make it end. But it seemed she needed to let them out, and then I'd take her problems from her. I had no idea how long we stood in my tiny office as I held her, kissing the top of her head and whispering in her ear. How good she was, so perfect, so pretty, all mine. When she was all cried out, she lifted her head, met my gaze with her splotchy, watery one. Colt, she whispered again. Tell me about your twin, I said gently. How did you know? Because you wax your pussy. My pussy. She frowned, thinking hard, and then her eyes flared wide. She tried to step back, assuming the worst. I didn't touch her, I vowed. Andy, your neighbor, did. Guess your sister came on to him. Cam and I had a little guy talk on your landing. He told us she has a heart-shaped pussy patch. She wiped her eyes, then paused. It took a few seconds, but she figured it out. My girl was smart. Heart-shaped. Andy thinks he had sex with me? I nodded. She blanched. Oh my God. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. She's trying to ruin my life. She cut her hair on her head to look like me. Guess she forgot something. I moved around the desk, tugging her along and pulling her into my lap. The chair rocked back slightly from the motion. What's her name? Missy. Missy. I had to admit Missy Simon was doing a pretty fucking good job of attempting to destroy her sister. Why did she break into Cam's vet clinic? She gasped, eyes wide. Unless she was an incredible actress besides being a doctor, she wasn't faking her surprise. She did? Then she sighed, her shoulders slumping. Of course, she did. Drugs, ketamine probably. It seemed Cam and Molly had the same thought. While Cam came to me with the proof of the break-in, I doubted Missy took enough time to discover the vet clinic was owned by the sheriff's brother. Or maybe she did, and it was a quick and easy way to ensure Molly got arrested. Tell me everything, pretty girl. She shook her head. You don't want to be involved in this mess, Colt, trust me. While I really, really don't want you to break up with me, I understand. A woman broke into Cam's clinic, I said. As his brother, I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. As a sheriff, it's my job to find the person who did it and arrest them. You want to arrest me? She asked, not understanding. Please, I'll just leave. You said you wanted to break up, and I understand that. Missy will follow, and Devil's Ditch will return to normal. I shook my head. No fucking way I was letting her go. Her eyes widened. Colt, if you arrest me, I'll lose my job. I might even lose my medical license. Even if you don't arrest me, both will probably happen anyway. Please just let me go like you want. I'll leave town. My gaze narrowed at the extent of the fuckery her sister was getting her into. I also hated the idea of Molly even considering leaving Devil's Ditch. Go where? I asked. She shrugged. I've moved before, I'll move again. Move again? No fucking way. You left Cheyenne because of Missy? She nodded. Yes, and Denver before that. I came here to your office to tell you about her. She approached me for the first time here in town when I came out of the hospital. I came right over. She's here and pulling shit like breaking into Cam's place because she's manipulating me. I understand why you wouldn't want me with a sister who's a drug addict and a felon. I growled, mad because she would question what we had. That I would just give up on her, on us, because of a crazy sibling. While none of mine were batshit crazy or criminals, I understood the sibling dynamic. I want you. Only you, pretty girl. I'm not arresting you, I want to arrest Missy. I want you to tell me everything and I'm going to take care of it. You can give this problem to me. Her shoulders slumped as if the weight of it was really fucking heavy. But you said we have to end things. Yeah, end things with your sister. Do you want me to turn you over my desk and spank your ass before you tell me what's going on? She was quiet for a little too long, making me growl again. No doubt she felt me grow hard against her hip. Well, I'd love to fuck you over my desk, there's too many people here. Your whimpers and screams are for my ears only. She sighed, finally recognizing she had no other option but to talk. As you figured out, Missy and I are identical twins. Something was off with her from the start. Even when we were little, she liked to do things to see me cry. Rip a doll's head off, pinch me, cut my hair in my sleep. As she got older, it was even more obvious she had serious mental health issues. My parents got her help, but she had to want to get better, and she didn't see that she was doing anything wrong. That manipulating fake charm, irresponsibility, all the signs that she's a sociopath were evident. She fell into bad crowds. Sex, drugs, stealing, all the things in middle school. Burned my parents' house down when we were 17 because she was mad at my dad for pressing charges against a guy who was grooming her. Jesus, that was the palm tree house? I nodded. I went away to college and never really went back. Mom and Dad have a restraining order against Missy and made it very clear until she got clean and true help they were out of her life, so she came to me. When? College? Medical school? Residency? That's like for 10 years. What did she do? She wanted money for drugs, to live. At first, I didn't give her anything, but then she went to one of my professors pretending to be me and tried to sleep with him. I closed my eyes, imagining. Shit. Yeah, it was a mess. I was almost thrown out of school. I had to take proof that I had a twin, that she burned the family house down, the restraining order, all of it. Did you get a restraining order too? She tipped her chin back, looked up into my eyes. I look exactly like her. It's not like the police can restrain someone they think is me. I sighed. Jesus. She was right, and no doubt Missy knew that and used it to her advantage. I paid her, she admitted. I gave her the money she wanted every time she came to me, for years, until I was done with my residency and she couldn't fuck with my plans of being a doctor. You stopped with your first job? She nodded. Yeah, except I was wrong. It's worse now. She could destroy all the years of hard work. To me, medical school and the years put in for her residency sounded like torture. The possibility of all that time and effort and expense being destroyed made me want to track down her sister and have a few words with her. I relocated from Denver because she fucked things up so bad I don't even want to tell you what she did. I resigned, moved to Cheyenne. Where you met me. Yeah, and then I moved here because she ruined everything for me in Wyoming. Based on what her sister had done here in Devil's Ditch, I could only imagine what she'd fucked up for Molly and Cheyenne, or what she hadn't shared about Denver. She followed, and now of course she wants more money. She fiddled with the badge on my chest. I just want her to get help, to get clean or go to jail. Maybe all three at once. She's never faced a consequence of her actions in her entire life. I love her, God, she's my twin, but she needs to be punished, and I'm tired of enabling her. I shook my head. It's not enabling, it's extortion. I let that simmer for a minute, then continued. We'll get her. But the break-in at Cam's isn't enough. She would go to jail for maybe a month. After everything her sister had already done to her, I wanted to. I had no idea what, banish her? Put a force field around Molly? I wanted to strangle the woman, yell at her, tell her to fuck off. But I knew from my job that Missy was mentally sick. She needed help.
She went to HR impersonating me and got a hospital badge. Shit, that was bad, and now I saw why Molly said she'd probably lose her job and her license. Okay, Missy was more than sick. She had zero empathy, no concern for right and wrong. The things she could do with that looking like the ER chief. Colt. Her soft voice stirred me from my thoughts. I met her dark eyes. Maybe you've got the right idea. We need to break up, she whispered. My fingers clenched her hips, ensuring she didn't get up. Not fucking happening, I growled. You're mine. You gave yourself to me. I meant pretend to end our relationship, she clarified, as if that was going to make me relax when I was beyond pissed off. I didn't even want to fake ending things with Molly. Explain. She licked her lips. Remember I said she liked seeing me suffer? She liked that, splitting us up. Seeing you dump me for breaking into your brother's clinic, for thinking I slept with Andy? I'd arrest you for the break-in. I want to arrest her. She shook her head. If you arrest me, you'll know where I am, meaning she can't keep pretending to be me. I thought about what she was saying. If Molly was in jail, then Missy couldn't do anything in town because then it would be obvious there were two of them. She's going to pretend to be me and come on to you, she stated. Apologize and get you in bed for make-up sex. I cringed. She's done that before, I asked, but I knew the answer. High school. She huffed out a sad laugh. Matthew Marchsea. She wants to punish me for not helping her. Told me as much in the hospital parking lot just a little while ago. She'll show up at your house, apologize, and say something to try to win you back, or do something like a blowjob. Men will keep any woman around who will suck his dick. I remembered Andy saying she sucked dick like a vacuum. She had a point, although the very thought about a drug addict, crazy woman anywhere near my dick made my balls crawl up into my body. Fucking you would destroy me, she admitted, glancing down. That's what she'd do. It'd be ironic for a woman like her to have a lawman by the balls. That had her looking up at me through her lashes. The perfect get-out-of-jail-free card. I don't want her to suck your dick, she admitted. I had to laugh at that. Pretty girl. The only lips I ever want on me, anywhere, are yours. You believe me? If not, I'm going to spank your ass until you do. That made her smile as I expected, and squirm. I believe you. Good girl. Her cheeks flushed at the praise. Seemed she liked to be my good girl, too. What's the plan, then? You're going to have a girls' night with Ellie, Lainey, and Ma, while I take care of this. Chapter 21. Molly. I know my son is good at his job, but how was he so sure it wasn't you who broke into Cam's vet clinic? Mrs. Wilder asked. It was 2 hours after Colt and I had started our plan. I'd stormed out of the sheriff's office looking angry and upset. I'd imagined Colt dumping me for real, and there hadn't been much acting involved. From there I drove straight to his parents' place, Colt having given me directions. Even though as the crow flew it was close to his house and on the same ranch, I had to take a different road to access their long driveway. I trusted Colt, so I knew he'd take care of Missy, but I hadn't had anyone on my side dealing with her before. Trusting someone was new. It was scary. It was also amazing. So I did what he asked and was enjoying myself with his mother, sister, and sister-in-law. Also joining in on the fun was Lainey's best friend, Katie. We were in the large family room, camped out in the biggest and comfiest sectional I'd ever seen. Wine was in hand, snacks were on the coffee table. I'd abandoned my shoes at the door and was halfway to tipsy. When Colt called and told his mother I was dropping in, he may have told her to get me plastered. Then I couldn't leave. Smart man. As to Mrs. Wilder's question, I hoped I hid my blushing cheeks behind my glass of wine, because there was absolutely, positively no way I was telling Colt's mother that it was my Brazilian wax that was the evidence he'd used. I guess he's really good at his job, I said, hoping that would appease her. I've always wanted a sister, but you've made me change my mind, Lainey said, then ate half a chocolate chip cookie. You've got Ellie now, Mrs. Wilder said, smiling fondly at her very new daughter-in-law. And of course Katie's been your best friend forever. I'd say she's more a part of this family than anyone else. Katie, who I discovered was very quiet in comparison to Lainey, flushed and fiddled with the end of her long braid at the praise. Ellie tipped her head toward the older woman and smiled. I didn't have any siblings, and now I've got 8. 9 when Colt wrangles you like Trig did me. Where Lainey was blonde, Ellie and Katie had dark hair. Darker than mine, longer too. Lainey and Katie were maybe a few years younger than I was, and Ellie was in her early 20s, which was a surprise since she was the one married to the eldest Wilder brother. I couldn't help but blush. We haven't talked about getting married or anything like that. We've only technically known each other for a few days. You met in Cheyenne, Lainey added. I'd say fate brought you together. I looked at her skeptically, but Ellie nodded. I've known Trig less than 2 weeks when we married. She looked very pleased with the situation. She had a seemingly permanent smile which came from lots of love and probably a lot of orgasms. If Trig was anything like his younger brother, he was talented in bed and Ellie was a lucky woman. I met Charlie and was married to him a month later, Mrs. Wilder added. Pregnant with Trig then, too. If Ellie flushed any redder, she'd burst into flames. The only time Colt and I used a condom was in Cheyenne, but I was on birth control. Still, we'd had the baby talk and I knew he wanted a family. I had to wonder if Ellie was thinking about condoms too, or lack of them. Or how much cum a girl could be filled with before a Wilder brother was satisfied. Not everyone's like you and Ellie, Ma, Lainey reminded. Mrs. Wilder waved her off.
Both of you will have men falling and falling hard. Mark my words.
Katie and Lainey glanced at each other, clearly skeptical. Maybe you'll find someone at your new job at the roadside, Lainey said to Katie. Katie frowned. I didn't know what the roadside was, but it appeared that Katie didn't seem to think it was a good spot to pick up men. I stayed quiet, because while Colt was possessive as hell, he had never once mentioned marriage, and Missy was still out there. Why would he want to marry someone he couldn't be sure was actually his bride?
Chapter 22. Colt. The best place for the latest town gossip was the sip and serve. That meant the best ally to spread a rumor was Mabel. After Molly left, even her fake tears ripped at my heart, I stormed across the street to the diner and got the plan to take down Missy Simon started. I knew with the next rush of hungry customers she'd be telling everyone how Molly broke up with me. Then I went home, got Trig to meet me. Since his new wife was with my girl at Ma's, I knew he was free and would want to stay close by. If needed, we could grab the snowmobiles and be over the hill in minutes. I'd pulled beers from the fridge, opened up the takeout I'd brought home, and we settled on the couch to watch an early season baseball game for me to update him on what the fuck was going on. There was no way in hell I was going to be alone while someone as crazy as Missy came to my house. Not that I needed a chaperone not to touch her, but someone to remind me not to kill her. I also needed a witness. It took less than 3 hours for my doorbell to ring. News traveled fast, but I figured it was more that Missy was desperate and vindictive. "Colt!" It was Molly's voice that was shouted through the front door, followed by pounding. "Please, Colt!" I looked to Trig, who nodded. He remained on the couch with the game while I went to the door. I had to admit, seeing someone who looked and sounded just like my Molly was startling. Same hair, same height, same features, same everything. Hell, they even had the same pink coat. No way in hell was I sticking my hand down this woman's pants to see if she had a heart-shaped pussy patch. But then I eyed her like a sheriff and not a man. One look at Molly Simon from across the Cheyenne arena and I'd been hooked. My dick should stir for this woman too, right? But no. I couldn't say exactly what the differences were, but the two women weren't exact. Her mouth was downturned. Her eyes were more cunning. The way she held her shoulders was stiffer. Her skin suffered from drug use. This wasn't Molly. "What are you doing here?" It wasn't hard to sound angry. If we'd broken up, then I wouldn't want her on my doorstep. She stepped toward me, set her hand on my chest. "I'm sorry, I came here to apologize." I wanted to slam the door in her face, but I stepped back and let her in, closing out the cold air. "For what?" I asked. "You broke up with me, remember?" She followed and put her hand back on my chest. Then it began to wander and a smile grew on her face. Not a sweet one, but a sly one. "For thinking even for a second I could be without you," she explained. I faked a smile. "Yeah?" That got her gaze gleaming. She was thinking hook, line, and... "Let me make it up to you." Her hand dropped down over my stomach into my belt buckle as she sank to her knees. Right there in my fucking entryway. My dick didn't stir. Not at the sight of a Molly lookalike ready to suck me off. "What's going on?" Thank fuck for Trig. Missy's eyes widened in surprise, having assumed I was alone. When Trig came to stand beside me, we looked down at Missy together. "Well, cowboy, I can take care of you next," Missy purred. Trig crossed his arms over his broad chest. "The only woman who sucks my dick is my wife. And the only woman who sucks mine is Molly," I added. I had to give her some credit. She held on to her performance longer than I expected. "Oh, baby, you know how much you—" "Like your sister to suck my dick." I nodded. "I do." Get up, Missy. The second she realized the charade was over, all emotion wiped off her face like an eraser in a chalkboard. No smile, no warmth. This bitch was cold as fucking ice. She dropped her hand and stood. Missy Simon, you're under arrest for breaking and entering, impersonating a medical professional, and other charges I'm sure I'll be adding. Missy shrugged. The bitch shrugged. If I suck you off, will you let me go? My eyes widened and Trig laughed. If you suck me off, I'll probably get an STD. She's nothing, Missy hissed as I spun her around and very happily cuffed her. She fought against the restraints even though it was futile. Why would you want to be with a goody two-shoes like Molly? I wasn't telling this woman shit about the reasons why I loved her sister. Not only wouldn't she understand, but I wasn't giving her anything to use against us. What I shared with Molly was real, pure, perfect. I wasn't letting Missy taint it in any way. Trig opened the door and I pushed her through and toward my patrol SUV. Because unlike you, she likes it when I cuff her.
Chapter 23. Molly. It took 2 days to clear up Missy-related things around town. Colt had been at my side when I went to HR at the hospital and told them about my sister. Colt had supplied Missy's Colorado driver's license in the arrest report so they could file it away, knowing Molly and Missy were two different people. They also notified building security, so they were aware. I'd shared the idea of a code word, which only I knew that could be used if they ever doubted. I chose rodeo, which I thought was pretty good. Colt had grinned. It didn't matter, though, because the judge had remanded Missy into custody and she'd stay there until trial or she took a plea. Either way, she was going to be in jail for a long time. I wasn't sure what I was going to do when she was released, but Colt assured me it would be years and he'd be keeping an eye on her. Next, we went to the sip and serve and we'd shared with Mabel all about my twin. It didn't take long before the shock of having two of me spread. Even Shep now believed it had been Missy he'd seen at the grocery store instead of me. I can hear you thinking, Colt murmured against my neck. We were tucked cozily in bed and the sun was just starting to rise. I smiled and shifted in his snug hold. We were like two spoons in a drawer. I hadn't slept as well as I did in Colt's arms. When I woke in the middle of the night, panicked about Missy, I felt his hold tighten and I knew I was safe. Knew Missy couldn't bother me any longer. I was smart enough to know she'd probably try something. She was cunning, that was for sure. But Colt said he'd take care of Missy for me, and he had. I felt safe, for probably the first time in my life. It made me settle and fall right back to sleep. I'm thinking about Missy, I admitted. His hips shifted and I couldn't miss the hard prod of his dick against my bottom. Then I'm not doing a good enough job of distracting you. I smiled and rolled in his arms so we faced each other. He trimmed his beard the day before so he wasn't starting to look like a wild mountain man. I told him I liked the beard, especially when it brushed against my inner thigh, so he'd kept it. I'm going to kill you with my morning breath, I told him, putting my hand over my mouth. And I'm going to fuck you with my morning wood. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't used to Colt being silly or smiling like he did. I was getting used to his voraciousness. We had sex several times a day. Yesterday he woke me up with his head between my thighs. Today, with a hand on my hip, he turned me to face away from him once again. Sliding his hand down, he hooked my knee and lifted it over his so I was open for him. His hand continued to cut me from behind, to find me already wet, my arousal and his cum from when he'd filled me before we fell asleep. Always ready for me, he murmured, then kissed my neck. His dick nudged at my entrance, and at this angle, his entry was slow. No morning breath problems this way, he said as he settled himself deep. All I could answer was a, It wasn't the best angle for deep penetration or hard thrusts, but he had full access. His arm that was beneath me circled around and cupped my breast, and his other slid over my clit, then started in small circles. Shallow thrusts, gentle tugs, and slow circles combined to make me go crazy. I couldn't do more than hold on to his hip behind me and try to roll my hips. He was in complete control. Colt, I whispered. That's it. I want to feel you come all over me. Then I'm going to fill you up. One of these days I'm going to put a baby in you. First, though, you're going to marry me. I stilled, but he didn't. My eyes fell closed. Say yes, pretty girl. I didn't say it because I came. A deep rolling orgasm that was no less potent than any of the others. Like when we were playing and he's spanking my ass or handcuffing me to the bed. He followed right after me, his grip tightening, and I felt the deep growl that rumbled right through him. I didn't move, but his hand came off my breast and he shifted. Then he returned and took my hand, slid a ring onto my finger. "Colt!" I gasped. "Marry me." I tried to look over my shoulder, but I couldn't since he was still inside me. Finally, he pulled out and a flood of cum coated my thighs. I was such a sticky mess, but I loved it. It proved how much he wanted me, wanted everything with me. Because the only thing keeping us from building a family was my birth control. If that was gone, I'd be pregnant right away with his keen interest. The ring was simple, a narrow platinum band with an inlaid diamond. It was something I wouldn't have to take off at work, that would let everyone know I was claimed while being functional beneath latex gloves. I spun around, flung my arms around him. He shifted onto his back and I settled on top of him. "You haven't given me an answer," he said, stroking my hair back. It fell around my jaw and probably looked a mess. "You didn't ask." He tipped his head up enough to kiss me. "Molly Simon, I love you and want to spend the rest of my life with you. I want to keep those handcuffs attached to the headboard forever. Will you please marry me?" I grinned, my gaze flicking to the cuffs tucked around one of the wooden slats, just waiting for me to be bad again. "Yes, Colt Wilder, I will marry you. And I want that family with you. I want to stop practicing." He frowned. "Practicing?" "Making babies." A grin spread across his face even bigger when I said yes, because this meant I didn't only want his ring and his name, but I wanted everything. "Don't take the pill this morning." "Okay." He growled, lifted me up so I straddled him. Between us was his still hard dick. "Climb on, Mama." He took me again, and again and again, until later in the month when I took the test and found out practice made perfect. This has been Colt, a small-town cowboy romance, Cowboys of Devil's Ditch, Book 2. Written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2025 by Vanessa Vale. Production copyright 2025 by Vanessa Vale. Bray, Cowboys of Devil's Ditch, Book 3. Written by Vanessa Vale, narrated by Kylie Stewart. Chapter 1. Katie. I was dead on my feet, working all day in the stable, mucking stalls and feeding the animals, buckets of water, hay, pushing wheelbarrows full of manure. Then I went inside long enough to shower off the horse scent, change clothes, and grab a granola bar before I had to work a shift at the roadside, the less than savory bar on the edge of Devil's Ditch, the small town where I've lived my whole life. The county fair was running for 10 days, so the place was packed with locals and fairgoers alike. I was 6 hours into my shift full of rowdy patrons who'd clearly started drinking at the fair and the constant twang of country music. I smelled like stale beer. My arches were screaming, my makeup wilted hours ago, and my deodorant. I wasn't too sure if it was still working. I hated it, but I needed this job, the money, desperately. That was why I wasn't thrilled when I got a table of men who acted like cranky toddlers in my section, who didn't understand the word no. I'd been fending them off since I took their first order, and they were getting increasingly more aggressive and annoying. "You can come home with me later, and I'll show you a real good time." The guy was half drunk, which was worse than full drunk because he meant what he said. I'd served his table, a booth tucked in the back corner, for the past 3 hours, his friends going along with the guy's accidental touching and innuendo. When he got no response from me, because I'd learned it was best to ignore instead of engage, he started to get angry. His ego didn't like to be turned down. Now he wasn't just touchy, he was grabby. I winced when his grip clamped down on my wrist. "I told you before, no," I said clearly, trying to wrestle my arm free. There would be bruises in the morning. "Let go, you're hurting me." "Don't be a bitch." I glanced around. The bouncers were by the front door. The bartenders were busy slinging drinks across the room. I could scream, but that'd probably get me fired, and it would be a he said, she said battle, and I never knew a time when she said won. I needed this job. Hell, why would I deal with this place and these assholes if I didn't need the cash to pay the mortgage? And second, on Grant's house? Or the legal bills? I was barely hanging on even after having let Taylor go from helping me in the stable. She lived with her father down the road and had been helping me part-time for the past 2 years. My truck's AC had died months ago. The dryer was broken and I was hanging my clothes outside on a line to dry like I was a homesteader. It was fine for now since it was summer, but I'd have to string something across the living room when there was 3 feet of snow on the ground. That didn't take into account my meagerly stocked pantry. I needed this job. His buddies were no help to me, only smiling and cheering him on. The assholes. "We don't even have to go to my house," he added. "Just get on your knees here. No one will see you back here." I looked around as I tried to break his hold, tried to figure out how to get out of this, some way to escape without making a scene and getting fired. My gaze snagged. There, cutting through a thick Friday night crowd, was Bray Wilder. He waved to someone across the room, grinning at one woman, then winked at another. My heart galloped like a bolting horse at the sight of him. He settled at a high top in the middle of the bar. Since I was best friends with his sister, Lainey, I knew all of her brothers, and the 2 guys sitting with him weren't them. Bray Wilder. The crush. My BFF's older brother. The guy who saw me as nothing more than a pest when we were kids. He was 3 years older. What high schooler wanted his sister and a late-blooming middle school girl hanging around? He was the first boy that gave me butterflies. I'd been 11 and him 14. He'd only gotten more handsome and more rugged and, God, virile in the almost 15 years since. At 30, he should have a warning label for women's panties, especially in his usual dark cowboy hat and snap shirt. Light brown hair beneath his cowboy hat, quick smile, dimple that made women fling those panties at him. Plus, he was so flipping buff that you could probably bounce a quarter off his abs. And perfect ass. The painful tug on my hand brought me back to my problem. "I've got a boyfriend, and he's not going to be happy seeing you grab me like this," I said, lying through my teeth. The asshole's pale gaze raked over me, probably wondering how I could have a man in my life. "You?" He sputtered, then laughed. "Yeah, right. You don't need to be pretty to suck dick." That was downright mean. I knew I wasn't pretty, but to be told that outright, that all I was good for was to suck him off hidden beneath a table? "He's right over there." I pointed in Bray's general direction, but there were too many people to pick him specifically. He laughed. "You, Miss Mouse?" He released his hold but stood, bumped his chest into me. I stumbled back, felt weak, small, ugly. What? "See, I don't think you really have one. I'm gonna follow, and if there's no boyfriend, I'm going to drag your ass into the bathroom and fuck it. Bend you over the toilet so I don't have to see your face." The blood rushed from my face, and I felt dizzy. I stepped back. Then again. He grossed me out and scared the shit out of me. And he was mean. I do have one." He held out his hand with a flourish like a game show host. "Let's go meet this boyfriend of yours." I didn't linger. I tucked my tray under my arm and headed right for Bray. Mr. Perfect. My fake boyfriend. Chapter 2. Bray. Even in the crowded, noisy bar, I sensed her before I saw her. Catherine Camden, Katie, my sister Lainey's best friend. I tipped my hat back so I could get a better look at her. I'd known her since she was just a girl. Never paid her any mind other than Lainey being a pest and Katie being with her. Because while Lainey was loud, bold, and often obnoxiously extroverted, Katie was quiet. Over the years, the shy and gawky girl had turned into a still shy but beautiful woman with curves for days. One summer, I came back from college and fuck. She'd been all grown up. Suddenly the sight of her made my dick hard. Even though I'd been with other women, she was what I thought about when I jerked off in the shower. That soft smile, big tits, grabbable hips. I dreamed of making the quiet woman scream, and specifically my name. I wanted to be the one to crack her open. Tonight she was modestly dressed, for a Friday night at the roadside, in a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt, but every bit of her round, pert body couldn't be hidden. Every inch of her was lush and fuckable. And off-limits. There might be a bro code, but no one fucked a little sister's best friend. Except my dick didn't know about that rule, because every time I saw her, I wanted her. What guy wouldn't? Sweet, kind, and quietly pretty. Hell, just quiet. For some reason, I got fucking hard for the shy one. Now she was coming closer, and closer. At this distance, I could see the tray in her hand, the black apron around her waist that held a bunch of straws, and an order pad. Wait, she worked here? At the roadside? This dive? She was too good for this shithole. Sweet, innocent. Why the hell was she working here? This place wasn't for her. I've been working too many hours lately to catch up with Lainey. As one of the only farriers in the area, I pretty much had the horseshoeing market covered in Devil's Ditch. That was a good thing because there were a shit ton of horses, but it also meant I had too much work. I needed a partner to help with the load, but that was a tomorrow problem. Out of all my siblings, Lainey was the best at riding a horse, collecting more and more trophies and prize winnings at barrel racing. She hadn't gone pro like Trigg since she worked the family ranch and only competed as a hobby, although she said the winnings didn't hurt. Cam was the vet who took care of the animals. I was the farrier who took care of their hooves. Katie Camden, though, had a way with horses unlike any other. She ran a boarding stable on her family's property and was known around town as the Horse Whisperer, able to coax a wild Mustang bought at a federal auction into docile submission. Right now, in a noisy bar, I was focused on quiet Katie. Where my sister was loud and sometimes pretty fucking crazy, Katie was a total introvert, soft-spoken. She watched instead of participated. Didn't get noticed. Except I sure as hell did. Since I was watching her so closely, it was easy to see that something was wrong. She looked pained. No, scared. Her eyes were wide and she looked nervous as fuck, kept glancing over her shoulder. Whatever was wrong, I didn't like it and I had an instant need to protect. Not just because she was a woman who might need my help or even because she was Lainey's best friend, but because this was Katie Camden and there was no way I was letting anyone fuck with her. She needed to fucking smile and that was it. She should never be afraid, not for 1 second if I could help it. I was going to find out what was bothering her. Surprising the hell out of me, she came right up to me, sitting at the table with Ace and Cody, and set her hand on my thigh. On my thigh. I couldn't remember her ever touching me before, ever. The first time on my thigh? Holy fuck. I felt the heat of it through my jeans and her fingertips were only inches from my dick, which of course went instantly hard. She leaned in and this close I picked up her lemony scent. My friends Ace and Cody, along with everyone else in the crowded bar, disappeared. Her nose slid up my neck and every hair on my body practically stood on end. What the hell? Play along and be my boyfriend. Please pray. She whispered in my ear. She pulled back, met my eyes. Her dark gaze held mine. I saw the freckles across her nose, a hint of sheen to her lips. She wore no makeup except lip gloss. She didn't need it. With her thick hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, she was so fucking pretty. Please pray. My dick liked hearing that from her lips, her begging, but not for this. I didn't drop my gaze from hers, but I knew the swells of her full tits couldn't be hidden by the bar's simple t-shirt, her full hips and grabbable ass snug in her jeans. Some people might overlook Catherine Camden, but I saw how fucking pretty she was. And when she touched me and then begged, I'd give her whatever she wanted. Wait, what did she say? Be her boyfriend? Chapter 3. Katie. Bray wasn't doing anything. I probably stunned him better than any taser. Me, Katie Camden, touching him and asking him to pretend something he'd never do otherwise. Be my boyfriend. As if he'd go for someone like me. Me, the ugly one. The one who a guy only wanted to fuck if he couldn't see my face. Glancing back, I saw the drunk guy wasn't far behind. For all he knew, I was asking Bray if he wanted a pitcher of beer for the table. I wasn't proving he was the boyfriend in any way. Women were affectionate with their boyfriends, flirty, sexy. They touched and kissed. I had to make it believable, because I wasn't getting fucked over a men's room toilet. Taking a fortifying breath, I climbed onto Bray's lap, pretty much straddling him, if awkwardly. It was harder to do than expected on a stool, but I had to make this happen. I probably looked like a baby giraffe trying to stand instead of something sexy. Bray's work-worn hands went to my hips instinctively, and he arched a sandy brow. This close, I could see how blue his eyes were as they held mine. Hey, baby, I murmured, taking on a sultry voice I'd seen on a soap opera I used to watch with Gran. I grabbed his cowboy hat, plucked it off his head, and sat it on mine. It was big and sank low, but I tipped it back. Then I kissed him. Holy hell! I dreamed of what it would feel like to have his mouth on mine since I was 13. Back then, my imaginings had been a peck, something innocent. This was nothing like those thoughts. Nothing. Not a second after my lips met his, he took over. His big hands slid down to cup my butt, and he tilted his head and took over. Warm, full lips, strong hands, hard body. This wasn't a peck. I gasped, and his tongue slid into my mouth. The rasp of his whiskers tickled my skin. Between my thighs, I suddenly ached, as if being near him, on him, woke something in me. This wasn't the best time to have these feelings, but I'd never hopped in a man's lap before, never imagined I'd do anything like this with Bray Wilder. I pretty much wilted in his hold. Then I couldn't help but roll my hips because I ached between my thighs. My nipples were hard. I wanted the entire bar to disappear and for it to only be me and Bray. To have his hand slide beneath my t-shirt and over my skin, moving higher until he cupped my breasts, or the opposite direction and he cupped my pussy. Or both. My little hip roll had my pussy rubbing against the front of his jeans. It felt so good that I whimpered. Bray helped me do it again. Someone nearby whistled and shouted something about getting a room. Reluctantly, we pulled apart. His eyes, heavy-lidded, dropped to my lips. "Who hurt you, kitten?" he asked, his voice gravelly and deeper than usual. Kitten. Oh, I loved it. He never called me that before. He never had his hands on my butt before either. His blue eyes were even darker now, stormier. He didn't have a beard, but he was a few days past the need to shave. I'd felt that raspiness when we kissed. "I'm not hurt, but—" "Someone bothering you, then?" I nodded. I'm used to drunk guys working here. Sometimes the handsy ones, but he's different. He gives me the creeps and told me. I couldn't say it. "A guy's fucking with you?" he asked, his blue eyes narrowing. Gone was the easygoing guy I knew. In his place, the man was menacing, intent on meting out justice. I nodded, suddenly turned on by more than his hands and mouth. "What'd he tell you?" Bray prodded, his voice dropping even deeper than I ever remembered. I licked my lips and Bray watched the action. What he was going to do to me, in the men's bathroom. I told him you were my boyfriend. His jaw clenched and I felt his fingers grip my butt. "Who?" The one word was dark and sounded even a little dangerous. I swiveled a little to look over my shoulder. The motion rubbed my pussy against him again, making me whimper. My panties were ruined and my nipples practically throbbed with the need to be sucked and played with. The jerky guy was less than 10 feet away. Watching, I met his gaze and pointed at him. Bray stood holding me as he did. Then he spun around, set me on his stool, as if I weighed nothing. He met my eyes and stroked my hair. "Stay here." Leaning in, he kissed my cheek. "I'll be right back." Then he went over to the guy, people moving out of his way as if they knew better than to stop him. Bray was confronting the jerk. God, I was so nervous. I'd pulled Bray into this. He was here to hang out with his friends and have a few beers, not get in a fight for me. "Don't worry about Bray," one of Bray's friends said reassuringly. "He can take care of himself. And you." I flicked my gaze to him. He was handsome with wavy black hair and a quick smile, but wasn't anything close to Bray. "I'm Cody," he said. "This is Ace." The other man, Ace, who wore a cowboy hat and a blue shirt, added, "Hey, you hang out with us while he takes care of things." They weren't the least bit concerned about Bray going to take care of things. I gave them an absent nod. They seemed nice, but I had to focus on Bray, on his broad back and his snap shirt, his butt and those form-fitting jeans. He had one hand resting on a high-top table and was leaning down right in the guy's face. I only wanted the guy to leave me alone. I didn't mean for this pretend act to take this turn. Then he... Oh my God! He grabbed the creep by his shirt and hoisted him into the air. "No one fucks with my girl," he said loud enough for me to hear across the room, then punched him. I gasped. "Bray!" I stood to go to him, but Cody grabbed the hem of my t-shirt and stopped me. "Stay right here, sweetheart." Bray loosened his hold and the guy fell to the floor in an unconscious heap. The fight drew everyone's attention. Bray didn't seem to notice, only turned and focused back on me. Oh my. The dark blue eyes, the square jaw, the intensity. He didn't look angry. He looked possessive. Like he protected what was his and I was his. This couldn't be true. This wasn't real. He was pretending, right? Step by step, he closed the distance. I swallowed hard, unable to look away. This was not the teenage version of Bray I used to crush over. He had probably packed on 30 more pounds of muscle and had enough life experience beneath his huge belt buckle for everyone in a 1-mile radius to know that he didn't fuck around. He barely slowed when he got to me, only grabbing his hat from my head and setting it back on his, before he leaned down and tossed me over his shoulder. "Bray!" I cried again as he carried me right out of the bar. Chapter 4. Bray. The things that fucker said to me about Katie, he deserved more than being punched in the face. How I must not care how ugly she was when my dick was in her mouth, that she must suck like a Hoover vacuum. No one talked about her that way. Besides being so fucking disrespectful, it was plain wrong. She was gorgeous. While I definitely imagined her sucking me off, no one else could. No one. Especially not that asshole. The second she climbed into my lap and whispered in my ear, she was mine, like an earthquake that shook the earth before settling into a more solid new way. My brother Trig had found his woman, Ellie, in a fucking snowstorm over the winter. He'd said he saw her and he knew she was his. One look, that was all it took. The way Colt told everyone how he met Molly, he saw her in the stands at a rodeo and had been struck by lightning. Except I'd known Katie since we were kids. Maybe she'd been mine for as long as I could remember. I just needed a stupid asshole to get her to climb in my lap and rub her little pussy all over me, for me to realize that there was nothing else I wanted to do in this world than take care of her. Because while she said to pretend, it was obvious from the kiss and how she writhed and moaned in my lap that she wanted me right back. She sure as hell hadn't pretended. Not the way I felt how hard her nipples were pressed against my chest, or her little moan when we kissed. It was the real deal because I never once heard about her having a boyfriend. Not a high school crush or a college. No, she hadn't gone to college. Not a guy in Devil's Ditch. I'd know, because I'd have heard Mom or Lainey mention it. Katie wanted my kisses. She wanted to make herself come on my thigh. She wanted to moan and whimper when I touched her. Good, because I'd give her anything she wanted. In fact, I had a good feeling I knew exactly what she needed. Was this an issue that she was my little sister's best friend? I thought it was, but no longer. Maybe for Lainey, but she'd have to get over it. I was done keeping my distance from Katie Camden. I cut through the crowd, recognizing a number of familiar faces. Some amused, mostly men. Some stunned, all women. I didn't pay them any attention. When I got outside, the music and noise of the bar faded away. I walked directly to my pickup with Katie over my shoulder, only putting her down after I opened the passenger door, flung a pair of leather work gloves out of the way, and set her on the seat. The parking lot was full, but there were only a few people heading in or out. It was well lit, but my truck was tucked back from the street. "You okay, kitten?" I asked. I needed to know before this went any further. "I'm okay. Thanks for your help." She nodded and glanced around. "Bray, I have to go back to work." I shook my head. "Not happening. Not with that fucker still in there." Although he would be lucky if his friend scraped him off the dirty floor. Instead of looking thankful, she looked worried. "I have to finish my shift." Pulling myself from my pocket, I texted Kyle. He owned the bar. He'd gone to school with Colt, but we were friends. His parents owned a ranch south of town near ours. "What are you doing?" "Letting your boss know what happened and that you're not coming back." I didn't mean tonight, I meant forever. She grabbed my wrist. "Bray, no, don't tell him. I need—" I flicked my gaze from my phone to her, saw the panic in her eyes. "What?" "I need the money," she said, glancing away. "It's Friday night. I can't miss the tips." She needed money. The extra she got from a crowded weekend's night's tips. From the roadside. Shit. "He'll pay you," I told her. "Plus tips. This is his fault. He should have had a bouncer watching you. Where the fuck were they?" "It is the way it is," she said with a shrug. "It is the way it is." That meant... My eyes narrowed. "This has happened to you before?" I saw red, imagining all the times she'd had shitty men pawing all over her and telling her how they were going to fuck her. She glanced away, then took a deep breath. Her hands fidgeted in her lap. "Not like this guy. He scared me." Her voice was soft and sweet, so pure but tainted by that fucker. With her sitting sideways on the passenger seat, I stepped close, nudging her knees apart for me to settle in close. "That won't happen again." I wanted to tell her that was because she was mine, but she'd had enough for one night. I couldn't resist touching her, though, so I stroked my hand through her hair, felt how silky soft it was. The lot lights weren't bright, but I could clearly see her. It was as if I was looking at her for the first time. I knew her by heart, but now I saw the freckles on her nose, the upward tilt of her top lip, her big eyes, the pretty flush to her cheeks. She wasn't just Lainey's friend any longer. No, Katie Camden was my girl, my kitten. There was no going back for me. 10 minutes ago, I walked into the roadhouse single. Now I'd never have anyone else but her. Leaning down, I brushed my lips to hers. It was a gentle kiss, sweet even in comparison to the one we shared inside the bar. This was our first real kiss, when I knew what was going on and it wasn't fake. The chemistry was so fucking real. The air between us sizzled, our breaths mingled. I stepped closer, the height of the truck just right for her pussy to press against my dick through our jeans. Fuck, I murmured, breathing in her soft scent. Bray? I'd get her to say my name like that, all soft and breathy, when there weren't any clothes between us, and we weren't in a fucking parking lot. She deserved more than a quick fuck right here. I wouldn't be much better than the guy who I knocked unconscious. Besides, when I finally got her beneath me, I needed lots of time. Hours. All fucking night. Good thing we had the rest of our lives. Come on, let's get you to your truck. You're not walking by yourself across this parking lot, I told her. In fact, I practically growled it. Clearly she'd taken care of herself for far too long. She lived with her grandmother growing up, but the older woman had died over a year ago. Kitten didn't have any other family that I knew of, which meant she had no expectation of anyone helping her out. She'd said, "Play along, please, Bray." She'd had to beg me to help her because I'd been a familiar face in the crowd. Now she didn't expect me to walk her to her vehicle at midnight. She looked around a little bewildered. Hopefully it was because of the kiss. I don't have my keys. Or my purse. Fuck, she was right. Giving her legs a little push, I had her swing into the passenger seat. Sit here. I'll go get them. But... I shut the door and clicked the locks before she could protest more. I checked in with Kyle directly, told him what I put in the text, and that kitten quit. There was no way in hell my girl was working in this place ever again. He understood, or at least understood the look in my eye and the seriousness of my tone, then directed me to the back to get Kitten's things. I was outside and to my truck quick enough and handed her the small bag. Thanks, she sighed. Grabbing her hips, I helped her down, then took her hand and walked her to her truck. I liked the feel of her palm against mine. While she was fairly tall for a woman, I had many inches on her being 6'3". But those curves, fuck. I wanted to do more than lace my fingers with hers. After she pulled out her keys and unlocked the vehicle, I opened the driver's door for her. She climbed in, tossed her bag on the other seat. The truck had seen better days, and I worried that it was safe. Minimal airbags, only two-wheel drive. I'd have my brother Shep, who was a mechanic, check it out, and make sure it was safe until I got her something more suitable for Montana. And my girl. I wanted to kick my own ass for letting her deal with all this on her own. I had one hand on the open door as I leaned down. I'll follow you home. I don't want to be a bother, Bray. She countered quickly, shaking her head. You've done enough, and your friends are waiting for you. I wasn't asking. I gave her a look because she was not a bother. Besides, since I carried Kitten out over my shoulder, Ace and Cody sure as fuck weren't expecting me back. I'll follow you to your driveway. Her house on the Camden Ranch was set back from the road, but I'd see her taillights the whole way, then the house lights when she went inside. I'd compromised that much. I didn't want to leave her. I wanted to take her to bed and show her all the ways we were perfect for each other, and she was mine. But she'd had enough for tonight. I wasn't claiming her like this. Call me if you need me. Promise? Her forehead crinkled with confusion. Call you? I don't think that man's going to... For whatever, I said, cutting her off. You call me. She studied me, probably wondering if I was actually serious, but was smart enough to know I wasn't going to back down on this. Okay. Good girl. Chapter 5. Katie. What a jerk, Lainey said, hands on hips, pissed for me. She was standing in front of my closet, scoping out my clothes, as if something cute and worthy for a night out to pick up men was in there. I'd been telling her about what happened with the drunk guy at work from the night before. I hadn't mentioned Bray. Okay, I mentioned that he'd been there and punched the guy, but not the part where I'd climbed in his lap and kissed him, or that he'd carried me over his shoulder out of the place. I spent all night in bed tossing and turning, realizing I could have just asked Bray to pretend to be my boyfriend without the need to maul him. If the situation was reversed, which was a very unlikely scenario, he'd be arrested for assault if he just started making out with me. All through my morning chores of mucking stalls, mixing each animal's custom feed, and all the other 1,000,001 things that were needed to take care of 8 horses, I thought of Bray, how I'd responded to him calling me good girl. He'd been surprised to see me, then even more surprised that I'd climbed him like a tree and then put my tongue in his mouth. Stunned. Me, Little Miss Mouse, taking the lead. At least Bray played along, that he was experienced enough with women to make it look realistic. Of course, the punch to the face probably got the point across to the guy better than making out with me. Total jerk. Other guys aren't much different, I told her, sitting on the edge of my neatly made bed. This has been my bedroom since I moved in with my grandparents when I was 6. The dolls and boy posters were all gone, but the sage green paint on the walls hadn't changed, nor did the matching striped comforter. Lainey texted a few hours ago, having competed at the county fair in the barrel race, preliminary round, and told me we were going out tonight and that she was coming over to get ready after I finished my afternoon chores in the stable. With Taylor no longer helping, it took twice as long as usual these days. I'd replied back that I was too tired to go out and got back to brushing down one of the horses, but to her, that wasn't an excuse and showed up anyway. That was why I was only in my robe, fresh from my shower. My family's land had once been a thriving horse property. When my grandparents were younger, it was well known and a prosperous stable in Devil's Ditch. Then Grandpa got sick and we had to sell our personal stock to pay the bills. Then a few years after he died, Grandma got sick. To make ends meet, she and I decided to take on boarders. Not people, but horses. Now it was only me and I had all I could handle alone. People without land or a stable of their own paid us a monthly fee to house their animals. The owners came to ride and take care of their horses, but I was responsible for everyday tending. Currently, I had 8 horses to take care of. That meant a lot of work, morning and night. Conrad Trout, a rich rancher who had one of the larger ranches in Devil's Ditch, had tried to get us to sell the land for years. Grandma refused. I refused for her. When she passed last year, he'd gotten crafty, trying to push me to sell when I continued to tell him no. Blocking the water upstream so I didn't have creek water for the grazing horses. Cutting the fence line so my horses got out, which made their owners upset. Suing me for God so many things. Lainey had told me how Mr. Trout had settled a debt with Lance Mann in exchange for marrying his daughter, Ellie. When Lainey's brother Trigg married her first, Mr. Trout had been furious. Since then, he'd turned even more of that fury to me. At least he wasn't trying to marry me, and I tried to remember that when I was eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunch and dinner. He'd pretty much forced me to take the job at the roadside. I had a mortgage, and a second. Repairs to damages he's caused, but I couldn't prove. Lawyer fees to fight him. My life was working in the stable all day, then working as a waitress at night. I got a free meal during my shift, so that helped even more. But in my quiet time, I like to stay home and read, to bake, to just be. Being friends with Lainey meant that she tried to get me out for fun as often as possible, like right now. Not only was I not interested in socializing, but I didn't have the extra cash to splurge on a night out. I offered Lainey a glass of water so she didn't see the practically empty inside of my fridge. She'd quickly know just how far I was stretching my money with PB&J, ramen, and beans and rice. "It was nice of Bray to watch out for you like that," she said, pulling out a blue top and studying it. I pictured him the night before. Tall and solid in jeans and a snap shirt. The sleeves had been rolled up, showing off deliciously muscled and veiny forearms. Tan, too. His blue gaze on mine, his hands on me, his mouth. God, everything about him made my heart race. That was all before the gentler kiss in his truck that felt very real instead of pretending. I replied, touching my fingers to my lips as I remembered how it felt. "I can't believe you don't own a dress." She shook her head in disappointment, putting the shirt back. "Where am I going to wear a dress?" I countered. I ran a hand through my damp hair. "Mucking stalls?" "You do more than muck stalls." "Yep, I brush down horses, wash them, feed them, shovel hay, work at the roadside. Somewhere in there I get groceries, shower, sleep. If there's free time, I read." I sounded grumpy, but I was just tired. Tired of no sleep. Tired of never having enough, of barely getting by. Of trying and only sinking deeper into debt, into trouble with Mr. Trout. It was only a matter of time before I lost the ranch that had been in the family for generations. I was tired from carrying the heavy load. She sighed, knowing I really was that busy. You could wear a dress out with me tonight, dinner then drinks after. People from the rodeo circuit will be out. It'll be fun. While the county fair wasn't anything impressive besides a midway with games, rides, and funnel cakes, it was also an annual stop for the pro rodeo. That brought people from all over the area to the local bars and the restaurants. While mingling with strangers was fun for Lainey, it sounded awful for me. I flopped back on my soft bed, stared at the ceiling. The summer sun dappled off it as it came in through the cream curtains. The windows were open because there was no air conditioning, not that I had money to pay for it if I did. Thankfully, even in July, it didn't get crazy hot in Montana. All I want to do is throw on some comfy clothes and read a book, nap, then read some more, and not spend money I didn't have. Don't you want to do that too? Between competing and the family ranch, you're busy. I hear you. It's been a crazy week, but I won the preliminary round. She looked so excited. I couldn't help but smile and be proud of my closest friend. Sometimes you just need to go out, and tonight's one of those times, she continued. Besides, it's my treat since I'm manifesting that I'm winning this week, plus I'm forcing you. She set her hands on her hips. No matter what my eyes tell my stomach, I can't eat a whole tray of nachos by myself. Well, I can, but I shouldn't. It was time to resign myself to the fact that I was going out. She was going to get her way because she always did. The extrovert forces the introvert out into the world. But I was holding firm on one thing. I don't want to go to a place for drinks. I serve drinks 30 hours a week. She gave me a look, one she'd used in the past often enough, like when she was deciding if I needed bangs. I did not, in 7th grade. That is a good excuse, she admitted. Nachos and burgers, then. We'll call Molly and see if she has the night off. Ellie, too, since she's preggo and we're not going to drink. You should see her eat these days. She can eat trig under the table, and that's impressive. Come on, you need to get out, do fun things, meet someone. I laughed at the last. Meet someone? I'm not you, Lay, I reminded. No one's interested, trust me. I had to make her own big brother pretend to be my boyfriend. Pretend. If we're together, they'll only see you. She was so pretty with her blonde hair. She had it pulled back in a loose braid that was over her shoulder. Long tendrils framed her face in a way that looked simple and natural. If I did that, I'd look like I'd been through a tornado. Her personality, bright like the sun, drew people to her. She was liked by all, popular, but she was also kind, generous, and patient. Proof of that was being friends with me. She abandoned my closet and came to sit next to me on the bed. First, that's total bullshit. I'm just as single as you are. Only because Chris Gomez was a dick ghosting you like that, and you're better off without him. She waved a hand as if she was well over the guy who'd she'd dated a few times, then disappeared, only to reappear and hide behind an end cap of canned peaches to avoid her. Second, you're the amazing Katie Camden, horse whisperer, even if you have to wear jeans out tonight. I smiled. Yeah, I can talk to horses. So exciting. People want me to talk to them, which doesn't work out so well. Case in point, the night before, me mauling Bray in front of a bar full of people, and worse, his 2 friends. I even have horse-colored hair. I probably have the scent of them embedded in my skin. I tipped my head and sniffed my shoulder. She eyed me. Your hair is gorgeous. I'd give my right boob for hair like that. I laughed as I put my hand up to the wet mass that hung down my back. Lay, A huge crash came from downstairs, making me jump. Lainey gasped. We stared wide-eyed at each other for a second before we flew out of my room and down the stairs to see what happened. What the hell? Lainey said, skidding to a stop in the living room. The large front window that looked out over my grandmother's flower bed was shattered. Glass was strewn everywhere. In the center of the floor, right beside Grandpa's old recliner, was a huge river rock. Careful, she said. You don't have shoes on. Diverting away from the mess, I went to the front door and flung it open. Hauling down my driveway was a dark pickup, but it kicked up so much dust behind it, I couldn't notice anything else about it. I'm calling Colt, Lainey said, pulling out her phone to get in touch with her brother, who was the sheriff. As I stood in my open doorway, all I could think about was that I could never escape my problems. Not only did I have to wonder who hated me enough to break the window, I had to figure out how to pay to fix it. Chapter 6, Bray. Where are you? Colt asked when I picked up his call. Driving between jobs, why? I reached over and turned down the stereo. I was in my truck with my work trailer towed behind. My job was to take care of horses' hooves. I trimmed, shaped, and shoed them. The animals needed this routine care, so I went to ranches in the area and tended to the horses, taking all my tools with me. I'd been on the east side of town at the Marsden Ranch where I took care of 4 horses. The place was on my monthly rotation, but a roan threw a shoe, so it took me twice as long as I expected. It was now behind, having 2 more jobs to get to before the sun went down. Lainey called. She's in trouble. My fingers gripped the steering wheel. My mind instantly redirected whatever bad thing happened to our sister. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to stop and turn around or floor it. Where? I asked first. The Camden Ranch. My heart skipped a fucking beat when he said that. Katie's place? Yeah, he confirmed. Someone chucked a rock through the front window. Lainey called me, freaked out. I clenched the wheel in a death grip. What the fuck? Is she hurt? I was going in the right direction, so I put my foot down on the accelerator. Except, fuck, I couldn't go too fast towing the trailer. No, she's fine. Thank fuck. My kitten wasn't hurt. Still, I had to see for myself. Find out what the fuck was going on. What about Lainey? I asked. There was a pause. Wait, who are you talking about? Katie Camden. Another pause. She's fine too, but no one smashes a window of someone they like. Which meant someone hated my girl. My jaw clenched. Kitten might be fine, but she was in danger, and I wasn't there to protect her. I can be there in 10. Maybe 8. Chapter 7. Katie. I was on the front porch with Colt and Lainey when Bray came tearing down my drive. His truck skidded to a stop, kicking up a big cloud of dust. He jumped out. As he approached, his eyes were on me. Not the broken window or his siblings. Me. I swallowed and could feel my nipples tightening. Butterflies swirled in my stomach. His gaze raked over my body, then held mine. I saw the intensity, the heat, the fury. You okay, kitten? He asked after he hopped the 3 steps and out to my porch. He stood close. So close that I had to tip my head back to meet his blue eyes. His rough-worn hand cut my jaw. I breathed in his familiar scent. Soap and something beneath that was exclusively Bray. I nodded. With him here and this close, I instantly felt better, safe. The adrenaline from what had happened made me shake. It was as if things would be okay now that Bray showed up. Lainey, you okay too? He asked his sister, but not taking his eyes off me. I wasn't even sure if he knew Colt was here. Yeah, but why didn't you call me? He asked, cutting off his sister. Call him? I frowned up at him. What? Why? This is my problem. What are you doing here? You're not due to check on my horses until next week. I'd heard through Lainey how well his business was going and that he had more jobs than he could handle. My clients paid Bray to come here and take care of their horses. He was that skilled, but he was also a wilder, a trusted family in the area. His calloused finger swiped over my cheek. I felt it between my thighs and my nipples throbbed. I'm here because only last night, after you climbed in my lap and ground that pussy all over my dick right in the middle of a bar, I told you to call me if you needed anything. You promised. Lainey gasped. Oh my God, Katie, you did what? I could feel my cheeks heat with mortification. I hadn't told Lainey about what happened at the bar, at least the portion where I got Bray to help me, because it was so embarrassing. I'd acted ridiculous. I was sure I'd looked ridiculous too, and doing it to my best friend's brother? I flicked my gaze at Colt. Out of all of the siblings, Colt was the most serious, most like me. The only reaction he showed was his left eyebrow had winged up beneath his sheriff's hat. I wanted to run back inside and slam the door and hide, except the 3 of them could climb through my huge broken window. I closed my eyes for a second instead. I don't... Need anything? Bray finally glanced at the broken window. Someone did this, to your house while you were home, and you didn't think to call me? I swallowed, surprised by his anger. No was frustration. A vein bulged at his temple. His blue eyes were dark and stormy, but I wasn't scared of him. No, I felt safe, like whatever might happen would be okay now that he was here. Silly, though, because the window was still broken. Whoever did this was out there. I was in more money troubles now than ever. Bray being here didn't solve anything. It only made it more confusing. Why was he so concerned? I knew Colt just as well, and he wasn't all riled, although he probably went on more serious calls than this. I didn't think you meant it, I told Bray. It was pretend. I'm just a... Don't finish that sentence. Yes, I fucking meant it. He whipped around to face Colt. There was a fucker at the bar last night. Oh God, the creepy guy. My eyes widened. He did this? He was pretty pissed he didn't get his hands on Katie. Colt set his hands on his hips. Oh yeah? Bray nodded, then both men looked at me. I nodded too. Got a description? I was about to open my mouth and describe him, but Bray spoke first. 5'10", brown hair, Weasley. Get Kyle to give you the security footage, he told him. It'll be in there. You won't miss me punching him in the face. Rewind back from there and you'll get what you need. Kyle had said they had cameras all around the place. It was far from a high-end establishment, so shady things seemed to happen often. I'd heard there'd been an all-out brawl a week before I started, and I was real glad I missed that. Colt nodded. Know of anyone else who might want to do this? He asked. I had a few friends. While I was sure not everyone liked me, I didn't think I'd angered anyone enough to shatter my window. Even though I let Taylor go, she worked 2 other jobs, and she wasn't the type to hurl a rock, because I couldn't afford to pay her any longer. Creditors weren't thrilled with me, but annoying phone calls were their method of getting to me. I shook my head. No, I'm too busy to make new friends. Or enemies. Either way, I sounded very dull. Kids, maybe? Lainey asked. Some prank or dare? Colt shrugged. Maybe, but this is pretty brazen for kids around here. The county fair with the rodeo is running this week, which is where all the crazy shit is happening right now. Still. I pushed my damp hair back from my face and sighed. The action had Bray's gaze dropping. His jaw clenched. Kitten, while I love seeing you in just a slinky robe, I'm not too thrilled about my brother seeing the outline of your nipples. I gasped and grabbed the front lapels of my old ratty robe and held them together. The last thing I meant to do was flash anyone. Bray, I didn't get anything else out, because he set his hands on my shoulders, spun me toward the house, and slapped me on the ass. Be a good girl and put on some clothes. Bray? Lainey asked. I looked at Bray over my shoulder as my butt stung. He'd spanked me. He pointed inside. Now. And I went. Because it was Bray and it seemed I responded to his voice and him calling me a good girl. My nipples did too. Chapter 8. Bray. Kitten was fine. She was fine. I could tell because all she'd had on was her skimpy old robe. No blood, no bruises, her hair was damp and long down her back. While the robe covered her fairly modestly, it didn't hide her curves, or that she wasn't wearing a bra. To me, it was hotter than the sexiest piece of lingerie because my dick was rock hard and I was losing my fucking mind knowing she was bare underneath. Colt was here. He could take care of both girls, but nope, no fucking way. I'd call my clients and tell them I'd be by in the morning. For the first time, I had something more important than work. Hoof care was important, but not compared to my girl. Bray, Lainey said again. With Kitten inside, I finally turned to my sister. My gaze raked over her too, but not in the same way as I looked at Kitten. Clinical, making sure there was no blood, broken bones. Yeah, I asked, running my hand through my hair. What the hell was that? She loud whispered. What? She flung her arms in the air. What? You showing up for starters, then calling her Kitten, then, I don't know. What you said happened at the bar, and did you just spank Katie Camden? I flicked my gaze at Colt. His brow was up and he had a humorous twist to his lips. That was normal for him, observing. I didn't know if he gave Molly a swat on the ass here and there, but it didn't seem like he was against the idea. She might be your best friend, but she's mine, I said simply. Lainey blinked at me like an owl. How long has this been going on? I mean, you've known her since we were kids, and now you're talking about her nipples? I didn't want to have to explain myself, least of all to my sister. But she was Kitten's best friend and would have to get used to this new dynamic the most. Since she climbed onto my lap at the roadside last night. Yeah, well, that's still a big jump to claiming her as yours, she countered. I shrugged. I'd say I was sorry for making your best friend mine, but I'm not. Lainey had a right to get pissed. The thought of her with Ace or Cody made me want to pull off their fingernails with my work pliers. She cocked her head and studied me. This isn't you just being horny and she's convenient? My eyes narrowed. I didn't like that insinuation, even though in the past I had sex for exactly that reason and with women who were convenient. No. She stepped up and poked me in the chest. She was at least 6 inches shorter, but she had might on her side. You hurt her, and I'll run you over with the combine. Colt hissed because that would be a rough way to go. I nodded once. Understood. Lainey sighed. This whole chest-beating thing is fine and all, but she doesn't seem to know that she's yours, she said, pointing to the house. I frowned. I thought I made it clear last night. She crossed her arms over her chest. Trust me, she doesn't know it. We were getting ready to go out. To pick up men. What the hell, Lainey? Colt finally asked. Pick up men? I added. What the fuck? Lainey didn't cower under the full force of her two brothers. She had 5 more overprotective ones, so she was used to us. That's fucking dangerous, Colt snapped. My gaze narrowed, imagining them in the roadhouse and having assholes think they could do shit with them. I didn't want to think of my little sister having sex. Ever. But if she was going to find a guy, it wasn't on the prowl. Says the guy who saw a woman across a rodeo and had a quickie in a closet. Lainey countered, giving Colt a look. She had him there, but I didn't give a shit about double standards if it came to Lainey's and Katie's safety. No way either of you should be trolling for guys, I told her. Trolling? Lainey's hand went to her hips and her eyes narrowed. What were you doing last night at the roadside? Out with Colt and Ace, I replied. So you weren't looking at the ladies? I was looking at one lady and will be from now on. You and Katie out alone and... Lainey cut Colt off. Will you two stop being Neanderthals? I was just pushing your buttons. Sheesh. We were gonna go to the river house to eat food, take Ellie and Molly if there were guys there. Colt held his hands up in front of her face. Don't say anything else. I'm 27. You want to know if I'm a virgin? Should we get this out of the way now? No, Colt shouted. Fuck no. I said at the same time. She smirked. Has it ever occurred to you that Katie and I might go out trolling, but it doesn't mean we'd take a guy home? Or to the parking lot? I saw red and Colt growled. Lainey grinned. 2 times in a row. You guys are too easy. She sighed. I'm single because I am discriminate, you dorks. I have 8 brothers to show me what kind of guy I deserve. I want something real, not a one-night stand. I'd rather open my bedside drawer and pull out my... Colt put his hand right over her mouth this time, muffling her words. The last thing either of us wanted to know was about any kind of toy she used to get herself off. Lainey and Colt stared at each other for a few seconds while I winced. You done? Colt asked her. She nodded and he lowered his hand. I can look just like you two, she continued. I don't want to know about where you stick your dicks any more than you want to know about my vagina. Colt and I groaned at the same time. She wasn't done. I'm not stupid, neither is Katie. We make safe choices when we're out. She stuck her arm out and pointed at the window. Why are you so stuck on our evening plans and them being dangerous when this happened? I pretty much pushed Katie to go out with me, and now you want her to stay here, alone? Colt and I glanced at the broken window. My jaw clenched and I felt my anger rise again. Someone messed with my kitten. I'll call Buck and Zeb, Colt said, pulling out his phone. Zeb was home from college for the summer and Buck worked the family ranch. They were with Pops today and can probably bring over a sheet of plywood. Kitten came back out onto the porch with a broom. She was in jean cutoffs, a white tank top, and flip-flops. The simple outfit made my dick hard. While Colt was talking to one of our brothers on the phone, his eyes were on Kitten. I pushed on his shoulder and forced him to turn around. Why? Because she had so much fucking skin showing. Hell, more than the robe. Nothing revealing because her tank didn't even offer a hint of cleavage, except her lush tits were perfectly outlined. Her arms were bare and so were her long legs. She was thick and well-muscled from all her work in the stable. I wanted to get my mouth on every inch of that exposed skin, and what was covered up, to find out how she tasted, how she smelled, what made her hot, what made her moan. I needed to mark her and make her mine in every way. Wrap her in a blanket and hide her gorgeous curves from any other man. It was hot out. I shouldn't expect her to come downstairs wearing oversized sweats and a hoodie. Time to go. She blinked at me. Go? Go where? I have to clean this up. You're staying with me while we figure out who did this and why. What? Hayes won't like it. Besides, I can't stay with you, she sputtered. I live with my brother, so she was probably right. Still. Like hell you can't. Someone just attacked your house. I have chores, she countered. Her eyes were wild, panicking more now when I told her she was staying with me than when a rock was tossed through her window. No, not stay. She was moving in with me. Because how the hell could I let her spend a night in this house alone ever again after what just happened? She'd grown up here with her grandparents. Then they died a few years apart. Since then, she'd been all alone. I have horses to take care of. That silenced me. She had a point. Camden Stables wasn't large, but it was known around Devil's Ditch to be excellent for boarding. It was all because of my kitten. The animals couldn't be ignored no matter how much I wanted her away from this place. And danger. I nodded, decision made. Fine. That I'm staying here with you. Her mouth dropped open and her eyes widened. That's ridiculous. I'm fine. Because you weren't in your living room when a river rock came through the window, I countered. I'll just clean up the glass and get a tarp to cover the hole and it'll be all set. I'm sure I've got one somewhere. Was she insane, all set? I ran a hand through my hair. Someone did this intentionally. If it was the guy from last night, do you want to be here alone if he comes back? The idea of the guy messing with her at the bar had me breaking his nose. I'd kill him if it really was him that came here to scare her, or worse. Her face paled. No? Someone has a beef with you, and you think I'm leaving you here by yourself? Seb and Buck are coming with aboard. Colt offered the update as he stuck his cell in his pocket. They'll be here within the hour. See, all set. She added, although the last thing she looked was set. She looked scared, but was stubborn for some reason. I'll lock the door and I have my granddad's shotgun. Still staying, I insisted. Don't you have to work? She asked. Nope. I did, but not now. Laney's coming with me, Colt added. We'll be at Ma and Pa's for dinner. She glanced to Laney, who only offered her a shrug. She was smart enough to know when not to push. But staying, I repeated. She looked down at her porch floor, then glanced up at me through her lashes. I don't want to inconvenience you. What was she talking about? Inconvenience. Kitten, you're not an inconvenience. Her eyes held such confusion. Bray, why? Why? Why was I staying? Why wasn't she an inconvenience? Hell, this woman needed more than a kiss, it seemed, to know what was between us. Because you're mine, and I take care of what's mine. Chapter 9. Katie. I stared up at Bray. What? I'm his? Him. Bray Wilder. The way he was looking at me, with a fierceness I'd never really seen before, showed that he meant it. Still. What? I repeated. You can't, you. That's right, we. This isn't pretend. Never was. We're out of here, Colt said, breaking into our stare-off. Laney's with me. Buck and Zeb will be here in a little while. I'll file a police report and get the security footage from Kyle. Laney gave me an awkward side hug, but I barely hugged her back because I was still staring at Bray. He was staying here. With me. In my house. What was I going to do? Laney'd been to my house often enough over the years. She knew the condition of the place. She knew I hadn't done any kind of upgrade or changes since Gran died. Heck, since Granddad died. But the last time she'd spent the night, instead of stopping by like she did today, was in high school and Gran had made us her special peanut butter brownies while we gave each other pedicures. Bray wasn't going to want me to paint his toenails. It was one thing for him to pretend to be my boyfriend at a bar, but this? It made no sense. It wasn't too hard to fake it when I pretty much sexually harassed him at the roadside. Even later in the parking lot. That kiss. Heat of the moment, opportunity, whatever. Bray being in my house was going to give him the chance to look closely and see my life. All the flaws and frayed edges. He'd see I was boring and had no life. I wasn't exciting. He'd scoffed at my ancient robe. I'd been moving through life just existing. I had goals like trying to keep the bank from taking my ranch and paying the electricity and food bills. I didn't have hopes of a husband and kids. I was 26 and I'd barely dated. I never caught anyone's eye because, like the guy said the night before, I was a mouse. I was nothing like Laney. I was inexperienced, introverted, and alone. The idea of whoever threw the rock through my window returning scared me. I didn't want to be here by myself if that happened. I did have Granddad's shotgun and knew how to use it, but I'd never once fired it for more than target practice. But Bray being here, he'd been my crush for so long that now with him saying these things like "you're mine," made me feel things like hope and longing, to dream of more kisses. But when he stayed here and saw the real me, he'd walk, no run. He'd pat me on the head like his little sister's BFF and go off and find an alluring woman who looked perfect at his side. And that would crush whatever hope I had. What would I do then? I didn't make myself clear. You don't understand, and that's on me, Bray said. The sound of Colt's sheriff's SUV tapered away as he drove toward town. Bray scooped me up and carried me inside, and I had no choice but to drop the broom. Bray! I cried. What are you doing? If words aren't working, then I'll have to fuck you a few times to prove that this isn't pretend. He took the stairs 2 at a time, not even breathing hard, carrying my hefty weight. I felt the play of his hard muscles as he moved. He'd carried me twice since last night, and I had to admit I liked it. Once on the landing, he stopped. Which room is yours? We don't have to. Which room? He repeated. I stuck my arm out and pointed. The one on the left. He strode in like a man on a mission and kicked the door shut behind him. Setting me on my feet, he spun me around and pressed me into the hard wood. Then he kissed me. Chapter 10. Katie.
All these years,
He murmured as he nibbled along my jaw.
You've been right in front of me.
He pressed me into the door and I could feel every hard, hot inch of him. He was big everywhere, his dick pressed long and thick against my belly. His hands roamed, then slid to my neck, his rough fingers brushing over the bare skin. Bray, I whispered. Was this really happening? Was Bray Wilder really in my bedroom and touching me? Kissing me? Heck, was he really, really hard because of me? He lifted my hand and took my fingers into his mouth, sucked on it. My eyes widened, then went heavy-lidded because I had no idea my fingertip was an erogenous zone. The suction of his lips and the slide of his tongue was a tease. Holy shit. That made him grin and he let my hand go, only because he dropped to his knees. Dropped to his knees. Bray?
I like it when you say my name all breathy like that. You're going to be screaming it in a minute when I get my mouth on your pussy. Then when I fill you so full with my dick.
His fingers went to the button on my jean cutoffs. He had it opened and the zipper down faster than I could process what he was doing. But then he got them down along with my panties in one tug. Raising my 3-in-a-pack plain cotton bikini briefs to his nose, he sniffed the gusset. Sniffed the gusset. Then he groaned. I'd never heard that sound from him before. Deep, rough.
I'm keeping these,
he said while tucking the panties into his shirt pocket. He wanted to keep my unsexy panties? I didn't own lingerie, I didn't have the budget for it, and I needed sturdy, comfortable things while I worked, which was all the time. And yet he kept them. His arm circled under my left leg and hooked up behind the knee. I wobbled and slapped my palms against the wall. Bray!
I'm going to eat your pussy.
I stared at him. Was I hallucinating? Was this a dream?
I need your words.
Did I want him to eat my pussy? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. With his free hand, he tugged off his cowboy hat and tossed it to the side before he made this feral growl, then put his mouth on me. Oh my God! I was bare, my leg flung over his shoulder. Only the door at my back held me up because his mouth was wicked. Maybe I should have taken the time to tell him I was a virgin. Yeah, a 26-year-old virgin. If that wasn't enough, this was the first time I'd had a guy eat me out. I wasn't clueless, just inexperienced. I'd made out with Andy Shaughnessy in the back room of the Feed and Seed once, but he'd been grabby and sloppy before the bell over the door drew him back to the counter. After that, I hadn't been eager to go back for more. Between taking care of my grandparents, then running the ranch solo, there hadn't been tons of time to get that V-card punched by someone else. When I went out with Lainey, which wasn't all that often because I liked a book and a hot bath over going out to find a man, they never looked my way. They wanted to fuck her, not me. Now it was Bray on the way to making me come. Bray. He licked me from bottom to top, then parted me with his thumbs, then put his mouth right over my clit. I couldn't see a thing of what he was doing because all I saw was his sandy hair, but I felt the flat of his tongue with some long licks, then flicks back and forth. Then, oh God, then he sucked. It made my eyes close and my head fall back, my thighs quiver then tighten. I'd never felt anything like it. My skin heated, my nipples hardened beneath my bra. Yes. I rolled my hips and had all kinds of things like don't stop and like that and right there falling from my lips. I wasn't going to think about how fast he made me come because it was probably some kind of record. Of course, I was the most needy man-induced orgasmless woman in the entire state of Montana, so that should have made it easier for him. But this, it was all Bray and his talent. I didn't want to think about all the women he'd done this with to get this skilled. It'd only make me cry, although I should be thanking them because, wow. I saw stars. I screamed. My hand dropped and tugged at his hair. He pulled back, lifted his head to meet my eyes. The sight of him, Bray on his knees before me, his face between my thighs. I'd think of this moment for the rest of my life. I didn't want him to move, ever. No matter how good it felt, it was only pretend. I'd take what he was offering and enjoy it. I'd lose my virginity to Bray and have memories of this when I was alone again. Because he wasn't going to stick around. No one ever did.
Chapter 11. Bray. She tasted so fucking good. Sweet. She dripped so well from me, my mouth and chin were coated. I didn't want to wash it off.
Her skin was silky soft and scented of, I had no idea. Something sweet, just like my kitten. Pre-cum was probably making a big wet patch in my boxers. There was a feral need to fuck her, claim her, and mark her as mine. The way she came so quickly for me, her body knew who it belonged to. I'd had women before, but there was something about Kitten that was different. More. The woman of my fucking dreams had been right in front of me all these years, and now I was going to make her mine. I thought of all of that lost time, but no. This was right. Her coming to me, needing me, nudging something fierce and protective loose that was only meant for her. I hadn't even gotten inside her yet, and I knew. Usually I fucked and moved on, nicely. The woman knew it was only a few hours of fun. No attachments, no repeats, nothing more. I wanted Katie Camden like I wanted my next breath. Needed it to survive. When I stood, I slid her leg from over my shoulder and then to the crook of my elbow, lifting her up as I went so she was still pressed against the door. She wrapped her other leg around my waist and I kissed her. With my free hand, I undid my belt, opened my jeans, and pushed them down enough to get my dick out. It was thrilled to be out of the tight confines, and the tip brushed against her hot, wet heat. I groaned, ready to come from just the silky feel of her against me. Lifting my head, I looked down at her, her eyes blurry from the orgasm and the kiss, her cheeks flushed, lips swollen. Gotta make you come again, this time all over my dick. But my brothers are gonna be here soon to cover the window. This'll be fast, but later I'm taking my time. Her hand went to the back of my neck, cupped it to hold on. She'd need to for what was to come. Bray, My name on her lips again. Fuck, I loved it. Rolling my hips, I thrust up and into her as I pulled her down. Fuck. While she was dripping from me, she was so tight I didn't even make it all the way in. She cried out and clenched down so hard her pussy was strangling the head of my dick. The hand about my neck clenched, her fingernails digging into my skin. I opened my eyes and looked at my girl. She wasn't in heaven with me. Her face was pinched as she squirmed as if trying to adjust, or climb off. It was hard to process with how fucking good she felt, but the tears that filled her eyes had a few brain cells firing. Kitten, what? I cut off the words because suddenly I knew. She was a virgin. Chapter 12. Katie. This was it. Bray knew. The surprise on his face, then, God, anger. This between us was over. Carefully, he lifted me off of his very impressive dick, making me gasp. I'm sorry, Bray, I whispered, suddenly feeling so horribly embarrassed. I couldn't remember a time, and there'd been many, when the shame was this awful. Of course it wouldn't work between us. He was Bray Wilder. Perfect in every way, including the huge dick that sprung from his undone jeans. That was what had been in me. It was huge. Thick and long, it curved upward with a flared head. It was red and angry looking, and the top part of it was glistening with my arousal. No wonder it felt like I was being ripped in two, because I'd only gotten like a third of it into me. If I couldn't get that much inside me, then there was no way I'd fit the rest of it. I wasn't just Miss Mouse, but I was Miss Defective. I stared down at the floor, willing my jean shorts to somehow magically move across the floor from where he'd flung them so I could put them back on. Sorry, he repeated, running a hand over his head. Katie, why didn't you tell me? Katie, not Kitten. I shrugged and couldn't meet his eyes. Because of this? It was everything my first time would be with Bray, but now it was so much worse. A rando I picked up out with Lainey would have been tough. He'd have laughed maybe, stopped like Bray had after one quick thrust. But I wouldn't have to see him ever again. I was stuck with seeing Bray over and over again since he was my best friend's older brother, and I'd have to revisit this moment every single time, for the rest of my life. What was I going to do? I'd have to avoid anything to do with the Wilder family. This? He repeated, then sighed. You're disappointed in me. The fact that I can't do it right, that I'm broken, obviously. He tipped my chin up since I'd been talking to the floor, my head turned away from his dick. What the hell are you talking about? I felt my cheeks heat, and not from desire. Why do you have to make me say it again? I wailed. He picked me up and carried me the few steps to my bed. He sat down and set me on his lap. He didn't seem to care that his dick was out and hard between us or that my lower half was bare. I'm not disappointed in you, he said. I wish you'd have told me you were a virgin. I'd have done it differently. I don't think doing it differently is going to make you any smaller, Bray, I replied meekly. He chuckled. No, but I could have prepared you better. Used my fingers and opened you up. I lifted my eyes to meet his. Oh, what's this about you being broken? You don't fit. I mean, I knew it would probably hurt, but you didn't even get inside. His eyes took on a dark gleam. Oh, I'll get inside. My new mission in life is to make you come all over my dick. I shook my head. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not like other women. He cupped my face in his hands, and I had no choice but to meet his blue eyes. No, you're not like other women. You're more. You're everything. You're mine. I'm sorry I hurt you. I shrugged. It's okay. I'll just get dressed and we can forget this ever happened. I tried to get up, but Bray's hands gripped my waist and held me on his lap so he could kiss me. It was as if his mouth on mine was like a drug, because quickly I succumbed to the feel of his firm lips, the tantalizing swirl of his tongue. Eventually, when I was no longer tense, he pulled back. We're not done. We're just gonna do it a little differently. He grabbed the hem of my tank top and lifted it up. I raised my arms so we could get it off, just following along. My pussy throbbed from the discomfort of that huge dick being jammed in there. It cut my arousal down, but I was still needy. I still wanted more with Bray. Was it stupid of me to go along with him? I blinked. We're not done? I asked as he shed me of my bra with deft fingers. I was too confused to stop him. He shook his head and his eyes dropped to my mouth and lowered to my bare breasts. He groaned. Different how? I added when he didn't say more. He easily lifted me and maneuvered me so I was still on his lap but now straddling his hips, my knees resting on the bed on either side of him. A hand slid down over my butt, then moved between us. I gasped when his finger slid over my pussy. I was still wet and sensitive. I kept my eyes on his. First, I'm going to use my fingers on you. Stretch your snug little pussy open. You're going to come a few times. A few times? I squeaked, then moaned as one blunt finger slipped a tiny way into me. I'd only ever made myself come once with my vibrator, satisfied after the one and done. I'd never come with a man, nor had sex, and Bray expected me to come more than once? And then you're going to fuck yourself on me. My head fell back when that one finger slid in further and moved in some delicious way. Slowly he fucked me with it. Nothing more, just a slow in and out. Nothing too deep, which at first I was thankful about, but soon enough became a torture. I rolled my hips a little to get him to go deeper, to do more. All the while, he talked to me when he wasn't sucking on my nipples, alternating between them. That's it. Such a perfect little pussy, just for me. It's gonna be molded to my dick. You'll take all of me. You just got wetter from the dirty talk, or is it because I put my finger right there? On and on he praised me, told me what he was going to do, what he liked about me. I had no idea how long he spent with one finger inside me, then two. By the time he got a third finger into me, I'd come twice, and he was finger-fucking me almost roughly. Before I could come again, he pulled out with a loud squelch. No! My eyes flew open, and I reached down to grip his wrist. Don't you dare stop! He grinned because I was angry with him for leaving me so needy. The next time you come, it's going to be on my dick. He flopped back onto my bed, his lower legs bent and his feet on the floor. With a little shift of his hips, he got his jeans down his hips. What should I do? He tucked his hands behind his head, elbows bent, then smiled. Climb on, cowgirl. Take my dip for a ride. Pre-cum seeped from the slit and down over the flared crown. Now when I eyed his dick, I wasn't afraid of it. I practically licked my lips because I wanted it. My pussy was aching to be filled by it. You can do it. You were made for me, he murmured. I bit my lip, then crawled up his hips and shifted up on my knees so I hovered above him. Take your time. Fill yourself with me. Slowly I lowered so he touched my entrance. Then I lowered myself onto him. Chapter 13. Bray. Holy fuck. I thought this was a good idea, letting Kitten set her own pace for taking my dick into her body for the first time. It was almost impossible to keep my hands behind my head as those snug walls wrapped around the head. Then she circled and dropped a little lower. I wasn't sure what to look at. Her face and how she took me for the first time. Her tits thrust out in more than a handful mounds, nipples tight. My dick and how it was slowly disappearing into her untried pussy. How the fuck has she been a virgin? She slipped down another inch and I'd forgot the question. Another inch and I forgot my name. You can take it, I said, encouraging her as I stretched her so much. She winced, then licked her lips and moaned when it switched from uncomfortable to pleasurable. Holy shit, she felt good. Hot. Wet. The tightest fist trying to milk the cum from my balls. Up and down she went, slow, watching my face. Her hands settled on my chest and her nails dug in as she started to move with a better rhythm. Good girl. Another inch. Yes, your little pussy's getting crammed so full of me, isn't it? She clenched down on that, making me smirk. Like dirty talk? Her skin flushed and she nodded. Fuck yes. I couldn't resist a second longer. Pulling my hands from behind my head, I reached up and cupped her tits, tugged on her nipples. She moaned and her pussy flooded. I slid in the rest of the way because of it. Oh! She cried when she was finally fully seated on my thighs. Look at you taking my dick like a good girl, I praised. A tentative smile brightened her face. Ready to move? Now it's time for some fun. She nodded, her dark hair falling over her shoulders in a thick curtain. I brushed some back so her pretty tits weren't hidden. Putting her weight on her hands, she lifted up, then lowered, finding a pace that worked. I took note of where she stopped, how deep inside I was, and made little strokes, then dropped, circled, ground her clit on me. She felt so fucking good I wasn't going to last, but this wasn't about me. There was no fucking way I was going to nut early her first time. She was coming on my dick and I would follow. There was no alternative. So I thought about horsehoof thrush and any other thing that would keep the cum in my balls for a little bit longer. I set my hands on her hips but let her continue. I slid one of them around so my thumb found her clit. Her eyes widened. Right there. I couldn't help but grin. Like that? She nodded. Come for me, kitten. Drip all over me. She began to move, keeping her clit in contact with my thumb. Faster and faster until yes. Her inner walls clenched and rippled as she cried out, her head thrown back. Fuck, she was gorgeous. Wild, uninhibited. This was the real Catherine Camden, not the shy, quiet woman who'd rather be in the shadows than the sunshine. I pulled her out of that spot and put her first, put her in the center of my universe. I saw her like no one else, and she'd let me. She'd given this to me, this piece of her. I wouldn't have cared if she wasn't a virgin. Hell, I hadn't expected it. But this wasn't about another guy's dick getting in her. It was the fact that she trusted me enough to share this secret version of herself with me and only me. Knowing that, I came, thrusting my hips up and into her. I groaned as spurt after spurt of cum filled her, marking her as mine on the inside. I hadn't thought about a condom with her. I'd never not worn one before, always wanting that barrier, that assurance that whatever I had with a woman was temporary. Now, I'd never use a condom again. Fuck yes. There was no going back now. Chapter 14. Bray. Kitten was sprawled on top of me, soft and warm and naked, out cold. I'd flipped her over and fucked her again. My dick never went down after I came the first time. In fact, I never even pulled out, letting my cum seep out around where we were joined to wet the sheets. I wasn't sure if I should be proud that all the orgasms I gave her knocked her out or if she was just plain exhausted. When I heard a truck pull up, I carefully extracted myself from beneath her and climbed out of the bed. Bray? She murmured, blinking her eyes open. It's my brother's, I told her. You need to do anything with the horses? She shook her head against the pillow. Then rest. After the sneak attack by the fucker who broke her window, I didn't think he'd just drive up now. I expected Buck and Zeb. Either way, I wanted Kitten to stay away. No way my younger brothers were going to see my girl looking well fucked. The way she was sprawled on her stomach, sheets rumpled and barely covering her. She was the picture of just that. The sight of her made my dick hard again. But if she came downstairs in that worn robe in front of two more of my brothers, I might have to poke their eyes out. Fortunately, she rubbed her face into her pillow and settled back into sleep. Tugging on my jeans and grabbing my socks and boots, I made my way down the steps. Buck and Zeb were lifting the plywood out of the back of the pickup. I met them on the porch and they slowed down when they saw me. No shirt, hair probably a mess. I didn't look down, but I could feel the scratches on my chest and back from my kitten's claws. I couldn't help the smirk on my face at how wild she got with me, and that had been her first time. Fuck, I still couldn't believe that. It's true, Buck said, coming up the porch steps and setting the plywood against the railing. Yeah, someone threw a rock, I said. I leaned against the railing and tugged on my boots, not doing the laces. There was broken glass strewn all over. Not that, although that's fucked up, Zeb added, tipping his head. You and Katie? I smiled. Yep, me and Katie. He slapped my shoulder and set down the toolbox he'd brought with him. Zeb was the youngest of the 9 siblings. At 20, he went to the state university and was the star quarterback, but was home for the summer. While he might be the youngest, he was also the biggest. He used that size and muscle to take his football team to a bowl game. Where is she? Taking a nap? They both grinned. Kinda hard to nail a board up without waking her, Buck reminded. It's fine, let's just get it done. So I can get back to her naked and come drunk in her bed. I went to one end of the board as Buck grabbed the other. Zeb was ready with a hammer and nails. Mom said to bring her to dinner, Buck said, holding his side up over the broken window. It was a picture window, the pane large. I'd take measurements from the inside and get it ordered from the hardware store. She's making spare ribs and mac and cheese. Zeb patted his stomach. He liked everything Ma cooked, and she made plenty to feed all of us. My stomach rumbled from the menu. I knew Kitten had worked up an appetite too, but I didn't want to share her yet. Especially since Ma's invite wasn't because Kitten was Laney's friend and had had dinner with the family many times over the years. No, it was because Ma heard about me and Kitten being a couple. She'd have to wait, though. I was selfish with my Kitten for right now. Until Colt figured out who was fucking with my girl, I wouldn't be leaving her side. Zeb got to work nailing, and in under a minute the board was secure. He wiped his brow, the day still warm. Want a drink? I asked, wiping my hands together. Sure, Zeb said. Buck nodded. They were both in jeans and t-shirts, dusty and sweaty from a day outside on the ranch. I grabbed the broom that Kitten had left earlier and went inside, the guys following. I'm not sure what she has, maybe a can of soda. I opened the fridge, stared. A jar of jelly, a loaf of generic white bread, mustard, a quart of milk, cheese slices, that was it. Shutting the door, I opened the freezer. A loaf of bread with a clearance price sticker on it, a few bags of generic brand frozen veg, a plastic leftover contained with my mother's writing markered on the lid, spaghetti sauce. I went to her cabinets next, opening one then the next. The farmhouse was old and the kitchen had vintage cabinets. The counters were white laminate with gold flecks, but spots were rubbed down so much they were missing in sections. A wood table was tucked by a window that looked out behind the house. Beside it was the back door with a white cafe curtain over the window. Opening the third cabinet, I found the glasses and handed one to each of my brothers. Here, water from the tap. As they filled them, I continued my way down the line. The amount of food Kitten had was negligible. Generic cereal, oatmeal, ramen, pasta, cans of beans. I shut the last door and spun around, took in the room. There was no separate pantry. The house was too old for that feature. What was my girl eating? She'd mentioned the night before that she couldn't lose her job at the roadside, that she needed the tips from a busy Friday night. Was she really that hurt up for money that she was eating ramen and jelly sandwiches? She had the ranch, her stable was full. I felt like I'd been kicked by one of her horses. I was a dumbass. Of course she needed the money. A girl like Kitten choosing to work at the roadside? She never worked there unless she was desperate. How had she been living like this without me knowing? Did Laney know? Thinking of my Kitten and how quiet and proud she was, probably not. I doubted Laney would let her go hungry either. She was fierce like our ma, protective too. Laney'd said they were going out to dinner tonight, her treat. Last night, did Katie get a meal before her shift at the roadside? Did she have to deal with fuckers like the assholes I knocked out and cold in order to put food in her belly? Shit. Shit. I ran a hand over the back of my neck, ready to lose my shit. You okay, Bray? Buck asked, setting the cup in the sink. There was no dishwasher. You don't look all that happy for a guy who just claimed his woman. I grunted. Since she and Laney were going out, that meant she hadn't eaten yet. Was that one of the reasons she said yes to get a meal? It didn't matter. I was taking care of Kitten now. Making sure she was happy and cared for and didn't have to work in a place where she could be fucking groped. I just fucking never imagined that it would be to ensure she didn't go hungry. I clenched my jaw, then looked to Buck. Tell Ma we'll be there for dinner. Chapter 15. Katie. Are you sure about this? I asked, sitting beside Bray in his truck as he drove toward his parents' place. I tucked my hair behind my ear, unusually nervous. The music was turned down low, the windows open. He woke me up from my nap with kisses and his hand stroking over my hair. I couldn't remember the last time I napped. Of course, I'd never had sex before either. Who knew a few orgasms could conk me out? Instead of Bray saying he was leaving and going home, he told me to get dressed because we were eating dinner with his family. His family, after we... I could feel my cheeks heating thinking about what we'd done. I'd been to the Wilder Ranch many times, but now, things were different. It felt different. I felt different. I was sore deep inside, which wasn't surprising because Bray was huge. I was really surprised he actually fit. I'd be feeling him every time I moved for days. I blinked, swiped some flyaway hair out of my face. I'd had sex with Bray Wilder, oh my god. He reached across the center console and took my hand. Of course. Zeb mentioned ribs and mac and cheese, and, well, I worked up an appetite. No doubt you did too. The wink he gave made me blush and my pussy clench. I was sore down there because, well, Bray was a vigorous lover. It was hard to keep up with what was going on. I'd had sex with Bray. I was riding with Bray to his parents' house. I was supposedly with Bray. We'd had sex, so maybe he was letting me down easy by taking me to be with his family. They were a rambunctious bunch, so it'd be easy to put me back into little sister's best friend territory like usual when I was over there. I was hungry, and I loved his mom's mac and cheese. Lainey might be mad our plans got canceled and now I'm going to your parents' house? He shook his head. She'll understand. After what happened, we want you both safe. We could have just stayed at my house, I added. It's short notice and all. If you stayed home, what were you going to eat? He asked. It wasn't accusatory. In fact, his voice was softer than I'd ever heard before. I shrugged. Pasta, probably. You mean ramen? My cheeks flamed hot at the question. He knew I didn't have much food. Fortunately, he didn't push. Instead, he said, It's not short notice when it's family. But you're mine, kitten, and that makes you family even though you were pretty much part of it as Lainey's best friend. Don't worry, I'll get you back early if you need to check on the horses before bed. I didn't know what else to say, so I only nodded. What did one say to a guy you'd had a crush on since you were a kid, you had sex with and wanted forever but knew it was just temporary? Guys tossed out stuff to get a woman into bed, things she wanted to hear. Well, for me, it was one word, mine. That got me hot. That got him in my panties. He got me off several times, which was impressive, but he was a gentleman. All the Wilder brothers were. While I was pretty sure their mom, while they were growing up, pushed being respectful and courteous to women, I doubted she'd added that they needed to make sure a woman orgasmed first when having sex. I was sure to be just one of many for Bray. He'd come to my rescue not once but twice in the same number of days. He'd learn I was too much work, too hard, too quiet, too everything. He'd get tired of rescuing me. A pretty glossy woman would cross his path, and he'd pat my head and put me back in the little sister's friend zone. I was glad I had sex with Bray, to finally get that first time out of the way. God, it had been amazing. But I needed to be realistic. It had been sex. Only sex. It wasn't more. He and his brothers felt obligated to help me with the broken window. God, I had almost forgotten all about that, which was proof I was losing my mind. I'd have to pay for a new window. Thankfully, I had time before winter set in and required it to be replaced. Heating was expensive, and it would just seep right out through that hole, covered or not. Bray squeezed my fingers again as we turned down the driveway. Bray. Me and Bray. In my mind, I was trying not to doodle little hearts around our names. If I let it be anything more, I'd be hurt when this was over. I was 26, it was a fling. I would be back to being alone, but with an amazing sexual experience to remember. Nothing more. I had to stay in my place, the friend. I wasn't really a Wilder. I never would be. And I'd never be Bray's, no matter what he thought. Chapter 16. Bray. I had no idea why Kitten seemed so nervous walking through the front door of my parents' house. She'd been here often over the years, even having sleepovers with Lainey more times than I could remember back when they were kids, although she'd never arrived with me. We made it into the kitchen before everyone swarmed us, and I was forced to let go of her hand. The scent of baking cheese and barbecue sauce filled the air. The kitchen table, big enough for 15, was set. A huge bowl of salad, dressings, a loaf of bread, and water glasses were already waiting there. "There you are," Ma called before pulling Kitten in for a hug, then leading her around the big island. "It's been too long since you've been by. Did you hear about the new foal?" Zeb was there grabbing a chunk of cheese off the snack board set on the center island. He tossed it into his mouth, then raised his hand, and as usual, Kitten gave him the expectant high five. Lainey walked past and handed off a glass of wine to her. Kitten took a sip as Ma kept her occupied. "Dinner will be ready in a little bit, but let's get you some nibbles. You've had quite the day." Kitten choked on her wine. Ma turned and clucked over her. Lainey grabbed the wine glass back. I stormed over and gently nudged them both out of the way to rub Kitten's back. She held up her hand and gasped. "It went down the wrong pipe. I'm okay." I wanted to glare at Ma for the choice of words because she was talking about the broken window. Not that I'd fucked Kitten so thoroughly that she'd have cum dripping out of her pussy all night. The idea of it made my dick hard. Again, now was not the time. When Kitten caught her breath, she grabbed the wine glass back from Lainey and took a big gulp, then another. Ma took the plate Zeb had filled from the snack tray. Ma always set out snacks before dinner to hold all of her children off until we sat at the table, and put it in front of Kitten. "Hey!" Zeb called out, but in good humor. I picked up a carrot and swiped it through the hummus and then handed it to her. Our eyes met. "Thanks." Her cheeks were flushed, and I knew what was the cause, although a coughing fit would disguise the real reason well enough. Pops, Shep, and Cam came in through the back door. They removed their hats and set them on the row of pegs beside it. "There she is," Pops called. He came over and hugged my girl. He was in his usual uniform of jeans and a snap shirt. "I know you've been coming here for years, but I'm real glad you're here with Bray." My dad knew what was up. No doubt Lainey spread the word. "Oh, thanks," Kitten said, looking down. She absently grabbed a cube of cheddar and put it in her mouth. "Boys, wash your hands," Ma ordered. "Zeb, grab the mac and cheese from the oven and put it on the table. Lainey, take the foil off the ribs. Everyone sit down while it's hot." Everyone started moving because when Ma spoke, we listened, especially when dinner was ready. "Where are the others?" I asked, as I directed Lainey to sit beside me. Triggs, Ellie's, Colt's, and Molly's usual seats were empty. "They should be here any time. Molly's on shift at the hospital. Triggs' friend is in town for the rodeo, and oh, there they are." We looked at the hall as Trigg and Ellie came into the room. I hadn't seen my oldest brother so happy since he found her. Because of her, he'd retired from pro rodeo and was now settled in Devil's Ditch. In fact, they were having a baby sometime after the new year. They'd announced it at dinner a few weeks ago. We'd celebrated by Ma pulling an ice cream cake meant for Hayes' birthday out of the deep freezer in the garage. In the past, Trigg had pretty much been away for half of the year since I was 14, but that was over now. I rarely saw him without Ellie at his side. Other than Zeb going to Missoula for college, we were all staying close to home. I had a feeling he, too, would settle here and help run the ranch. He was amazing at football, but he wanted to be a rancher. Ellie held Trigg's hand, but went ahead of him around the table to her usual spot. His hand rested on her back the whole way, and he only sat down when she was settled. At 4 months pregnant, she was barely showing, but Trigg's overprotectiveness couldn't be missed. My mind went to Kitten being pregnant, with our baby, which made me see where Trigg was coming from with every possessive action. "Everyone, this is Bo Rivers," Trigg said when a man followed them into the room. "He's tried to win as many championships as me, but I never gave him the chance." Trigg offered his friend a sly grin while slapping him on the back. Pops went around the table to shake Bo's hand. "Welcome." Bo was around my age, dark hair, goatee. He was shorter than Trigg, but stockier. I imagined he could hold his own with a cantankerous bull just fine. "Thank you for having me," he told Pops in a deep, calm voice. "Everything smells and looks amazing." His Stetson was in his hand, and he nodded his head toward Ma in greeting, then shifted his gaze to Kitten. Taking my hat that was hanging from the back of my chair, I settled it on Kitten's head so Rivers knew exactly who she belonged to. It wasn't necessary, though, because his focus quickly shifted to Lainey, and stayed. Lainey stared back, and for once was very, very quiet, and blushing. Giving me an eye roll, Kitten took my hat off, not only because there was a no-hats rule at the table, but because it was too big for her head. I took it from her and set it back in its spot over the back of my chair. "Perfect timing," Ma told them. "There's always plenty of room for food and for friends." The table was big, but it was starting to get tight. With Ellie, Molly, and now Kitten added to the family, we might have to add another leaf. There'd be a high chair soon, too. Trigg pointed Bo in the direction of the open seat for him, directly across from Lainey. Just as we were starting to pass the platters of food around, Colt came in. He removed his hat as he looked to Kitten, who was beside me, then to me. He didn't look happy. "What?" I asked. "Did you catch him?" The meal was temporarily forgotten, and everyone was quiet, waiting to get Colt's update. He went around and kissed Ma on the cheek, then glanced down at the table at our guest. "Bo Rivers," Bo said as introduction. Colt nodded, then glanced at Ma. "It's all right," she told him, reaching up and patting his hand that rested on her shoulder. "Share what you have." The unsaid rule was that Colt didn't share any of his cases with us at mealtime. We were a snoopy, nosy bunch, and he and Ma had gotten tired of telling us all to fuck off. I set my hand on Kitten's thigh under the table. "The man from the roadside and his buddies were in town for a few days for the fair. The guy's uncle is Conrad Trout, and they stayed at his place." Kitten went still, her muscles tightening beneath my palm. I looked her way. Her face paled. She knew Trout, too. I could have sworn I heard Trig growl from down the table. I know the younger son at school, Zeb said. Chase. We were in the same dorm freshman year. He's a real piece of work. Not surprised his cousin's also a funny guy. You think what? Lainey asked. He sent his nephew to the roadside to mess with Katie? Everyone knows her is related to everyone else in Devil's Ditch, so it's not that big of a coincidence they're related. Colt prompted, flicking his gaze toward Kitten for a moment. Hell, there are 9 of us kids, and someone's always running into one of us. Colt had a point. He hates Trig, obviously, but why Katie? Kitten sat beside me, quiet as usual, at Colt's question. We all knew the fucker because Trout had conspired to marry Ellie in exchange for paying off her father's bad debts. Not liking the idea, she'd run off into a snowstorm where Trig and Bo found her. Trig knew after one look Ellie was his and happily married her 2 days later to protect her from Trout. Ellie's father had died right around then, too, from a stroke, so Trout hadn't gotten Ellie or his money back. I'm not a Wilder, Kitten reminded us. He has no reason to go after me if he's mad at your family. I wanted to tell her she was part of the family now, that her last name would soon be Wilder, too, but she was right. It didn't make sense. It was clear by how tense she was that she'd had a run-in with Trout. Fuck, did he try to force himself on Kitten, too? If so, I wanted to finish the fucker. You know Chase Trout, Katie? Colt obviously noticed her earlier reaction, too. The platters of food went around the table. While everyone filled their plates, their eyes were on Kitten. She swallowed. Not Chase, I know his father, Conrad. He, wants to buy my ranch. That was news to me. I didn't know you were interested in selling. Yeah, Kat, you love that ranch. Lainey added, then took a nibble from a sauce-covered rib she held in her hand. Kitten blushed and grabbed the bowl of green beans from Shep, who sat on her other side. I now knew what pretty pink color matched the color of her nipples. I don't want to sell, she admitted. I told him no. And? Colt prodded, knowing there had to be more to it with that fucker. And he's persistent. Colt's gaze flicked to mine, and I knew what the look meant. Persistent how? Did he hurt you? I asked, my voice low and even, trying not to scare my girl. I had 8 brothers at this table, all ready to go to the state prison and deal with Trout if she said yes. Is he forcing you into marriage now? The Camden property was smaller than the Man Ranch, but equally valuable. Water access, grazing, views. She shook her head. Nothing like that. Only threats. He blocked the creek above my property line, cut a fence, although I have no proof it was him who did either. It's not like I have cameras or can watch every section of my ranch. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. No one threatened my girl. I'd have to deal with him, but seeing Colt's gaze, I knew that wasn't going to happen in an illegal manner. Kitten looked my way. Why would I? I clenched my teeth. Because you're mine. She shook her head. No, I'm Lainey's friend. I can take care of myself, Bray. Of course you can. Pops piped in, buttering one of Ma's famous homemade rolls. I looked at him and he arched a brow. I had no idea what the fuck that look meant. Back off? Toss her over my shoulder and show her she didn't need to take care of herself any longer? That I was there to protect her from now on? If dinner wasn't hot and I needed to ensure Kitten ate something, I might do just that. She needed to eat. Something filling and healthy. She needed to feel like she wasn't alone any longer. As mine, she got all the Wilders. Colt pushed on. Well, the man from the bar last night, the nephew, he left this morning with his 2 friends and are back in Boise where they live. You sure? I asked, even though I knew he was. Colt was good at his job and wouldn't have left anything to chance, especially if it came to someone fucking with our family, and Kitten was family. I went to the Trout place. Conrad Trout's in Aruba. He added the first name to keep all the people in that family straight. The 2 sons who were close in age to Shep and Zeb, and a daughter who was a little younger. I didn't know about the nephew and had no idea if there were any other members of that family. I wondered if they were all assholes. Well, I believe the housekeeper. I checked flight records, which confirm it. He continued. As for the nephew and friends, their plane's manifest had them on the 9 a.m. flight, which means none of them could have tossed that rock. I finished for him. What happened? Bo asked. Someone threw a rock through the front window of my house, Kitten told him. What a mess, Lainey added. I want to find that guy and... You were there. Bo directed his question directly to Lainey. His voice went deeper, and he had a glint in his eye I recognized. Possessiveness. Lainey bit her lip and nodded. Maybe they paid someone to do it? I asked Colt, tossing a possibility out there. I wanted whoever did this found. I needed Kitten to know she was safe in her own home. Hell, I needed to know she was safe. Kitten didn't look up. She had her eyes on her loaded plate, her fork still resting beside it, shoulders curled down as if trying to be small. Doubtful, Colt replied. Not enough time for any of them to figure out who Katie is, where she lived, then find someone to mess with her. They might be jerks. Ma gave him a look, but they don't seem that smart or organized. But if Trout wants Katie's land, I'm sure the guy from the bar doesn't even remember me. Kitten murmured. Why would he? I'm just a server in some random bar. I bet he hits on all the waitresses that serve him. Why would he? Because how could anyone forget my kitten? Colt went to his usual seat and dropped into it. Shep passed him one of the dishes of mac and cheese. I'll check into it further, but I think Katie's right. The guy's just a jerk and was handsy with a waitress. Just a coincidence it was Katie. I nodded, although agreeing meant it was a dead end. Those idiots don't seem the type to work that hard if they were that upset about what happened. Plus, I was the one who punched his lights out. He should have been pissed at me. Maybe it wasn't Katie they're upset with, Bo offered. He'd been quiet and observant to this point. Maybe it's Lainey. Everyone froze, then looked to Lainey. She flushed at all the attention, but her eyes were wide as saucers, as if she never considered the possibility. Me? Bo only offered a small shrug, but his gaze still pierced through Lainey like a pin through a bug. Shit. I hadn't thought of that. When I looked at Colt, it seemed he hadn't either. If it wasn't the man from the bar, then who did it? Ma asked, picking up her glass of iced tea. That was what I wanted to know. He wanted the same answers. We all did. But now things opened up a hell of a lot. Who really was in danger? My kitten or my sister? Chapter 17. Katie. I don't know why you grabbed that casserole from your mom, I told Bray 2 hours later. I walked from stall to stall in my stable, and he was right beside me. He had sugar cubes in his hand, and one of the horses, Junior, stuck his head out of his stall and nibbled them right off his open palm. We didn't linger at dinner after I'd cleaned my plate, Bray telling everyone I had to get back to check on the horses. Based on the way Lainey smirked at me, she clearly thought that was a euphemism for having sex. While my pussy was sore from earlier, it clenched with eagerness for more. It was as if one time was all it took, and now I was hooked on sex. Hooked on Bray and his very talented dick. And fingers, and mouth. He and his mom had hustled into the kitchen after dessert and packed up a frozen dish, Mexican lasagna, before we were ushered out the door. Mrs. Wilder gave me an extra tight squeeze. Mr. Wilder told me to call him Pops, and Lainey winked. Winked? I put the dish in my fridge to slowly thaw so I could heat it up for dinner tomorrow. Then I slipped on my work boots and Bray followed me to the stable. Because it's one of my favorites, he said. I'd almost forgotten what we were talking about. I went into the last stall and confirmed there was hay in Pepper's hay net. Tell me about Trout, Bray said. His words surprised me. I spun around and he was casually leaning against the wall. What? My heart started to race and suddenly it was hot in the barn. It wasn't because Bray was so good-looking. His broad shoulders, those forearms, those eyes. I could sound like a poet enthralled with every bit of him. I still couldn't believe I'd had sex with him. Me. Trout, he repeated. It didn't seem like he was going to let this go. What'd he do to you, besides mess with the creek? I shook my head. Nothing. I mean, he's never touched me, if that's what you're asking. He grunted. That's good, but he can hurt you in other ways. I swallowed hard, then shrugged. I'm dealing with it. His eyes widened, then he clenched his jaw. It sounds like he's still messing with you. I shook my head quickly to reassure him. I wasn't used to Bray being so riled. He's not, I sighed. The things he did were expensive. Like what? I needed a truck to bring in water for the horses last fall because he'd blocked the creek. I had to pay for the new wiring on the fence and Andy Shaughnessy's time to help me string it. Plus, he sued me for... Andy sued you? For what? No, Conrad Trout. He made me go to court twice for stupid things, but I had to hire a lawyer and they don't come cheap. He sued you? What the fuck for? Pepper nudged Bray's shoulder and he reached out absently to stroke his flank. Stupid things that were thrown out of court? He wanted to bleed you dry, he said through gritted teeth. It's working. The stable, though, isn't it covering your expenses? I nodded. It is, but not all the legal bills, the 2 mortgages. Jesus, kitten, why didn't you say anything? I looked up at him, his Stetson casting his face in shadow. To who? I asked, confused. To Colt, he's the sheriff. He could have gotten Trout to back off. Trout did everything legally, annoying but legal, except for cutting my fence last year, but I can't prove it was him. Then get Hayes on it. Hayes was the lawyer in the Wilder family and a little older than me and Lainey. I didn't want to burden him, I admitted. I also didn't want the Wilders to know about my hardships. They'd been so good to me over the years, I didn't want to take anything more from them. It's his job, Bray almost snapped. He'll get Trout and his lawyer to back off. I wouldn't put it past Trout to want my window broken to cause me more financial pain, but it was too juvenile for Trout to do the deed himself. Maybe he got one of his sons to do it instead of the nephew? What if Beau's idea had been right? What if the person had followed Lainey to the ranch and threw it out of anger toward her? Did it mean I was safe and Lainey wasn't? Did it mean Bray would leave now? So you're paying this all off by working at the roadside? I nodded. Yes. By having a truck that looks like one of the wheels is going to fall off. I crossed my arms and tipped my chin up. I didn't like what he was pointing out, even if it was true. It was my grandparents. It gets me where I need to go, Bray. Not everyone had such a close-knit family like the Wilders to help out. My car had to last. By not having any food to eat, he asked, pushing on. There's only jelly and cheese slices in your fridge. My mouth fell open. My car was one thing, but this? You were snooping? That's why we went to your parents for dinner? Why you got the casserole from your mom? I'm not Charity. He stepped up to me, set his hands on my upper arms. I offered a drink to Buck and Zeb after boarding up the broken window and looked in your fridge for some sodas or maybe even some juice to offer them. His fingers gave me a little squeeze. And Charity, you're mine and I will take care of you and protect you even if it's from yourself. I was riled and I didn't usually get all prickly and angry. Instead, I shut down and avoided any kind of confrontation. How dare Bray say these things? It hadn't even been 24 hours since I climbed in his lap and he was overstepping. I can take care of myself. I have for a long time. I know. He sighed. But you're not alone any longer. You shouldn't have to deal with the likes of Trout or his nephew or anyone else by yourself. Colt will be all over Trout like flies on manure. Same goes for Hayes and whatever legal bullshit you're dealing with. Call him. I blinked. What, now? He nodded, pulling out his phone. Yes, right now. He swiped a few times, then put the phone to his ear. Hey, yeah, Katie needs to talk to you. When Bray held his phone out, I had no choice but to take it and tell him everything. Bray remained quiet, listening to my side of the conversation. When Hayes said to stop by the next day to talk further because he was with Trig and Ellie, we picked a time, then hung up. There, see? You're not alone any longer. The anger I had toward Bray's bossiness and, well, over-the-top actions dissolved like a cube of sugar in a cup of hot tea. That sounded so good. It felt good to have Hayes to help me with my legal troubles. Plus, to have Bray on my side sounded amazing. He could literally carry the heavy load, and to have an entire family behind me. God, I'd been alone for so long. It was a relief to know that when Trout came back, because he would, that I didn't have to stand up to him alone. That at the end of the day I'd see Bray's truck and trailer bumping down the drive because he was coming home to me, not because his sister had been in danger on my property. You sure, Bray? I shook my head, remembering guys like Bray had what he wanted. We'd had sex. Heck, he'd even gotten to fuck a virgin. My life's a total mess. You'll get enough of me and move on. He shook his head, his glare returning along with my consistent argument. Never. I huffed, not believing him. I'm not worth it, Bray, trust me. I'm not exciting or interesting. I work here in the stables. I waved my arm around. I work at the roadside. In my limited downtime, I like to stay home, read. I don't even own a dress. If I lived in the old days, I'd be a dowdy spinster. The way you rode my dick, I'd never think of you as dowdy. My mouth fell open at his crude and hot words. I pushed on because I knew the truth. He barely knew the real me. I'm a mouse. Plain, boring. His blue eyes narrowed. There is absolutely nothing boring about you. I should spank you for the way you're talking about yourself. I gasped, then my pussy clenched. He studied me for a moment. Like the idea of getting spanked, kitten. I tossed my arms up, which dislodged his hands. How would I know? I shouted. I haven't had one decent guy look at me before, let alone threaten to spank me. Good. I looked up at him with bleak eyes. Good? Do you know what it's like to be the ugly one? His eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched. Don't. One who's forgettable? It's true, Bray. I'm 26 and I was a virgin until today. Good. Because you weren't meant for any of them. You were meant for me. Tears filled my eyes. Why now, Bray? I've been right here. I pointed to the stable's dirt floor, then at my chest. Why would I think you're going to stick when you haven't noticed me until now? Would you have even noticed me if I didn't climb in your lap last night? Me being blind is not your fault. I didn't see what was right in front of me, he admitted. At the same time, it seems like I've always known you'd be mine.
I felt the same but was too scared to ever hope. I shook my head and ducked out of the stable. I heard his heavy footfall behind me, so I knew he followed. I waited and worked on closing the building's exterior door. No, Ray, I'm sorry, I can't risk this. The sex was amazing. God, I had no idea. But you're going to change your mind and leave. I can't have another person. He grabbed my arm and spun me around, pulled me into him so our bodies were pressed together. Cupping my chin, he forced me to look up at him. His face was shadowed beneath his cowboy hat, but I saw the intensity of his blue gaze. I'm not leaving you. I shook my head, and a tear slipped down my cheek. Everyone leaves me, Ray. I'm used to it. My parents, my grandparents too. Dying in old age wasn't the same thing as my parents' abandonment, but the point was the same. I was alone. I was safer staying alone instead of falling for someone who might break my heart again. He sighed and kissed my forehead. Fuck, kitten, I know you've been hurt. I wish I could take that from you. I'm not leaving. He punctuated those 3 words with pauses. You don't have to believe my words, but I'll prove it to you by sticking. I wanted to trust him, desperately. To be lured into this feeling of safety and that I was, for the first time in so long, not alone. How can I believe you? Because if Ma found out I hurt you, she'd shoot me. I couldn't help the way my lips twitched. He was right. I'd seen Mrs. Wilder angry before, and you didn't fuck with her when that happened. She was also an excellent markswoman. I wasn't a half-bad shot since Lainey and I learned from her. Then there are my brothers, he continued. Don't forget Lainey. She already vowed to run me over with the combine if I hurt you. I couldn't help but laugh at my friend's vivid and gruesome method. It was kind of all of them to want to protect me, even from Bray, but it only meant one thing. You mean you're stuck now? He sighed again, this time wearily, and stared at the darkening sky before meeting my gaze. All right, that's it. Before I could blink, he spun me around. I slapped my hands against the building to brace myself. Then he got my jeans undone and pushed down over my hips before I could do more than shout out his name. Then, he spanked me. Chapter 18, Bray. I willed my dick down because the sight of my handprint on Katie's bare ass made me ready to fuck. I'd get in her again, but she had to learn a lesson first, that she wasn't a burden. I want to be with you, kitten, I said slowly and clearly. Smack. Bray! The only person who you have to worry about thinking you're attractive or interesting or funny or anything else is me. Smack. Ow! I was definitely making contact with that perfect peach of hers, and it was getting a very pretty dark shade of pink, but I wasn't hurting her. Oh, her ass might sting for a little bit, but I was going light. You've always been gorgeous, always sweet, kind. You've been a good friend to Lainey, you're a good person. Smack. Bray! Until then, she had been too surprised to realize I hadn't been holding her in position. She'd stayed there on her own. But now she began to turn, so I set a hand on the middle of her upper back. I'm glad you're quiet, that you like to read, stay home, that you're watchful, because I want to sit on our couch and read together. I want your feet in my lap as we sit quietly in front of the fireplace. I want to be home with you, fucking you, laughing with you, making babies. Babies? Smack. We didn't use a condom, and I fucked my cum nice and deep into you. I hadn't skipped a condom with the intention of making a baby. No, it was because I wasn't letting anything come between us. I'd had to take her raw, bare. If she didn't get pregnant, and she would soon based on the amount of times I planned on fucking her, that was just fine by me. Imagining her round and swollen with our baby made my dick ache to be inside her again. I want you to watch me, because I sure as hell have watched you since we were kids. She stilled at that, so I stepped close, pressed my front to her back. My nose was in her hair, and I breathed in her, the lemony scent. What you didn't understand is that you hold all the power. Her fingers tensed against the wall. What? How? I rolled my hips. Feel that? You do that to me. You make me hard. You have me on my knees, kitten. She shook her head, glanced at me over her shoulder. That's crazy. It's not. You can walk away, kitten. Leave me broken. You! She scoffed. How? I've never said these words before because I never felt this way for anyone else. Ever. Because you have my heart in your hands. I need you to take care of it. She turned then, and I let her, although kept her close in, no space. What? You heard me. Really? She whispered as if too afraid to say it aloud. I nodded, then kissed her gently. Really? You...
Love you? She nodded. Tears filled her eyes again, and I sure as hell hope they were happy tears. They cut me to ribbons. Yes, Catherine Camden, I love you. Will you be my kitten? That had her laughing, and tears slid down her cheeks. Really? Do you want me to spank your ass some more? She shook her head. Well, yes. Yes. She cried, then launched herself at me, and I caught her, lifting her up and her legs wrapped around my waist, somewhat awkwardly with her jeans pushed down below her ass. Got a sore pussy, kitten? I asked, feeling her wetness seep through the front of my jeans. She shook her head, bit her lip. Achy. I arched a brow. Achy. Can't have that. I carried her back to the house. As I went through the back door and into the kitchen, my cell rang. I sighed as I put Kitten back on her feet. I pulled my phone out and looked at the display. It's Ellie. Hey, Elle, everything okay? The baby? I asked. Everything's fine. Katie with you? She wondered. Yes. Can I talk to her? I don't have her number to call her directly, if you're not busy. Busy? Hell yes. I was about to take care of Kitten's needy pussy. But I needed Kitten to see that she had the entire Wilder family in her life now. Aching dick be damned. Chapter 19. Katie. Hello? Hey, Katie! You need to give me your number so we can skip the boys, plan a girls' night out. I frowned. You want to do a girls' night? Hell yes, but that's not why I called, so don't be mad. Starting off with that doesn't bode well. Bray frowned, only hearing one side of the conversation. It's not bad, I promise. But when you talked with Hayes earlier, he was here with me and Trig. I didn't know where he was, but I was following. He didn't say anything since you're his client now, so don't worry. Okay. I didn't think there were many secrets in the Wilder family, lawyer confidentiality or not. Anyway, I want to give you money to pay for your fight against Conrad Trout. My eyes widened in surprise and Bray stole the phone, hit a button. Hello, are you there? Ellie said. Yeah, Bray put you on speaker. I'm here. I can't take your money, I said right away. When I glanced up at Bray, I gave him a quick recap. We stood in my kitchen, only the hum of the fridge filling the room. It's not my money, she clarified. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure you know of what happened back in the winter, with Mr. Trout and my dad. Laney had told me all the gossip about that one. For a while, I was glad Trout was only fucking with my water and suing my butt instead of wanting to marry it. Yes, I said. Well, he gave my father money to pay off his debts in exchange for marrying me. As you know, that didn't work out. I still have that money. $500,000. My eyes widened and I kind of freaked. I don't want $500,000. She giggled. I know, but I don't want it either because it's filthy dirty, but I'm not giving it back. I think it'd be ironic to use that money to pay the bills for the legal issues he's caused. I thought of what she was saying. Bray looked amused. We were quiet long enough that she kept going. I truly have no intention of touching that money. In fact, I'm trying to figure out how to give it away to a charity. Not that you're a charity, she added hastily. Ellie, it's not my money. You wouldn't be taking it from me. It'll make me feel really good knowing that we're using Trout's money to pay for his own bad behavior. Don't you? I wouldn't be taking the money from Ellie. I'd be taking it from Trout. I looked to Bray, who nodded. Okay, as long as I can tell him where the money came from. She gasped. Oh yes, please let me be there so I can see his face. I heard Trig grumble in the background. Trig too. Thanks, Ellie, I said, feeling something I hadn't ever before. You're my sister now. I've always wanted one. I got Laney and Molly too. She hung up and I flung myself into Bray's arms. I couldn't help the sniffles and watery eyes. You okay, kitten? He asked, stroking my hair. I nodded. I'm great. See? Family. Yeah. Family. Chapter 20. Katie. If we're staying at your place, we gotta get a bigger bed, kitten, Bray said as we drove away from his second shoeing job. He'd gotten up with me at dawn and helped with the morning chores. From growing up on his family ranch and then picking a career as a farrier which specialized solely in horses, he knew his way around a stable. He made feeding, brushing, and mucking stalls look hot, and the tasks were done in half the time. I put the horses out in the pasture for the day to graze, ensuring the water trough was full. Then Bray had insisted I go with him on his scheduled jobs, plus the ones he delayed the day before, not wanting me to stay home alone. I didn't know much about making and fitting shoes, but I made a decent assistant, helping him keep the more skittish horses calm. While I knew what to look for when a horse was lame or had issues with their hooves, Braid also showed me how to clean and trim hooves under his supervision. Like Lainey said, I had a way with the animals, so I enjoyed it. Bigger bed. This morning I woke up half sprawled on top of Bray, my head tucked under his chin, my leg thrown over his waist. I'd never slept with anyone before, and I'd been embarrassed I'd pretty much accosted him in my sleep. Did people sleep like we had, or did they take up their own room on their own side? Had I smothered the man? Was he complaining because he needed his space from me? "How long have you had that mattress?" he asked. I took a moment to think about it. "Since I moved in?" He grunted. His hands were casually on the steering wheel, his gaze darting to me on occasion. "How old were you when they ran off?" He met my parents, who left me with my grandparents and never came back for me. I didn't hear pity in his tone, so I didn't have a problem answering. 6. I picked at a hangnail on my thumb. Definitely time for a bed that doesn't fit a child. I'd added to the list of things I needed to get, but it was well below my broken window. "Heard from them recently?" I shook my head. The windows were down in his truck and it blew loose hairs in my face, even though I had pulled it back in a ponytail. They came for my grandfather's funeral, sent flowers for Grands. Last I heard they were in California. "They joined a cult, right?" "Religious retreat." I corrected, giving him the side-eye and a smirk. He huffed. "So a cult." He was right, and I just didn't want to say it. I shrugged. "Pretty much. I'm just thankful my grandparents took me in." My mother had met my father at the county fair. He'd been a carnival worker. She fell hard and fast and left town with him, only to return a few years later with me in tow. When I was 6, they'd been called up to join Heaven's Gate, and having a kid was a burden, especially one who needed to go to school. When I was old enough to question why my parents abandoned me, I looked up the group online. I learned that while their quack doctrine was based in faith, the foundation of it was a plural lifestyle, and children were married off young, like illegally young. I probably should thank them for abandoning me instead of growing up in a cult, only to be married off at 16 to a man with 2 other wives, I muttered. It sounded ridiculous, but in a place like that it was probably inevitable. Sometimes it was hard not to hate them. My grandparents were more mother and father to me than the ones who made me. Gran and Granddad had been in their late 60s when I moved in and probably hadn't anticipated raising another child. "I'd definitely thank them," Bray muttered, "then punch them in their noses for giving you up. But I'm the lucky one, because now you're mine." He grabbed my hand again and brought it to his lips. "Back to the new mattress," he continued as the truck jostled over the washboard pattern of the dirt road. "If you haven't already figured it out, I'm a big boy and need room to spread out, even though I do like you sleeping on top of me." He turned to me and winked. That answered that. "Or we can stay at my place," he added. "You live with Hayes," I countered. They'd all grown up together in the main Wilder ranch house. I'd always loved going there to play with Lainey. The noise and insanity in that place was incredible after being an only child with 2 elderly grandparents. With Zeb still in college, he was the only one who lived at home when he wasn't at school. They all had their own places except Bray and Hayes lived together. I doubted Hayes would be thrilled with a surprise woman around. "That's true. No way can he hear your screams when I fuck you." I gasped. "I do not scream," I replied, mortified. He grinned and offered me another wicked glance. "Sorry, kitten, but you're a screamer. Don't be embarrassed, I love it." I was embarrassed, but I tamped it down because he didn't once make me feel like any way I reacted to his touch was wrong. "Then your place it is," he said as if the decision was final, "with a new mattress." "Isn't my ranch out of the way for your work? I mean, the rest of your jobs today are on the north side of town, closer to your place than mine. You'll have to be up and out earlier than you probably want if you stay with me." "I'll be up earlier because I liked how we started off this morning. I plan to do it every day." I flushed hotly. How he'd woken up was with me on top of him, then he rolled us over and went down on me until I, screamed. "Don't worry about a long drive, it's all good." "You can drop me back at my place on the way to the Mackenzie Ranch because I have to do the afternoon chores, then take a shower." I directed when he took a turn onto the road that cut south from town. "I have to work tonight." "At the roadside?" "Yes, I start at 7. "You quit." I blinked. "What? No, I didn't." "I did it for you the other night." "What do you mean you did it for me?" "When I went in for your purse and keys, I told Kyle you were done." I turned in my seat to face him and yell at him directly. "For the night?" "For good." "I need that job." "No, you don't." "Bray, you don't understand. I have bills to pay, I know. You can use Trout's money that Ellie's going to give you. We'll go over them later and pay them off." I can't use that money for things that Trout didn't do, like fix my car or repair the spigot behind the stables.
What's wrong with the spigot?
I waved his question off to stay on topic. I need the job to pay for other things, I yelled, tossing up my hands.
We'll pay off the other things with our money.
Our? I blinked. Our? What are you talking about?
You might be carrying my baby, Katie Camden. I bet your panties are soaked now from all my cum dripping from you. I take care of what's mine. That means you.
Oh my God, he was right. About all of it. We hadn't used condoms, I wasn't on birth control, and my panties were soaked with his cum. That didn't mean he'd used his hard-earned money on me. By paying for my legal bills and having Andy come by to measure for a new window? I hadn't even known Bray had messaged the seed and feed owner until he told me he took care of it. While it supplied the ranches in town with everything from farm equipment to chicks in the spring, they also had a reasonable hardware selection as well. It was the closest place without heading to Missoula.
For starters, Hayes and I are going to have a little chat with Conrad Trout, too. He smiled with what looked like evil glee. That's going to be fun.
What if he wasn't involved in the window being broken?
He's got plenty of other bullshit to answer for, and you know it.
What if Bo's idea was right about the window and they're mad at Laney? His face went grim and his knuckles went white on the steering wheel.
No one fucks with a woman who's got 8 brothers and gets away with it.
Plus Bo, I added. I saw the way he was looking at Laney.
How's that?
He asked. By the way he was gritting his teeth, he'd seen it too, but didn't want to admit it. Like you look at me, I admitted.
Exactly, which is why I'm helping you out.
Bray, I sighed. The idea of him and his family taking these problems from me, like dealing with Conrad Trout, sounded like heaven. My load was so heavy, the idea of him carrying it with me made me blink back tears. But it was too good to be true. Why would he want to do all of this? Just because we had sex? He slowed the car and pulled it over to the side of the road. He turned, took my hand in his.
You love me, Katie.
His blue eyes were earnest, intense. I couldn't look away. Yes. I'd already admitted it to him. Any other answer, and we both know it was a lie.
Then you need to be thinking about how we can add a farrier shop into the stable for me.
My mouth fell open. His gaze dropped to it.
Don't give me ideas for that mouth.
I snapped it closed. What are you talking about? Add a shop? Why?
Everyone in the county knows the quality of your stables, he began. You want to grow it?
I shrugged. I'm stretched thin enough as it is. I can't personally handle the workload of more horses.
You need a helper? You got me. With Trout's money, your legal bills will be wiped away. The back fence will be fixed and your second mortgage paid off. Hell, maybe even the first. I'll set up an area to do my work. Clients can bring their horses to me.
Not all can do that, I said, my mind spinning at what he was proposing. It would be amazing to not have all those bills weighing me down. I'd be able to make a profit again and pay for things again.
He shrugged. Then I'll still make house calls. I've been wanting an assistant for a while now, and there isn't one better than you. We're the perfect team. You did a great job earlier on those hooves, and I'm pretty good at shoveling shit.
I couldn't help but laugh.
We'll make Camden Stables the best in the area.
My eyes widened. But you want it in my name?
He leaned in, kissed me. His lips were soft, but the kiss was firm. Camden Stables is the perfect name for what we're going to build together, as long as you become Katie Wilder sooner than later.
Katie Wilder. He wanted to grow the stables. He wanted to get us a bigger bed. He wanted me to take his name. He wanted it all with me. I wanted that too. So much. Yes, Bray. Yes to everything.
Chapter 21. Bray. 2 days later, we were at the grocery store with Ma and Zeb. We lived off Ma's casserole for 2 days, taking care of the horses and going on one of my jobs I couldn't put off, and spending the rest of the time fucking, but even Kitten agreed we needed food. We were insatiable, not for eating but each other. I'd had Kitten in every position imaginable in every place in her house, and stable that would work. She might have been a virgin the other day, but she sure as hell wasn't one now. She asked for what she wanted, which even included getting her ass spanked for fun. It got her hot, dripping, moaning. I didn't need anything to get going. Just thinking about Kitten and I was hard, always. That was why I was pushing one cart to hide my half-hard dick from the townsfolk innocently doing their shopping. Zeb pushed the other, and Kitten was in front, pulling things from the shelves as directed. Ma had gone off to find some kind of breadcrumbs in the baking aisle.
I can't believe you need 2 carts,
Kitten said, grabbing the third bag Zeb wanted. She stared at it and the 2 half-full carts.
We hadn't even made it through half the aisles. Maybe I can. This was Ma's midweek shopping trip, and I had thrown a bunch of things in for me and Kitten to take home too. Tonight, tacos. I'm a growing boy, Zeb said, grinning at her. She smiled back. She'd known him since he was a little kid, and he'd pretty much grown up with her as a second sister, being Lainey's best friend. Soon she'd be an actual sister. When I head back to school in a few weeks for preseason practices, I'll be eating twice as much. Kitten's eyebrows winged up. I have no idea how your mother kept 8 boys fed. 2 grocery carts, Zeb replied as if that was the answer. You can... I was eyeing Kitten and didn't notice a woman had stopped in front of us until I almost bumped her with my cart. I can't believe you picked her over me, she snapped. It was Shayna Margensky. She was a few years younger, in Hayes' class in school. I didn't know her all that well, but our parents were friends. In fact, Pa used to be in a bowling league with Mr. Margensky back in the day. I'd seen her at the roadside the last time I was there, but I hadn't done more than wave to her and tip my hat on the way in because not 5 minutes later, Kitten had come sit right in my lap and kissed me. She was pretty enough with strawberry blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, a round face, and bright blue eyes. As long as I could remember, she was curvy and showed off what God gave her in snug tops and too tight jeans. Me and my brothers all knew the stories about women in town. We didn't talk about all our conquests, but I didn't remember any of them ever having to go with Shayna. I certainly hadn't. Maybe it was because she was a little crazy. Her father ran the town mortuary, and Shayna had a little too much interest in his profession, driving the hearse to school when there wasn't a need for it. The idea of being with her actually made my balls draw up. I didn't know what she was talking about, and it took me a second or two to process. Thankfully, Zeb spoke first and gave her his signature smile. Zeb could flirt the panties off a nun, but he was 8 years younger than Shayna, so I knew he was only being friendly. He also knew she was a little off. Hey, Shayna, making chili tonight? She looked down at the cans of beans in each of her hands. You know Katie Camden? Zeb asked, making the introduction. Shayna narrowed her eyes at Kitten. She's Bray's girl, isn't that great? Zeb added. You ruined everything, she shouted. My eyes widened at her outburst. What the fuck? Zeb, who'd been leaning his forearms on the cart handle, stood upright. Whoa there. Kitten backed up into the shelves of potato chips. I abandoned the cart and walked around toward her. What's the matter, Shayna? She spun on her heel and glared. We were supposed to be together, not you and her. Shayna tipped her head toward Kitten. What are you talking about? I wondered. At the roadside, you winked at me, smiled. I remember. Then she crawled in your lap like a slut. Hey there, that's uncalled for, Zeb said, raising a hand. I didn't take my eyes off Shayna, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kitten shrink into herself and her cheeks lost all color. Shayna raised her arm and pointed at Zeb, still holding the can. Stay out of this, Zeb. Zeb put up both hands as if surrendering. I'm sorry if you thought there was something between us, Shayna, I said, trying to calm her down. Shoppers were stopping behind us in the aisles to see what the commotion was. She'd drawn an audience. I was being courteous. Courteous? You've been teasing me for years, and then the one night we could be together you hook up with Quiet Katie? Okay, she was mental. You threw the rock through Katie's window, I said, putting it all together. You ruined everything, she screeched. Her eyes were wild, and I had to wonder if she was on something. She needed to be warned to stay away. You're mine. Zeb moved close to Kitten and pulled her toward him, ensuring the grocery cart was between her and Shayna. He even angled his body to protect her. I took a step toward Shayna, hoping to calm her down. Maybe someone watching this had called in to the sheriff's office. Katie has nothing to do with this. You're mad at me, and for that I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I led you to believe that there was any interest between us. That doesn't mean you go and destroy personal property. She deserved it. Maybe that wasn't the best thing to say because she only got angrier. Her cheeks were flushed, now an even deeper shade. She looked feral. I'm not giving Katie up for you, Shayna, I said, ensuring I was very clear how things stood. You know it's not going to work between us. No, she shrieked. I got the breadcrumbs, Ma said, coming down the aisle and studying the paper carton she was holding. She didn't notice what was happening in front of us. They didn't have the Italian kind that I... Shayna spun around and flung a can of beans at Ma, hitting her in the head. I heard gasps behind me. Kitten muffled a scream. Zeb shouted. I yelled, Ma! And ran for her. She toppled backward into a display of microwave popcorn, then fell to the floor, boxes and the package of breadcrumbs scattering around her. She was unconscious. I lifted her head. She was breathing, thank fuck. Ma, come on, Ma. I looked up. Zeb had Shayna in a bear hug, the other can on the floor at their feet. She was sobbing. Zeb looked devastated as he stared at Ma. Kitten was on her cell and I heard her asking for an ambulance. Oh shit. No one had been after Kitten, or Lainey. It had been my fault, and now Ma was hurt. Katie dropped to her knees beside me, taking Ma's hand. The ambulance is on the way. Colt, too. I met her concerned gaze. I could hear sirens in the distance. Help was coming. But would it be soon enough to save Ma? This has been Bray, Cowboys of Devil's Ditch, Book 3. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2025 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2026 by Bridger Media. This has been Cowboys of Devil's Ditch. Trig, Colt, and Bray. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2026 by Vanessa Vale. Production copyright 2026 by Vanessa Vale.